Today on Monkey Life, a baby marmoset is looking for a new mum and dad.
You're gonna have to be brave. I know. You're gonna have to be brave. Good girl.
Bachelor chimp Paco is in the wars with an injured toe.
I'd cut that whole bit off.
And a heart scare.
I think that's just going to cause more problems than good. It's not going to ultimately benefit him in any way, is it?
Plus, the nursery orangs box clever at playtime. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
They're all going to have a chance to live proper lives again. Perfect.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. It's been a busy time at the park with a series of arrivals.
That's a big noise.
And departures.
You've been a really good girl.
Keeping the whole team on their toes.
Good girl. Okay?
With so many animals needing care, there's no end to their work.
Yeah, then.
And sadly, with the primate pet trade in the UK on the rise, the demands on the park keep increasing. In the last few years, they've been inundated with marmosets needing rescue. To meet demand, 2 new complexes were built to house these tiny monkeys, but they're already full to capacity. Today, despite this, Alison has travelled to Cardiff to meet up with Sophie from the RSPCA. The charity has been told about a young marmoset, about 4 months old, being kept in a high-rise flat in the city centre. They've persuaded the owner to let the youngster come to Monkey World. The fact this little one is so young is what makes a difference.
If the marmosets come to Monkey World and they're 9 to 10 months old or younger, they appear as babies and they still have very baby-like behavior, and we can give them to a rehabilitated adult pair at the park who will adopt the infants. So luckily for little Moon, she's young enough that I think that we'll be able to get her back to the park and get her adopted.
Moon's owner bought her after seeing an advert on the internet. She paid about £1,000 for the marmoset.
How long have you had her?
A month and 12 days.
Okay.
Yeah, I bought her.
After speaking to Alison, she's realised Moon will be happier living with her own species under the expert care Monkey World can provide, and she's happy to cooperate. The majority of people who buy small primates from the pet trade are unaware what keeping one actually entails. But Sophie from the RSPCA is aware that it's a specialist job, which is why she's called in Alison.
Primates is something that we have very little knowledge of. It's not something that we see every day. It's not something we see every year. And when we do get a case like this, we need to go to the experts who can help us provide what that animal needs. We just don't have the knowledge of everything.
Good girl.
Alison wants to assess Moon first and gain her trust before attempting to handle her.
It's great that she's so active, but, you know, really at this age, what she needs most of all is adult marmosets to be living with and looking after. She should still be with her parents. So probably 4 months old is probably a fair estimate, I would say. She's clearly very playful.
You're gonna have to be brave. I know. You're gonna have to be brave. Good girl.
Alison is keen to get as much information as possible from the owner about her dealings with the breeder and what she was told about the tiny monkey.
The other question, Did he sell you a common marmoset? Do you remember? Or just a marmoset?
Just a one.
Yeah, because I think she might end up being, it's hard to say. She's so young, it's hard to say whether she is going to grow white ear tufts and so on, but she's a very dark color. So it might be that she's a black-eared marmoset. The two species are very, very closely related. So if I can convince her to walk into the box willingly, are you okay? Do you need to say goodbye to her first of all? Are you okay if I get her to go inside the box?
Yeah, we can.
Alison has managed to establish a bond of trust with Moon, and with the help of a few waxworms, the young marmoset goes happily into the box. But for her owner, it's not so easy.
You're being very strong, and I can say thank you for Moon, because we will give her a family back again. All right, my sister, you come and visit us, please. Okay, thank you. I will let you know how she goes.
It's an emotional goodbye, but her owner knows Moon is off to a much better and happier life. In the last few months, there's been a lot of change at the park's orangutan nursery, especially for the two youngest members, Bulu Mata and Rika. Both arrived at the park as babies and were hand-reared by staff at the park's creche for orphaned orangs. They were carefully introduced to their new Monkey World family, meeting new friends one at a time. And there were high hopes they would all live harmoniously as one group. Unfortunately, those hopes were dashed when 7-year-old Jin, who was born at the park, became too boisterous in the play sessions with the two youngsters. So, for the time being, it's been decided to run the nursery as two separate groups, with Bulu and Rika staying with Oshin and 6-year-old Sylvester, and Hsiao-Quai staying with her two children, Jin, and 4-year-old adopted daughter, Awan. For the primate care team, this means balancing the two groups. So while they're keeping one happy inside, the other gets to play outside. Today, at the outdoor enclosure, staff are distributing cardboard boxes filled with sunflower seeds and covered with wood wool, and it's Hsiao-Quai, Awan and Jin's turn to have full run. Orangs love a new challenge, and this is a real treat for the youngsters. What child doesn't love a cardboard box? Meanwhile, inside, Oshin's gang of kids have the playroom all to themselves for fun and frolics. Jin's approach is tentative before his stomach gets the better of him. While Hsiao-Quai is determined to shake every last seed from the wood wool. And clever Awan is carefully picking up any leftover seeds spilt by her mum and brother. Meanwhile, inside the nursery, it's raining food. And where there's food to be had, the usually lethargic Oshin will suddenly make an energetic appearance. Rika is grabbing her share while she can. Bulu tries to tempt Oshin up to play. With no success. But luckily, fellow boisterous boy Sylvester is happy to oblige. Outside, the boxes have all gone down a storm. While Jin is still searching for sunflower seeds, Hsiao-Quai watches as her daughter Awan proves that, for her, a cardboard box or two is all you need to have fun. But trying to fit one box inside the other is proving rather difficult. So she makes a cardboard house instead. The park is home to 4 groups of chimpanzees. Hananya has been in charge of his troop of 18 chimps since 2004. His leadership style is brawn over brain, but seems to work. And then there's Paddy's gang, 17 boys and girls, including his cheeky son, Bart. Paddy was one of the first chimps to arrive at Monkey World and has been leader for almost 30 years. The smallest group is Sally's. Only 4 others live with her. And then there are the rowdy bachelor boys, 15 males all living together, who like nothing better than playing rough and making a din. Recently, during one of their more boisterous sessions, Paco sustained a nasty injury to one of his toes. Chimps have a relatively high pain threshold and can often carry on with quite substantial injuries, but the usually strong Paco seems to be in pain. More worryingly, staff have also noticed he appears to have had a couple of funny turns recently, and the concern is that Paco may have an underlying heart condition. He needs a thorough health check, so specialist wildlife vet John Lewis has been called in.
Because there's been a suspicion raised against his cardiac function, we need to know if that's real or not, because if it is, we can probably medicate to improve things. If it's not, we'll leave him alone.
The team don't want to take any chances with Paco, so they've also called in local vet Dave Harding. Dave will perform an ECG plus an ultrasound and also treat the infected toe. If Paco does have a heart condition, John Lewis wants to keep his anaesthetic to a minimum. So rather than perform the procedure in the park's hospital, the team are going to do it in one of the bedrooms at the Bachelor's.
I'd rather anaesthetise him in the den, put him up on a shelf where the echo can be conducted by Dave from the local practice, and then if anything happens, we can instantly reverse him, support him down there. We don't have to move him back. We don't have safety issues. We don't have transport issues. So Paco's heart may be absolutely fine, but we're not going to take a chance.
Paco has been hand-injected with the anaesthetic by Cara, one of the primate care team.
That's okay, cool.
With the dosage kept to a minimum, John and Dave need to work quickly to get him intubated and in position so they can carry out both the heart tests and the surgery needed on the toe.
Right, let's see if we can get this ECG attached. Hang on.
The park's animal director, Jeremy Keeling, is on hand to assist the vets with the procedure.
That's better. There you go. You've got a trace there, John.
Dave is going to carry out the ultrasound first, but for the test to work properly, Paco needs to be manoeuvred into position. The bedroom's a bit of a tight squeeze, and with time against them, it's all hands on deck.
So what we want to try and do is get this bit down there. So we want him sort of lying on his right-hand side, head. Yeah. That's okay, I'm still right there.
Happy with Paco's position, Dave can now perform the ultrasound scan to check his heart.
Okay, the mitral valves look good. Okay, so that's the aortic valve in the middle, and that's the left atrium down the bottom there. So that looks pretty all right to me.
So what we're doing is we're looking at all the heart valves just to check that there's no evidence of any thickening of the valves, suggesting that there's some deterioration in the quality of how they're working, and also to see if there's any leakage of blood across the valves. They all look really quite nice. There's no evidence of any problems there. The heart's contracting nicely. So I'm pretty pleased with the way the heart seems to be functioning. The other thing that we're looking for is any areas where there might be some scarring on the heart, which may suggest some previous evidence of heart damage or in human terms, a heart attack. And we can normally see that as bright white areas within the heart muscle, and it all looks fine. So I'm pretty happy with the overall appearance of the heart.
A relief for the team, but Dave does still need to carry out an electrocardiogram, which measures the electrical activity of the heart.
There's nothing that concerns me. The heart rate's pretty normal. So I think we can be pretty happy that there's no major heart issue.
It's great news for Paco and the team. Finally, Dave takes a look at the injured toe.
Maybe that needs bits of bone removing.
I'd cut that whole bit off. I think that's just going to cause more problems than good. It's not going to ultimately benefit him in any way, is it, having that flap?
Decision made, Dave wastes no time in removing what's left of Paco's toe. It's a quick procedure.
Hopefully now we've taken that flap off, it'll heal much better. It looks pretty good.
John gives Paco a reversal agent for the anaesthetic to bring him round. He wakes up looking a bit groggy and wondering what all the fuss is about. He'll soon be back on his feet, minus one little toe, and causing mayhem with his rowdy bachelor boy pals. At Tao's enclosure, the primate care team are about to give the Capuchins a tasty challenge. They've replicated something the group might find in their natural habitat.
It's a fake mound with holes in, which is these perspex pipes. We'll fill these with treats, and then the Capuchins have to use the sticks that we provide to dig into the holes to get to the food. Obviously, it's not grubs, doesn't work quite as well, but it's the same sort of idea.
In the wild, the mound would be teeming with termites, but today the tubes are filled with rice pudding and a syrupy Marmite concoction. Hopefully the Capuchins will love it and not hate it. Capuchins are known for their intelligence, coordination and tool use. In nature, they show remarkable skill termite fishing by poking sticks into the mounds. The termites automatically defend their nests by attaching to the sticks, and the Capuchins then pull out the sticks and eat the termites.
This is some twigs, so that they can use as the tools to get the treats out of the tubes. They could go and search for them, but these guys kind of need a little bit of help. So we're hoping that if we put it in the holes to begin with, they'll take it out, realise that there's some food in there, and then it'll hopefully encourage them to re-stick it back in the hole again.
Curious Bubbles is first to take a look at this strange new object. But she ignores the sticks, instead choosing the easy option. Tao's second-in-command, Bruce, is next to check out the mound. He gives it the full inspection and even pulls out a stick to get to the treat. But then discards it, so obviously a Marmite hater. Close, but not quite there. Meanwhile, leader Tao seems more interested in technology than joining in. Once content that the little camera is no threat, he moves on. As leader and protector of 16 ladies, he has his work cut out, though he's not short of admirers, as Daisy and Ruby love to flirt with him. It's left to Debbie to show the rest how it's done. She's quite high in the group's hierarchy and a big favourite with Tao. She's also proving to be highly intelligent. At first, she uses just her hand to claw out the treats, but after stepping back and thinking through the problem, she successfully comes up with a solution. She inserts the stick not just once, but goes back for more and more. Like the others, Debbie came from a lab, but was born in the wild, not captive bred, which may explain her natural ability. Dominant female Babe, however, has got the wrong end of the stick with this task. Fifi is doing what Capuchins love to do, foraging in the undergrowth for worms and bugs. And even the cleverer ones get it wrong sometimes. In her enthusiasm, Debbie grabs the wrong end of the stick, but then realises her mistake and is straight back to enjoying the yummy porridge.
guys are so intelligent, and anything that we can give them to try and encourage them to use that really powerful brain and work things out is really important. So yeah, it's always nice to do something different, and when you see them getting stuck in, it's really, really good.
Alison is just arriving back at the park with 4-month-old marmoset Moon, a victim of the British pet trade. The team are hoping that, because she's still a baby, one of the established marmoset pairs at the park will adopt Moon as their own.
Hey, little girl.
Is she definitely a girl?
No.
Hello.
Determining the sex of a marmoset is always a challenge, but at such a young age, it's almost impossible.
It's gonna be a boy, isn't it? It's always a boy.
There's definitely a little point.
Little girl.
Little boy.
Little boy.
You think?
It is?
I am thinking. There's one. It's questionable. At this age, it's really hard to tell whether Moon is a boy or a girl, but we're sort of leaning more towards boy right now. So, hi. Hi, you. I know. She or he's got his blanket in there that has his scent on, but to be quite honest, he's just adapted to the branches and everything really well. So I think he'll be okay in here for tonight. And tomorrow we can start with intros.
Once settled, Moon will be introduced to adult pair Solomon and Hazel. Solomon came to the park in 2001, whereas Hazel was born here. Now a happily established pair, the team are hoping that they'll take little Moon under their wing. For now, Karen will keep monitoring Moon and decide when to start the introductions, but it's looking very promising for the little newcomer, even if no one is quite sure whether to address Moon as he or she.
She actually looks pretty good. She looks in pretty good condition. Obviously very active, very lively, very confident. Yeah, fingers crossed it all looks bright for him. He's at a good age that we can hopefully do sort out a little family for him.
Today on Monkey Life.
Paquita!
It's all about new arrivals. Paquita might be expecting one.
We're pretty confident that she's pregnant.
Marmosets Hazel and Solomon get to meet one.
Oh, little kisses. Hey, Mummy.
And the park gets ready for 5 unusual nocturnal guests from 6,000 miles away. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Smells a bit macaque in there, but yeah, we're good.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. Over the last decade, Monkey World has led the way in the successful breeding and care of woolly monkeys. Sadly, their numbers are greatly in decline in their South American habitats, and also in captivity. Monkey World has over 50% of the world's captive population. Over at the top Woolies enclosure, one of the park's more successful mums is Paquita. She's had 4 babies, and the primate care team are hoping it won't be long before another is on the way.
She's certainly put on weight, so obviously that could be an indication. She's also starting to look quite uncomfortable, so when she's sitting down you can see her kind of stretching and just generally looking like quite an uncomfortable pregnant lady. And we have seen her at the water bowl a little bit more often than we normally would, so all of those signs kind of added together make us think that she is pregnant again.
Paquita!
To find out if the woolly is expecting again, Emily uses reward-based clicker training. It allows her to get close to Paquita and have a feel of her stomach.
Good girl.
After Emily's careful inspection, it seems it's good news for the top woolies.
Quite often you can start to feel bumps and lumps as the baby's developing. With Paquita, it's a little bit tricky. She is a slightly larger lady. She does enjoy her food quite a lot. So there is a little bit of an extra layer that you kind of have to feel through before you can actually feel if the baby's there.
But the big question is, who's the daddy? With woolly monkeys, it's often difficult to guess what stage of their pregnancy they're in. Just a few months ago, the previous elderly dominant male Oaska sadly passed away. If the baby comes soon, it's pretty likely he's the father. This would be a lovely legacy for Oaska, because despite his leadership role, he didn't have many babies over the years. However, if Paquita keeps everyone waiting for longer, then it's highly likely the new infant is Chippies, who took over after Oaska's death.
He's a very handsome, dominant male, so I'm sure he'll produce a very good-looking baby. But also it means that he's settled into the group very nicely. He's obviously building very good relationships with the females and they've accepted him fully as their dominant male.
For now, it's just a waiting game, but Emily's confident that Paquita is getting bigger for all the right reasons.
I have felt a few kind of bumps and lumps that are developing over the weeks, but obviously I'll just keep checking her every single day and hopefully as the baby grows they'll become even more evident.
It's been less than 24 hours since Alison returned from Cardiff with a 4-month-old marmoset called Moon. His owner bought him through the pet trade, but agreed he would be happier living with his own species at the park. The team aren't 100% sure of Moon's sex, but they think it's a boy. Because he's still a baby, he needs an adoptive family. So this morning, Moon is going to meet Hazel and Solomon, who hopefully will give him the support he needs.
Fingers crossed, they'll love him because he's little, and their parental instincts will kick in, and he'll create a nice little family. Obviously, we don't know when he last saw his parents. We don't know how old he was when they took him away from his parents, so hopefully he'll know the right noises and respond well to them when he sees them.
Moon is in his nesting box as Karen pulls back the slide to let Hazel in to meet him. Hazel was born at the park 13 years ago, reared in a family group by her parents and with younger siblings, so she does have some experience to draw on. Karen is hoping this stable family background will spark the right instincts. It's a cautious start. Moon hasn't been in contact with another marmoset since being taken from his parents, so he's understandably wary. Hazel is definitely interested, and after poking her head in the nest box, she goes right in to check Moon out. It's reasonably positive so far. Both are cautiously curious and making the right sort of noises, using contact calls and greetings. Karen decides it's time to add Solomon to the mix. His history is not dissimilar to Moon's. He too was a tiny baby when he arrived at the park. He was successfully adopted and has since thrived.
It's a wait and see time. We've never put a youngster with this pair before, so it is always a kind of a bit of guesswork to see whether it will work. But yeah, we'll give it a go and see what happens. Are you ready, Solomon? Ready?
Solomon's arrival has an immediate effect on Moon. He leaves the safety of his box and tries to jump on Solomon's back. Typical baby Marmoset behaviour. But Solomon's not so keen. Maybe too much too soon? Undeterred and getting more confident by the minute, Moon tries again, and this time gets close enough to Hazel for a cuddle.
Oh, little kisses. Hey, Mommy.
Hazel's maternal instincts kick in, and she reciprocates. Before long, both adults become more and more protective of Moon.
Relieved so far, but you never know what's going to happen. And if we're not 100% sure, then we'll separate them and we'll go again tomorrow. So we'll just get them carrying on and living their life as normal.
Even though Moon has had more human than Marmoset contact throughout his short life, the success of this introduction just goes to show how much primates, like Moon, need to be with others of their own kind. The team are quietly confident that Tiny Primate has found a family to help with his new life. At Peanut's enclosure, life has changed quite a bit in the last few months for the golden-cheeked gibbons. Following Tio's move to the bachelor group, the family are down to 3. Dad Peng Yo, Mum Peanut, and young adult daughter Tia Nang. For Peanut, this is the first time since their eldest son Tien was born almost 11 years ago that there hasn't been a youngster in the group.
Peanut now is actually loving life. She's got a chance to just relax and take life easy. For a long time, she has been a full-time mother. She's had young children to look after. And now, with our youngest having moved out, Tia Nang's now an adult female, and she can actually just spend time relaxing and interacting with her without having to take care of her. And it's really lovely to see. But at the moment, they are a very relaxed and happy group and looking pretty good together.
Daughter Tia Nang has just gone through her second colour change. Now she's become a young adult, she's interacting more and more with both parents. She's always been very close to her mum, but is also enjoying hanging out with Dad, Peng Yo.
For a good period of time, they were quite separate and didn't actually have any kind of interaction. It's now really nice to see that she's gone through that and she actually wants to spend time again with both of her parents, and that is really lovely.
Dad Peng Yo had a tough start in life. He was stolen from the wild as a baby and confiscated by the authorities while being smuggled into Taiwan. After being rescued, he was moved to Monkey World. Once he was paired up with Peanut, he didn't look back.
He's done an incredible job of being a dad. Now, he's got probably one of our most grumpy females to actually live with. She is hard work, Peanut, and he does actually tolerate her really quite well. He's very great with the kids. He's always spent lots of time loving them and hugging them and playing with them. But when Peanut's nearby, he tends to take more of a back seat and just keep on with territorial displays.
He's also one of the fastest movers in the park.
Without a shadow of a doubt, our most agile and incredible gibbon to watch is Peng Yo. He is just fantastic in the trees. He is so quick. He makes everything look completely effortless, and he's a very handsome looking chap as well.
The only problem for staff now that Tia Nang has become an adult is trying to distinguish between her and Mum Peanut. Luckily, nature has played a helping hand.
At the moment, Peanut is almost fluorescent orange. She is really, really dark, and it does actually help us to distinguish between her and Tia Nang from a distance. At the park's hospital building, it's all hands on deck, as staff put the finishing touches to new bedrooms for some long-awaited special arrivals.
You might not recognize it, but this is actually our hospital, and inside what was designed originally to be the recovery area of our hospital, which we've never really used, we've decided to kit it out with some bedrooms, and this is now our new Loris complex. So I'm very excited because this is the start of a new thing for us here at the park in assisting with the care, rehabilitation and conservation of slow loris. Beautiful, aren't they? Yeah.
Tomorrow morning, 5 slow loris are due to arrive from Hong Kong. Slow loris are nocturnal primates from Southeast Asia, and due to a dramatic rise in the illegal pet trade, all 8 species are vulnerable or endangered and receive the highest level of protection under international law.
Yeah, so all looking good.
All 5 have been confiscated by the authorities from black market traders who smuggled them from the wild. Monkey World does have experience with lorises. Its sister sanctuary in Vietnam, Dao Tien, has rescued and rehabilitated many pygmy slow loris and has released more than 30 back into the wild.
Hello, my friend.
And 2 years ago, Alison went to the Maldives to collect Boo, a Bengal slow loris who had been confiscated by the authorities there.
Okay. Last towns?
She was brought back to the park, which acted as the quarantine centre before she could transfer to a wildlife trust in Devon. The 5 loris, 3 males and 2 females, will spend 4 months in quarantine. Then, they too will move to Devon, where they'll be part of a brand new European breeding programme to help secure this endangered species.
We're going to be able to pair them up, so 2 male-female pairs, and then that leaves 1 surplus male to be a companion for the female Boo, who I brought back from the Maldives. So I'm just really pleased that something that we started 2 years ago and helping with is now coming back around and we're able to help more. And very exciting time because 5 slow loris coming into any one place is very rare.
Alison frequently gets reports and photos of loris being offered for sale on the black market. Originally stolen for traditional medicine purposes, many loris are now being illegally poached to become pets, or even to be used in the tourist industry. For these shy, nocturnal creatures, being snatched out of their natural habitat is extremely distressing, and most are very poorly cared for.
I'm receiving photo after photo after photo of loris being used as beach photographers' props, mainly in Turkey right now, but also in the Russian Federation, and also, it's a native country, but in Thailand.
But for these 5, absolutely everything is being done to make sure they have all they need, and the excitement is building in what is the start of a whole new loris project for everyone at Monkey World. Breakfast time is always a highlight for the chimps, but today, Hananya's group of 19 are having breakfast with a twist. The primate care staff are filling the enclosure's empty pond with as much straw and dry leaves as they can. And rather than their usual varieties of fruit and veg, the team are putting whole limes among the leaves, as well as a scatter feed of seed and cereal. The chimps will have to hunt for their breakfast and track down this excellent source of vitamin C. The team are also placing a few extra limes around the rest of the enclosure to give the entire group a fair chance to get some breakfast. Not much gets past this gang. Chimps are highly intelligent, and they soon realise there's something very different about the previously empty pond. They make a beeline straight for it, and Johnny is particularly excited about what she might find. It doesn't take long to work out breakfast is buried among the leaves, and the group are soon busy foraging for food. Cherry has already purloined a handful. Even little Thelma drops in, keen to check what's on offer. Valerie's not bothered about seeds and nuts. She's nabbed 3 limes and is heading high to eat breakfast in peace. While Kiki decides the sanctuary of long grass is a safer bet to eat hers. Even low rankers like Arthur are allowed to join in, although he's always wary of what's going on around him. But in chimp society, there will always be squabbles, especially where there's food, and Evelyn puts Johnny in her place. Though for others like Marjolaine and Tootie, a hug and a kiss can settle matters just as easily. Even Hananya's gone quiet. It's a good form of enrichment and a great start to the chimp's day. At 3 years old, Thelma is the youngest chimp in the park. Daughter of Hananya and Cherry, she's loved by all the chimps in the group and has the run of their territory. But when it comes to food, it's generally every chimp for his or herself. As charming as Thelma is, she's not a baby anymore, and Arthur's not giving up his breakfast for anyone. So she goes back to doing what she likes best, having fun. The youngster loves playing with and chasing all the adults in the group, and they all indulge her. But Mum Cherry is always around just to keep an eye out and provide a hug. With breakfast almost over, there's work to be done. Some, like Evelyn, Simon and Valerie, are on patrol, with Cherry and Thelma now bringing up the rear. Shamak is checking the boundary in his own unique way, while Hananya keeps a wary eye on events. But some of the girls have had enough for one morning. Peggy is off to make her nest, while Trudy and Kiki are doing their best to wrap up warm from the cold, ready for a mid-morning nap. And the boss of the group, well, he's still munching. A leader needs to keep his strength up. "6,000 miles away and half an hour outside the bustle of Hong Kong City, at Kadoorie Farm and Botanic Gardens Rescue Centre, 5 Bengal slow loris are preparing to leave their home to begin a new life in the UK. Monkey World is going to act as a quarantine centre for the 3 male and 2 female loris before they head to their new permanent home at the Sheldon Wildlife Trust in Devon.
Pleased to have found a good placement solution for these animals, and Monkey World are going to be a critical partner in this exchange. They'll be receiving the animals and quarantining them and helping to move them on eventually to their final homes in the Sheldon Wildlife Trust. It's a great thing that we can manage to find a partnership like this. We've worked hard for years to find this placement. I really hope this one is a successful placement.
The 5 slow loris arrived at the centre via different routes, either confiscated by the authorities or surrendered to local animal welfare officers. They've all been stolen from the wild by black market traders, but no one is sure of their origin.
Illegal trade is clandestine, it's hidden, so we can't be exactly sure where they're coming from, but the most likely source countries are going to be Vietnam, Cambodia, maybe northern Thailand, some of them possibly that reach Hong Kong coming from a bit further south, possibly coming from Indonesia. So by the time they reach somewhere like our rescue centre, they've been through an arduous journey and a lot of stress. That means when we get them here, many of them are actually in pretty poor condition.
The Rescue and Conservation Centre has been running for more than 20 years, and in that time has taken in over 60 loris.
Yeah, the gums are good, the teeth are nice and clean. Okay, the heart is very good.
Today, the vet has been called in for a final health check, clearing the loris as fit to fly.
The animal seems to be in perfect condition to go back to the UK.
Next test is the shipping crate.
Oh, she went quiet there. Straight on the pole, look.
That went well. After such a bad start in life, Paul is determined that all the loris will be as safe and comfortable as possible for the long journey ahead of them.
She's using the grab rail. Looks like it's working anyway. She's taken to the resting shelf really well and used that grab rail as she went in, so that's just perfect. Planning for this transfer has been sort of afoot for probably now up to 2 years, so we really hope that the final stage, the shipment, the movement, the transfer, the quarantine, all goes well, and that the animals arrive safely and comfortably without too much stress at the other end.
It'll take more than 24 hours to fly the 5 loris 6,000 miles to start their brand new lives in the UK and help secure a future for individuals stolen from the wild. Today on Monkey Life. It's close to journey's end for a special air delivery as Alison goes to collect a group of 5 loris, all the way from Hong Kong.
Hey guys, oh look at you, pole dancer.
Plus, anxious moments at the park's hospital as the team investigate what could be causing problems for Capuchin Tao.
I don't see much difference there.
And after a breakfast feast at the Orangs, Gordon shows off his skills on the high wire. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I think this one's a little boy, and I think that that one over there might be an older lady.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. It's cold, dark, and very early as Park Director Alison arrives at London Heathrow's Animal Reception Centre. She's made the 100-mile journey from Dorset to collect 5 slow loris who've been flown all the way from a rescue sanctuary in Hong Kong.
Good morning. You all right? How are you? Yeah, fine, thanks. Good.
They haven't arrived yet.
And
Not
hoping.
very excited.
Okay.
No, they're still over in the sheds. They're waiting for the driver to go and pick them up.
Okay.
Plane's landed. The loris are definitely on board, but they haven't made it around to the reception center yet. So now it's just a very exciting waiting game because I've got my pass and the doors are opening and hopefully the loris will be here shortly so I can just look in and see that they're all fit and well. But exciting time.
This transfer is the culmination of almost 2 years of planning and hard work by all involved. The loris, 3 males and 2 females, are part of a collaboration between Monkey World and Sheldon Wildlife Trust in Devon. Sheldon have looked after a number of loris and recently rehomed Boo, the slow loris Alison rescued from the Maldives 2 years ago. Nick Dunn from the Trust has also come along to see the loris arrive.
We don't have any facilities for quarantine, so I've contacted Alison previously, obviously when we had the situation with Boo in the Maldives, and knowing the history at Monkey World and what they do so well, we were able to work together in getting these animals out of the situations that they were in, into quarantine at Monkey World, and then out to us at Sheldon, where they will live for the rest of their lives as a breeding group, or breeding pairs, anyway, yeah.
They're fit and healthy. And,
yeah. They look fantastic condition. They look really...
All 5 loris were stolen from the wild by black market traders before eventually being confiscated by the authorities in Hong Kong. Like most pet trade primates, initially the loris were in very poor condition, but they're now fit and healthy, thanks to the care staff at Kadori Farm, the rescue centre which looked after them there. These loris are a vulnerable species, so the hope is to pair up 2 of the males and females from the 5, and then the final male will join Boo.
It's worked out now that we have a good number of breeding pairs in the population to begin this breeding programme, really as a safety net population for the slow loris, and also so that we can improve husbandry and improve people's awareness about this amazing animal.
As daylight breaks, the wait is over.
This is it. Van's just rolled up. Drivers confirm. Got our Loris on board, all ready to go, and we'll get them into the reception centre, and then I can have a quick look.
Before the Loris can be released into Alison's care, the paperwork has to be completed. Then there's just time to give her new arrivals a quick look over.
You're a star. Thank you very much. All looking good, yeah. No, all 5 Loris look really good. Everybody's chosen different sleeping position. We have one clinging to a pole, one of the ladies clinging to a pole. The blokes are either sort of up on the shelf or down on the ground, but everybody's looking pretty relaxed and very nice. So now we just have to get them loaded up in the van and we're back to Dorset.
Hey guys, oh look at you, pole dancer.
At last, the Loris are given the all clear and loaded carefully into the van, ready for the final leg of their epic journey. In a few hours' time, these 5 little primates will arrive at Monkey World and start the next chapter of their lives. It's breakfast time over at Gordon's enclosure. Fruit is a big part of an orangutan's diet, and today it's oranges and pears. But the group are also going to get the added bonus of willow browse. To encourage them to be more active, the willow branches are being placed high up on the platforms by Jarno from the primate care team.
Why we put it up high is just basically so when they come out, they can have fun swinging around, and everybody, they like climbing around if there's food up high.
There are 4 adult orangutans in this group: Gordon and his 3 ladies, Amy, Xiao-Lan and Lucky. All of them appreciate a good variety of menu choice. Almost all the food eaten by orangs in the wild grows in treetops, so tasks like this help encourage natural behaviour. Lucky has made straight for the willow browse and looks around nervously for somewhere she can eat it in peace. Gordon goes for the lowdown option first. Orangutans have incredible hand dexterity, so he finds it easy getting to the fruit, although he's not so keen on the orange peel. Xiao-Lan, on the other hand, can't get enough of the willow. Amy has stripped her branch completely bare already. Gordon tries the browse, but he's really not impressed. All the more for Xiao-Lan, who quickly picks up Gordon's discarded branch. It means there's plenty too for agile Lucky. As the lowest ranker in the group, she needs to keep her distance or the others will bully her. Gordon's found more fruit, but this time he's had to make a little more effort to reach it. Amy's lost interest in today's delicacies and takes a moment to have a little nap instead. Food forgotten, Xiao-Lan is mesmerised by an unexpected visitor, a passing deer grazing nearby, who seems captivated by the hairy orange orangs. Having managed to consume plenty of breakfast up high, Lucky comes back down to earth. Just as Gordon burns some calories by showing off his balancing act. Pretty nifty when you weigh in at almost 100 kilos. After years of planning and preparation, a 6,000-mile, 24-hour journey is nearly complete for the Hong Kong Loris. To everyone's relief and excitement, they've arrived at the park.
Are you good?
Yeah, we're good to go. Karen's just put a bit of food in and then we're good.
Okay, why don't we all step inside? We'll leave them quiet for just a moment.
An unused section of the park's hospital has been converted into the new Loris complex. The team have thought of everything, even down to red lighting for these nocturnal creatures. The first big decision to make is deciding who goes where.
Males on one side, doesn't matter.
I don't think it matters particularly. You'll
At
get them
this
whistling
point.
to each other. I think the girls one side, the boys the other.
All 5 Loris have travelled in the same box, but in separate compartments. Identifying who's who, male or female, and in which compartment requires careful attention. Alison and Nick attempt to work it out.
There's a female, she's got quite dark markings.
We don't know who we eventually want to mix with who. So what we're going to do is put the ladies on this side, and then we have to shuffle the box backwards and forwards to decant the right individual to the right cage. So it's a case of matching up all of the information to get them into the right cage here at the house. Yeah, keep going.
Yep.
You're good. Oh, there you were awake. Hey, mister.
But the next task of enticing the loris out of the safety of their box proves rather challenging.
Loris aren't the easiest things to work with insofar as handling. They are really, really tough little things. They're a little bit like wombats. They're really strong, muscly creatures, and they've also got these amazing capillaries in their hands, which means that they can hang onto a branch for dear life, even when they go into torpor in the winter. So if their whole body really shuts down, that grip is still vice-like, and they can just hang onto a branch for days and days and days on end. And when you're trying to move a loris and it's holding onto something like that, the loris is always going to win.
We could go red light and see if it helps.
By turning on the red lamps, Alison hopes the darkness will help to settle the naturally nocturnal loris. However, it's a battle of wills, and Alison is losing.
Who's going to let go first?
It will be.
You think it'll be me?
After 20 minutes of gentle persuasion, the first of the loris is brave enough to check out their new home.
Well done.
That's a big loris.
Yeah, see what I managed to get the first one out. Jeremy's undoing the screws for the second one, and we'll try it from a different approach this time. Hopefully it'll be a bit gentler and quicker, because last thing we want to do is stress these guys after such a long journey. But 1 down, 4 to go.
The red lighting seems to have done the trick. The remaining 4 are a lot quicker to come out, and all seem calm and relaxed, and eager to explore their new surroundings.
It's really difficult to tell with loris anything. It's really difficult to tell what sex they are, it's really difficult to tell how old they are, it's really difficult to tell what kind of loris they are. But what's not too difficult is to find out whether a loris is happy or not. It's sometimes pretty easy. And all of those 5 loris just look like they're settling in well. They've obviously had a really traumatic trip, and now they're in somewhere new. They're in a completely different environment to what they're used to, but they all seem to have settled in as best as we could expect.
Over the next few weeks, the team will monitor their individual behaviour and temperaments, work out names, and decide who can be paired with who. It's hoped one day these special loris will successfully breed and help to secure the future of their species. But for now, they can relax and explore their new surroundings. At the park, there are 5 Capuchin groups. 3 of these South and Central American primate troops are based at the Capuchin complex. Today, Franco's gang are in for a rare treat. It's one of their favourites, rose hips. Because the fruit is seasonal, the Capuchins don't get them very often. It's rich in vitamin C, very sweet, and has a tangy orangey red skin, which helps keep the clever Capuchins busy.
Franco's group is probably the youngest one that we've got within the park. It's got quite an even distribution of males and females. They're definitely the most energetic, they're up for anything, they're just great to watch.
Franco became the leader of the group when he ousted his brother Winslow last year. He's well liked by everyone, and of course, he gets first pickings of the tasty treats. Fabian, another of the dominant males in the group, mimics wild Capuchin behaviour by banging his rosehip on the wooden platform to get at the seeds more easily. Whereas impatient Felipe just uses his razor-sharp teeth to tear into the succulent flesh.
The rose hips are quite seedy. It's something they don't get very often, so you'll find them picking them apart to have a good look at what's inside before they just eat it all in one go. Some of them will chew the fruit and then spit the seeds out, or some of them will rub them or squash them to separate the fruit from the seeds. So it's interesting to see that different type of feeding behaviour from them.
William's preference is definitely for the seeds. He carefully picks them out to eat before the skin. High-ranking female Elisa favours the rosehip's skin and eagerly devours the seedless leftovers. But not everyone has a liking for rosehips. Lucy would rather spend her time and energy foraging for tasty bugs and worms in the grass. Some of the rose hips are in challenging locations, but Capuchins have excellent colour vision and Olive easily spots the bright red fruit. She manages to collect it without even getting her toes wet.
Capuchins aren't hugely fond of the water, but if there's food in there, they venture over. It makes them work a little bit more for their food, and it's something different for them as well. During the feeding, the group was really nice and calm, which is really great to see from these guys, because you do see a bit of squabbling, a bit of competition over the food, but actually when the rose hips went in, we didn't have that today. They all just ambled about and they all just took their turn at feeding, so that's great for the group.
At the Stumptailed macaques enclosure, the 8 ugly monkeys, as they're affectionately known, also have a seasonal treat in store. Steph is putting out pumpkins as a form of enrichment to brighten up their day. But in addition, she's hoping it'll motivate the stumpies to get moving.
The stumpies are basically built for sitting. They have those big sitting pads on their bums and they like to sit on them and just basically forage in the area around where they're sitting. So it can be a challenge to get them up and get them active, and especially with some of our slightly heavier guys, it's nice to get them kind of up and moving. So yeah, anything we can put out into the outside enclosure is a really good enrichment.
The group are getting on in age. All are over 20 years old. The eldest is Flo. She arrived at the park 3 years ago from a rescue centre in Munich. Being the lowest ranking member of the group, she's often let out in advance of the others to give her first pickings before the high-ranking, more dominant members take control.
She's a smart girl. She knows when the food's out. She has to take what she can while she can and then steer clear while the dominants are having their share.
With Flo eating happily, the rest of the group are let loose. For the moment, dominant male Sam is more interested in rolling the pumpkin than eating it. Low-ranking Charlie scoffs as much as she can, before moving out of Sylvie's way when she decides to muscle in. Noreen can't get enough and makes the most of having one to herself.
Everything's all about the food for these guys. They're very, very greedy. They eat at any opportunity, and they're natural foragers, so any time they think they can get some food, that's what they'll spend their time doing. And they've got nice, sharp, powerful teeth, so they'll use those to chew into anything a bit tougher. So it's really great to see Charlie using her teeth to really get going on the pumpkin, really get into it. She looked like she was having quite a good time today.
But for some, the interest in the bright orange pumpkins is starting to wane. So to keep them happy and on the move, Steph throws in sliced oranges and lemons. Sylvie shows surprising agility to reach this new citrus treat. While leader Sam is intent on cramming in as much as he can. Stumpies are great hoarders. They have big cheek pouches enabling them to store large amounts of food to eat later while on the move.
It's a really sort of efficient tactic, particularly for the lower-ranking individuals. If they see something nice and the dominant guys haven't spotted it yet, it can just go straight into the cheek pouch, and nobody knows what you've got sitting in there, and you can eat it later at your leisure.
High-ranking Noreen has stayed put, still very taken with her pumpkin. While low-ranking Charlie has secured a piece for later.
They're never going to be the most friendly, they're never going to want cuddles and love or anything like that, but that actually gives them a certain kind of charm. You know, they are the grumpy monkeys and they have a lot of character and a lot of attitude, and I really like that about them.
Down at the Capuchin complex, Tao's group are enjoying a little bit of R&R. He's the leader of a troop of 18, and he's backed up by his number 2, Bruce. The rest of the bunch are all females.
Tao is adored by all these girls. They love him. He's always been followed by a little group of females. It's often known as the Tao train, really, because he has Tao plus a gang of girls going everywhere behind him. Bruce very much accepts that Tao is in charge of everything, and yeah, the group works very well in that respect.
Tao has been at the park since 2011. He was rescued from a house in Slovenia, where he'd been kept as a pet in the basement for 6 years.
Okay, here's a Tao.
Hello, my boy. Now, Tao. Here we go.
His condition at the time was extremely poor. He was undernourished and had no muscle tone or strength due to lack of exercise. More worryingly, his skeleton was badly deformed, caused by a bad diet and lack of vitamin D from natural sunlight, crucial for growth in capuchins.
We have some friends for you.
Yes.
He'd like that.
You will have a good time, though.
Yeah.
Jeremy was right. He has thrived at the park and is adored by his entourage. Although Tao's muscle mass and bones are much improved, his spine will always be deformed. This hasn't stopped him living a full and happy life. But just recently, something has changed.
Tao appears to be quite lame, particularly on his back right leg. Now, obviously, because of his history and since he arrived, Tao has always had limited mobility. So we just want to try and get to the bottom of what's been going on with Tao, and particularly with his history, to make sure we can sort of treat it if possible and sort of get him back to his old self.
Today, the team are going to investigate what's causing Tao's problems. He's sedated, placed in a travel crate, and taken to the park's hospital for a checkup. Local vet Dave Harding has been called in. He's going to have to work quickly, as Tao's only been given a light anaesthetic. Dave is taking a series of x-rays, which he can compare with some taken about 4 years ago. Any significant change or degeneration in Tao's spinal condition should stand out.
That's fused there, but I mean, that's minimal. And it's exactly the same. I don't see much difference there. OK, let's try and do the other view.
Dave wants to take another x-ray from a different angle. It's not easy. The severe deformity of Tao's spine makes it awkward to get him into a secure and safe position. But this x-ray doesn't shed any light on why Tao is struggling either. It's not bad news, but with no explanation for Tao's deterioration, Dave wants a second opinion.
What we'll probably do is get these x-rays sent off to some human counterparts who they'll perhaps give us some insight into it. The long and the short of it is that it's unlikely that anything short of major surgery is going to be beneficial here, and that's not something that we would usually contend with in a patient like this, just because of the aftercare involved.
Despite his appearance, Tao is quite young, and the team are anxious to get to the bottom of his condition. In the meantime, he'll need to be carefully managed and monitored. And back at the Capuchin complex, his group of 16 adoring girls will be happy to spoil him too. Today on Monkey Life, Orangutan Lucky is moving home.
Oh, that's not good. That's definitely in recovery. Let's get her up, that's the best thing.
Young woolly Lucas is causing concern.
There's no damage in the joint itself. I don't know what's going on.
And little Thelma is up to her usual tricks, keeping the grown-ups on their toes. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
We've really done everything we can to make her journey as smooth as possible.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. At the orangutan enclosure, the team are preparing for a busy day with Gordon's group, and one female in particular. For the last 2 years, Lucky has been living with the young alpha male and 2 other females, Amy and Xiao-Lan. Amy can be quite bossy, which is good for the group because it helps keep Gordon in line. Xiao-Lan is also a feisty character. As a result, quiet-natured Lucky has found herself increasingly pushed out. In captivity, getting the dynamic right in a group of orangutans is not always easy. The team have decided it's time for the low-ranking female to try her luck with a new family. Youngsters Jolie and Linga recently left the park for a new home in Spain, which means there's now room in Duane's group.
He's a pretty relaxed older male, Roro and Arme in there, and so we're just going to see if that works better. It is difficult with female orangutans because obviously in the wild they're solitary, so trying to get a duo or trio of females that work well together is tricky, and things change, so we're going to see if the dynamic of her with the 2 females at Duane's will work better. Fingers crossed, no guarantees, but it's worth a shot.
For Lucky, this could be like returning home. She's lived with Duane and Roro before.
She certainly has been relaxed around Duane in the past. She obviously knows Roro, and over the years we have swapped our females orangutans around, you know, and sometimes a certain individual is dominant and then in a different context they'll be subordinate. So it's just seeing whether this dynamic would work better.
It's a short journey between groups, so Lucky will only need a light sedation. At the park, most of the larger primates are trained to accept a hand injection, and she's no exception.
Hey, come in.
Jarno from the primate care team successfully encourages Lucky to present her shoulder and administers the anaesthetic. Specialist vet John Lewis is on hand to check her every step of the way.
Lucky's had her pre-med, which has made her dozy and a bit weird, to be honest. But she's fine, a little bit more tractable. And she's just had the anaesthetic injection, so we're just waiting for it to go down. And then we take some bloods, run the blood profile, and move her into the box. Oh, we're going to weigh her as well. So.
The anaesthetic has taken effect, so the team quickly carry Lucky out of the bedroom and onto the scales.
43.3. She has gained.
But there's a problem. As they move her into the travelling crate, Lucky starts to bring up some liquid. John immediately steps in to check her over.
Oh, that's not good. That's definitely in recovery. Let's get her up, that's the best thing.
John's concerned. If Lucky keeps regurgitating under anaesthetic while travelling, she might choke.
Stay there. Atipamazole? Atipamazole?
He takes no chances and administers a wake-up drug to bring Lucky round.
Right, Stacey, we need all the kit. I'd go, because she has had it.
With Lucky starting to come to, the team need to act fast and move her to Duane's bedrooms as quickly as possible so she doesn't become distressed.
Come on, get up with it, because she'll be... Yeah.
Lucky is now alert, which means they can't carry her into the bedroom. Time for plan B. It's not ideal, but the team will now have to secure the crate onto one of the slides in the bedroom and entice her out.
It's awkward this end. We have to strap the crate onto that entrance, get her to move out of the crate. But I'd rather do that than have an animal which might be in trouble as a result of the anaesthetic.
Fortunately, a rather groggy Lucky doesn't need any persuasion and slowly makes her way into her new home.
We've put the other animals outside just for the moment. We'll probably let her settle for a bit and get back to her normal self, maybe have a bit to eat and drink, and then perhaps bring the other guys with access inside so she can see them again. She obviously hasn't seen Duane for a while, so I'm sure she'll enjoy that.
After a rough start to the day, Lucky makes herself at home and opts for a nap. In the days to come, she can look forward to seeing her old friends, Duane and Roro. "30 years ago, park director Alison's late husband, Jim Cronin, founded Monkey World. realizing his dream by opening a sanctuary for abused and neglected primates. Back in 1987, the park first opened its doors with just 9 chimpanzees, all of whom had previously been used as photographers' props on the beaches in Spain. Their excitement and delight was plain to see. It's hard to believe that 3 decades later, the park is now home to more than 250 primates.
It's simply amazing. This is our 30th year, and it's just hard to believe that, you know, what started out as one man's dream, a little pipe dream, sort of like Field of Dreams. You build it and they will come. And it's a bit of a mixed bag of emotions. Really happy and pleased. The park is a wonderful place. I love working here, love helping as many animals as we can, but how tragic that we're doing all of this and that this is our occupation. Really pleased to know that the pursuit and the dream's carrying on. Desperately sad that he's not here with us, but the park's a wonderful place and we will continue.
Of the original 9 chimps, 8 are still alive, and 6 of them live together in Paddy's group. Along with leader Paddy, there's Buster, Mickey, Cindy, Beth, and Zoe. Incredibly, Paddy has been leader since the beginning. His 30-year reign has been a testament to his popularity and strength. But in recent years, he's slowed down a lot, although the group remains stable. Paddy and all the original arrivals are now nearing their 40s, quite old for chimps, and are held in great affection by everyone at the park.
The group's growing up and actually growing old now, and we have to start planning ahead for their geriatric years, and that means not just looking after them today, but tomorrow, next week, and on into the future, because they're getting old.
The primate care team at Monkey World go to great lengths to keep all their charges in tip-top condition. The oldies in Paddy's group get extra supplements. Just like humans, a little added nutrition in their diet can help keep them healthy and boost their immune systems.
They're getting cod liver oil, evening primrose oil and vitamin C. And then the bonio is just a little treat for them taking their bits so well. So they get these once a day, and they get them every day.
Good girl.
Okay. The supplements are really important for the chimps. Obviously, they're not meds that are going to cure any conditions, but it's really important for us to give them every opportunity possible to make sure they are healthy and they have got everything they need. It's not just about the mental health, it's also about making sure they're physically healthy. And for the older guys, that is really important.
Open. We see those old lady teeth. Wider.
Kate is taking the opportunity to check Cindy's teeth. She's one of the 9 original chimps that came to the park in 1987.
A lot of the older guys in Paddy's group, as it's the oldest group we have, if you look at their teeth, not only are they kind of worn down now over the years, they've got sort of closer and closer to the gum. You can see a lot more staining, but interestingly enough, some of the very first chimps, or some that are now approaching nearly 40, you can see some nutritional ridges, particularly some around their canines where they've obviously some of it's worn away. You can kind of see how they would have been fed an inappropriate diet in their life before they came to Monkey World.
And it's not just the older chimps who need to have dental checkups.
So this is Bart, so he's nearly 10, and he's our youngest chimp in here. So obviously we keep an eye on his teeth for different reasons. He's got his canines just pushing through his gums now, so we just want to keep an eye on those and make sure they come in through okay.
But ageing leader Paddy likes to do things in his own time. He's making the most of the peace and quiet and relaxing outside. He'll pop in for his supplements later. It's a warm autumn afternoon at the park, and at Hananya's enclosure, the chimps are relaxing and making the most of the sunny weather. But one member of the group is always on the go, no matter the weather, and that's little Thelma. While the others are snoozing or grooming, 3-year-old Thelma is just a bundle of tiny energy. All she wants to do is have fun. The high hoses and platforms don't faze her at all. For her age, she's agile, strong, and super confident. She's every inch her father's daughter. Although she does occasionally get it a little wrong. Her enthusiasm is hard to resist, and her many adoring uncles and aunts are happy to give up a nap to play with her. And she makes the most of it, getting a piggyback from Peggy, putting Shamak through his paces as they play keepy-uppy, or giving doting Simon the runaround. Play is really important for young chimps. It helps them learn about new things, develop social relationships, and become strong. And it's paying off for Thelma. She's one full-on, fun-packed bundle of energy. The warm afternoon is further livened up by the arrival of the care team with a cooling treat: ice lollies. There are a few greedy guzzlers in this group. Step forward Shamak and Arthur, both determined to have more than their fair share. Thelma arrives on the scene with the help of Jess, but as much as he loves her, Simon doesn't share. But quick as you like, Thelma scoops up an ice from under Mum Cherry's nose. Tootie shows she's got this licked, carefully peeling away the wrapper before sucking the tasty lolly. No surprise, Thelma's eating hers on the go. And like all good children, at the end of the day, it's important she cleans her teeth. Across at the woolly monkey enclosures, there's good news, bad news, and no news for the primate care staff who look after the three groups of woolies. Mum-to-be Paquita is still keeping everyone guessing on the unexpected arrival of her new baby. Staff discovered a few weeks ago she was pregnant. This is her 6th pregnancy, and guessing the big day has always been tricky with Paquita. So with no news yet, it's a case of patience and daily checks.
In herself, Paquita's doing really well. She certainly looks a lot bigger, and she also looks quite uncomfortable at times when she's moving around, obviously because she's carrying this extra weight with her. But in general, her health is really good. She's eating and drinking a lot. So far, everything's looking really positive.
And there must be something in the air, because the good news is that in Paolo's group, the team are hopeful Pacaya might be expecting too.
A lot of it can be guesswork, but she is certainly showing signs that she could be pregnant. Her stomach area's got a lot larger and it's very solid to touch. She's drinking a lot more as well, and her moods and her hormones are a little bit all over the place at times. So we're really hopeful, fingers crossed, that she's also pregnant as well, because obviously any baby is just super important to the breeding programme.
But among all this happy news, sadly there's some bad news too. Everyone is worried about Paquita's son, Lucas. For the past few weeks, staff have noticed the 2-year-old has been struggling to use his right leg. They've done everything they can, but Lucas doesn't seem to be getting any better. Normally, he's one of the most adventurous woolies in the park and loves having energetic play sessions with fellow youngster in the house, Xavi. Seeing Lucas so quiet and withdrawn is a big concern for the team.
How are you?
John Lewis and local vet Thesar Sastre have been called in to examine the young woolly. Hopefully they'll discover what's causing the problem.
He's just holding the knee flexed.
It's the first time Lucas has ever left the security of the woolly house and Mum Paquita, so he's been anaesthetised in his bedroom before being brought to the hospital. The team hope he'll remember very little of today's events. Woolly monkeys are prone to hypertension, so every effort is made to keep them calm. Vet Thesar feels the best chance of getting to the bottom of Lucas's problem is comparing the good leg with the one causing him difficulties. He's hoping any noticeable differences may reveal what's wrong.
And see if there's any external injuries, but...
It's puffy.
It's puffy there, yeah. Let's see. What has he got?
With no obvious difference, the next step is to X-ray the lower legs to check for fractures.
Okay, it's done.
The team stand by anxiously. A fracture would be really bad news for young Lucas.
Well, there's nothing I can see. So it's likely, I don't think this is a fracture, no. So it might be that we need to go further, yes. That's fine. Right, so let's go for the knee then.
With no apparent injury to the lower leg, next, Thesar checks from the knees upward. He wants to make sure there's nothing higher up in the leg causing the issue further down.
Now, the kneecap is in the right place. All the ligaments are fine, the cruciate, the collaterals, everything seems to be fine in the knee. That is absolutely fine. Okay.
Another series of X-rays on the upper legs and pelvis might finally shed some light on the problem.
And there's not even a fusion here either. There's no damage in the joint itself. There's not even an OCD lesion. I don't know what's going on.
The X-rays and physical examination have both drawn a blank.
We've progressed from ankle to knee to obviously the pelvis and the bones. They seem to be normal. So there's no major fractures. I think at the minute, the only thing that I can say is that I'm going to take these X-rays and have a look properly, but you know, I had a good look already and I cannot find anything that really worries me at this stage. It's a matter of time, I guess.
The team have done all they can for now. Lucas will return to his family, and all they can hope is that in the coming days and weeks, he'll get better and return to his normal, happy self. Over at the squirrel monkey enclosure, to brighten up their day, Karen from the primate care team is putting out some pretty camellia flowers as a tasty seasonal treat. This group consists of 6 in total. There's Saki monkeys, Jethro and his female companion Chloe, and 4 squirrel monkeys. 8-year-old Charlie is the youngest and the only boy. Then there's 12-year-old Azzy, and finally the 2 old ladies, Topsy and Turvy, who are around 32 years old. Squirrel monkeys originate in the tropical forests of Central and South America, but all the squirrel monkeys at the park were rescued from the British pet trade.
Come on then!
Their diet consists mainly of insects and fruit, but they're also partial to seeds, leaves, buds, and the occasional flowers. Like us, squirrel monkeys can recognize bright colors. These camellias also release a lovely fragrance. Turvy is straight in there and has a good dig around, prompting Topsy to get in on the action too. Charlie's more interested in the buds than the flowers, using his deft fingers to swiftly break them apart. Turvy is loving this special surprise as she digs deep for the pollen. While Topsy, although happy to watch, prefers to soak up the sun. 32 is really pretty old for a squirrel monkey, but both girls are remarkably agile for their age. Chloe checks the coast is clear and grabs herself a tasty bud to investigate. Jethro prefers his own company and takes the opportunity to watch from the sidelines as Chloe tucks in. Charlie's still feasting away. Being the youngest, he's often the most enthusiastic about anything new. Turvey reckons the bigger and brighter the camellias, the better. It seems they're more likely to attract the tastiest insects. Squirrel and Saki monkeys have really dexterous hands and fingers, similar to ours, which enables them to tear the camellias open very easily. Not only are the flowers nutritious and fragrant, they're also a good form of enrichment. The group have enjoyed their floral treat just as they might in the wild. Today on Monkey Life, a woolly bundle for Paco, but is it a son or daughter?
The baby's really active and wriggling. We've managed to have a look and we're pretty confident it's a little baby boy.
The slow lorists demonstrate just how they got their name when the team try to weigh them.
Yes, finally got him on the scales, just had to kind of lure him over a little bit.
And while there's good news for one woolly group, there's heartbreak for another. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
That's one been grabbed.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. For the last few weeks, staff have been anxiously monitoring not one, but two of the park's female woolly monkeys. Paquita and Paco are both pregnant. And as is common with woolly monkeys, their due dates are mostly guesswork. Earlier this week, when staff arrived to check on them, the wait was over for one of the expectant mums. Paco had given birth.
We're all really excited that we've got a new baby woolly monkey arrival. Each one here is really valuable to us, so it's a super exciting time for us. We have actually managed to sex this little baby already. We've managed to have a look and we're pretty confident it's a little baby boy.
This is Paco's second baby. Almost 2 years ago, she gave birth to daughter Oriana. As a first-time mum, it was all a bit new to her. But second time round, she seems to be pretty relaxed about motherhood.
Paco is kind of acting as business as usual, to be honest. She really enjoys her time outside in the enclosure, so it's not unusual for her to go out and enjoy morning sunshine and things like that. She's still finding the whole process quite tiring, so she's having a lot more naps throughout the day as well.
These first few days are crucial. Both mum and offspring are being closely monitored by the team, who are happy all the signs seem positive. It's important the new arrival is suckling well and has a good grip on mum's fur, particularly as Paco is still so active. This tightly curled tail is another good sign. The newborn youngster might be clinging onto mum, but his dad is another matter. No one's quite sure which alpha male is the father. Paolo is the dominant male and leader of the group, but the baby's birth date suggests Chippy is the dad. He was the previous dominant male, who then moved to take over another group that had recently lost its leader, Oasca. But whoever is the daddy, it seems this group are one big happy family. Sister Oriana has already shown some interest in the new arrival, but is still more taken up by playing with Yurima's son, Carlos, which gives Pacaya some space to look after her newborn. And leader Paolo seems to be taking this big change in his stride.
Paolo's been really, really good. He has certainly noticed that there's a new arrival there and has gone over and kind of sat near Pacaya and been very gentle and quiet around her. Seems to respect her. But to be honest, generally speaking, it's just business as usual for him, and he gets on and does his stuff and just leaves Pacaya be to get on with the baby.
With both wild and captive woolly numbers in serious decline, it's more important than ever that everything possible is done to protect this vulnerable species. Over at Duane's orangutan enclosure, female Lucky is about to meet Ame for the very first time since switching groups. She's already met Duane, the big male, and another female in the group, Roro. They had all lived together before, so it was no surprise that things went well. But meeting Ame will be a whole new ballgame. She's a very strong character and used to being top female in the group. They're kept apart in separate bedrooms, while Jeremy does his best to keep Duane occupied so he doesn't get too involved.
Come here, lovely girl. Your hand is so dry.
Jarno gives Ame a bit of extra TLC before the new girl joins her.
Give me your foot. I think after this you're gonna look beautiful.
Manicure finished, it's time for Ame to meet Lucky. Ame rushes straight in, but Lucky doesn't exactly greet her with open arms. Ame makes territorial calls to intimidate, but Lucky doesn't seem too concerned and stands her ground, even risking a quick hair pull.
Let them out.
Yeah, because I don't want Roro.
Jeremy decides the best option is for the pair to have access to the outside, where there's more space to maneuver if one of them wants to get out of the way.
Finger, love.
And it's not just Lucky and Ame going out. They have an audience, as Duane and Roro decide to join them. At first, the two ladies eye each other warily from a distance. With Duane watching, eventually, Ame comes across to the climbing frame, and Lucky moves down to greet her. It all seems amiable enough, but as Ame turns to head away, Lucky makes a grab for her. It's not overly aggressive, but she's definitely trying to assert her dominance over the other female. It's not what the team predicted.
Knowing Ame, she's a very independent, forceful, in a kind of passive-aggressive way, but she is a don't mess with her. You know, she can be very dominant, so I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, in a couple of months down the line, this is completely different.
For the next few days, staff will keep a close eye on the two girls. If tensions become too high, they might have to rethink the grouping. Life with the ladies is never straightforward. But with Duane around to keep order, things might quickly settle down. Life at the park is always evolving, as Alison and her team constantly evaluate the comfort and welfare of the 250-plus primates in their care. It's a non-stop, 24/7, 365 days a year program, assessing their diets and devising enrichment routines, looking after their health needs, and managing their social structures. Any change can have a huge impact on the individuals and their group. One of the biggest recent decisions has been to put 3 adolescent male golden-cheeked gibbons together to form the park's first ever bachelor gibbon group. 6-year-old Zach and Mikado and 5-year-old Tio had outgrown their family groups, and this seemed a good option.
Obviously, when we put these three boys together, there was the potential for an absolute disaster. We had no idea how it was actually going to work. And everybody is coexisting. They're occupying the same space, they're eating together, they're sleeping together, things like that. It's actually really quite positive, and they're all doing incredibly well.
Initially, Tio struggled. In the weeks following the move, he found adjusting to life in an all-male group a bit tough, frequently hiding while watching the other boys playing. Fast forward, and a few weeks later, it's clear Tio has not only found his confidence, but has a new best friend.
What we've actually seen, though, is that Zach has been a wonderful protector, and he's really taken Tio under his wing. He's really looking out for him. He spends a lot of time with him. He's really encouraged Tio into having a wild time with him. It's really lovely to see that really kind and gentle nature in Zach.
Unlike Zach and Tio, who were raised by their parents, Mikado had a rocky start in life. He was born in a zoo in France, but sadly his mother died when he was just a few weeks old. The team at Monkey World have a lot of experience hand-rearing primates and stepped in to help. The fact that the park had rescued a number of golden-cheeked gibbons meant that there was a female called Alex who could take over his care.
He's a very different character from the other two, and that is largely down to his start in life. What happens in the future, who knows? Mikado should grow up to be a big, sensible, strong boy.
For now, the three boys have settled well into their new life and seem content in their bachelor group. But the team know the best way forward is one step at a time.
Obviously, we'd like them to work and like them to stay together forever. But I mean, this is a very unusual setup, having the three boys together. It may work in the long term, it may not. We just have to obviously keep things fluid. There's always different possibilities, and we're always keeping our options open.
A few weeks ago, the park took in some rather unique new residents, 5 slow loris, who had travelled all the way from Hong Kong. They'd been stolen from the wild by black market traders and were found and confiscated by the authorities before they could be sold on. For the last few years, the loris have been rehabilitated and looked after by a Hong Kong rescue centre. Their move to the UK is part of a collaboration between Monkey World and the Sheldon Wildlife Trust in Devon. Originally from Southeast Asia, loris are nocturnal primates. The park have created a whole new complex, complete with red lighting, to house them during their quarantine period, before they move to Devon.
There's a massive learning curve for all of us because there's still a lot of research that needs to be done on lorises. Me personally, I haven't seen the male and female courting behaviour before, so it's been really, really exciting. And just to see that, I've just read about it before, so it's nice to see all these vocalisations happening and just really important behaviours.
Since arriving, 4 of the 5 have been paired up. Tina and Marley are sharing one bedroom, and Axel and Nikki another. That just leaves lonesome male Bruce, but it's hoped he'll be matched up pretty soon. When the loris arrived, they were all healthy, although a little overweight. Getting their diet correct can be tricky. Weighing them will give a good general indication of how they're doing. Today, Hannah's going to try and weigh Axel and Nikki, but slow loris are so named for a reason. Getting them onto the scales is no easy feat.
Go on, you two. Just look. Scales, you like the scales?
Axel is first to slowly make his way towards the scales. Hannah has the offer of favourite insect treats to try and encourage him. But it's a painfully slow process. This could be a long afternoon, not helped by the fact that Nikki's quite content to sit back and watch her mate go first. Time for plan B. Hannah puts gum and banana on the edge of the scales, in the hope the loris will sit down to eat long enough for her to get a correct reading.
Kind of need to get a weight on you, buddy.
He's closer, but trying to entice Axel onto the actual scale with a live locust is still a struggle.
This way.
Unfortunately, it's the locust who shows the loris how it's done, tucking into the banana and gum while Axel heads in the opposite direction.
Come on, then.
You have to go on it though. Don't cheat.
After what seems like an eternity, Axel finally makes his way onto the scales.
Well done, buddy. That's what we want to see. Just get yourself on a bit more. Oh, yes. Boom. Yes, finally got him on the scales. Just had to kind of lure him over a little bit so he'd get his other hand onto it. And once he's done that, he now weighs 1.93 kilos. It's a little bit on the podgy side. I need to check his other weights. I think he may have put on a little bit, so we'll see what we can do in terms of maybe putting him on a diet.
As for Nikki, she's seen enough and is heading off to a dark corner for a bit of shut-eye. The team will have to save her way in for another day. It's been a few weeks since Capuchin Tao was examined by the vet to assess his mobility issues. He's always struggled due to skeletal deformities from his previous life as a pet. But recently, things have got worse. Staff began to notice a dramatic change in how he manoeuvred around the enclosure, often limping and struggling to climb and jump. The results of the tests have left more questions than answers.
Tao's medical examination was a bit inconclusive, really, that there's a few things it could possibly be, but there was nothing really obvious with him. So since then, we've tried a sort of a variety of medications and supplements to try and find something that seems to work for him and just improve sort of his mobility a bit more and get him sort of moving a bit more comfortably than he has been.
As well as providing various pain relief, staff have modified Tao's enclosure, putting more ramps in areas he needs to access. Jumping is still really tricky for him, but the changes do seem to have helped.
He's definitely not as limping as much as he was. He still has bad days and good days, and particularly when it's cold and damp, we do notice he does do a lot more resting and he is a bit slower and stiffer. And nothing seems to stop him. He still goes about his business.
Tao is in a tough situation. As the dominant male, he has a significant job to do keeping the enclosure safe. And perhaps more importantly, there are 16 females to keep happy. He certainly has his hands full, and it can be exhausting, particularly when the more dominant girls like Babe and Debbie come into season. He's keen to follow them around the enclosure, and some, like Debbie, will insist on giving him the runaround. But the effort takes its toll on Tao, and he's often seen taking extended rests. At the moment, Tao seems happy enough with life as the dominant male, but at some point in the future, looking after his harem of ladies may become too much for him. For now, all the staff can do is keep an eye on him.
We're just monitoring Tao as we go on, sort of day by day, week by week, seeing how he responds to various treatments and things. We just want to make sure that he's comfortable, he's not suffering. He's doing very well at the moment, but we will obviously assess him as he goes.
Caring for the park's primates takes a lot of knowledge, hard work, and dedication. But it's rewarding work for the team. However, it can sometimes be upsetting too. Recently, woolly monkey Lucas underwent a thorough examination, including x-rays, after he appeared to lose the use of his right leg. But the vets couldn't find any obvious cause for the 2-year-old's health issues.
But Puffy. It's Puffy there, yeah. Let's see. What has he got?
Anxious about his welfare, the care team did their best to build up Lucas's strength.
Lucas! Here he is. Hi, buddy.
They closely monitored his general health,
Boy.
diet and hydration, and for a while he seemed to rally. He was still struggling with his right leg, but his demeanour changed and he seemed a lot perkier.
Over the past couple of days, he really seems to have turned a corner and just seems in a lot better condition in himself. Like his coat is looking less greasy and less spiky. He's certainly not himself by a long shot. He's not the lively youngster that we know, but he definitely seems to have turned a corner in a more positive way, which we're really pleased about.
But sadly, 2 days ago, the youngster suddenly took a turn for the worse. Almost overnight, his condition and mobility seriously deteriorated. Despite everyone's best efforts, it was time to make a really tough call regarding Lucas's future and quality of life. The team had to take the heartbreaking and incredibly hard decision to put the little woolly monkey to sleep.
We had no choice in the end but to call it. He was not doing well. Primate care staff went to every step they could take to help him progress and get better. But in the end, his condition just worsened, and it got so bad that really you just have to have a bit of strong courage in these things and call it a day. We had to help him and we had to put him to sleep.
It was later discovered young Lucas had an infected heart valve, which caused leakage around the valve and led to blood clots, cutting off the supply of blood to his leg. It was a huge loss to everyone at the park. The future for woolly monkeys is uncertain. In captivity, there are less than 40, and 18 of those are at Monkey World. In the wild, they're considered vulnerable for extinction, so every single woolly monkey counts.
The situation's dire. I don't know if woolly monkeys are going to survive the next 10 years in the world, or whether the handful of woolly monkeys that we have here at the park in 3 different groups are going to be the last ones on the planet that you can see outside of the wild. I'm not sure, but it's not looking great. We do our best. We continue to try and breed them. It's the only species that we're actually breeding here at the park for that very reason. One of those sad days. Right now, it's back to Chippy's group and making sure that everybody is fit and healthy in there, and making sure that Paquita's okay, because she's now lost her son. And tomorrow's another day, and we'll try and do our best.
Managing this precious species is a huge responsibility and an ongoing task for all concerned, and little Lucas's loss was a blow to the Monkey World team. Today on Monkey Life, Jeremy heads to Belgium to collect 2 new stumpies.
He's a sweetheart, he is, isn't he? He's lovely. And you are as well. He says, no, I'm not. He says, I'm tough.
The team get ready to say farewell to 2 much-loved gibbons.
It will be an emotional thing to actually walk away and say goodbye to them, but they've got a fantastic future ahead of them.
And young chimp Thelma gets the brush off. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
This is going to be the first day that they've ever stepped outside, ever, in their lifetime.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. It's an early start for animal director Jeremy. He's on his way to Folkestone to catch the Eurotunnel to Belgium, where he's going to meet 2 new primates looking for a home. An animal rescue centre there contacted Alison a while ago about 2 male stump-tailed macaques they needed to rehome. The team at Monkey World have a wealth of knowledge and experience of stumpies, so Alison agreed the 2 males could join the park's resident group of 8. After a quick journey across the channel, Jeremy and Alan arrive as the sun comes up over the Belgian countryside.
There's Toto, who I've got a photo of here, who's an elderly, he's not quite so old, but he's a splendid looking beast. And he's originally from Split Zoo, which closed down, and he's now living in this rescue centre. And there is another more elderly gentleman who is more comparable with the old guys we've got at home, who was originally rescued with a female, and the female has now since passed away. And so he is also on his way to come and live with us.
The 2 male stumpies are being cared for at this animal centre just outside the town of Genk.
Nice to meet you. I'm Niels.
Hello, I'm Jeremy.
Hi.
Hello, how are you doing?
Pleasant trip, yeah?
Yeah, it's all good.
Oh, well. The traffic around Brussels. Yeah, it's that's every day. So it's no coincidence, yeah.
The centre was set up to rescue and rehabilitate sick and injured wild animals and gives temporary shelter to many exotic species, rescued or confiscated by local government services. Their aim is to then place them in reputable zoos and animal parks around Europe.
Okay.
There they are. Well, this one hasn't a name, and this one is Toto. Some caretakers just call him Freddy. I don't know why, but it's a name that sticks, I think.
The Belgian centre doesn't have the facilities or expertise to introduce these macaques to one another, so for now they're living apart, but within sight of each other.
These males are now ready for a movement to Monkey World in Dorset. And we're very happy because they've been here with us like a year and a half. And now they're fully healthy, fit, and ready to leave. They need to go for us to take more animals and for them to get a permanent and better home.
You're a sweetheart, you are, aren't you? It's a good boy.
When does he go in your Well, they're both my age as well. They're both 25 years old.
Okay.
We're born in the same year, so...
All right. He looks older.
Yeah.
No, sorry, he looks older, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a little ragged. And,
Yeah. He's a sweetheart, he is, isn't he? He's lovely. And you are as well. He says, no, I'm not. He says, I'm tough. He says, I'm not a sweetheart. Do they show aggression through the mesh, or...?
No, not at all, not at all. The first time we put them together, because this one was already inside and this one was in another enclosure, and we would put them together, they were investigating each other, and quickly we've noticed that they will tolerate each other. Okay. We don't know what the reaction will be when they're really close together, but none of our other animal keepers never encountered that.
That's really useful to know that. It's also very reassuring. That can be a very great value to them when they, when they move home.
When they first encounter other
move house
individuals,
and meet some other grumpy monkeys as well.
Yeah.
Seeing the 2 stumpies close up has left a good first impression on Jeremy.
I think they're fantastic, very, very positive. They're obviously in very good condition, and they're very relaxed. And there's no problem with us being here. They're not having negative reactions to seeing new people. So that's all good.
Jeremy plans to spend the rest of the day observing and getting to know the 2 macaques, Toto and the newly nicknamed Freddy. Early tomorrow morning, he hopes to encourage them into travel boxes so they can head back across the channel to their new home at Monkey World. The park thrives on family life, although not always in the conventional sense. Building relationships with others is often the key to a happy life for the primate residents. But change is part of family life too, and that can also be beneficial for the apes and monkeys the team care for. Youngsters grow up and move on to start their own families, and those left behind form new groups and relationships. In recent years, golden-cheeked gibbons Kim and Tien were united in their own enclosure and have since become a loving, devoted pair. And a few months ago, male orangutan Kai, together with Linga and Jolie, moved as a breeding group to start a new family together in Spain. Now it's time for 2 more primates to move on. 7-year-old Mikado, currently living in the park's first ever bachelor gibbon group, is going to be paired with 8-year-old Tia Nang. Tia Nang, meaning ray of sunshine, was born at the park in 2009 to mum Peanut and dad Peng Yo.
Mikado and Tia Nang have been chosen as a pair bond because, one, they're completely unrelated. You know, Tia Nang's parents both come from the wild. They're totally unrelated to any of the other captive populations. Mikado has no connection whatsoever to her, and they're of the perfect age. Right now, at 7 and 8 years old, they are absolutely ideal to just, you know, go out and start their life together. This is the time that normally young gibbons would be just leaving home and finding that partner in a wild environment. So it's the perfect time for them. It's the ideal opportunity. And on paper, they should be a perfect match.
The couple are to move to a wildlife park in France and live in a brand new complex built just for them. The French park contacted Alison because they were developing the new gibbon habitat and knew that Monkey World had golden cheeks to rehome. Over the years, the team has rescued golden-cheeked gibbons from many different circumstances and has also had some born at the park. If Mikado and Tia Nang are successful, it will be down to Tia Nang's wonderful upbringing.
Obviously, having 2 very strong, fit, healthy parents who've got a pair bond, you know, she's watched how her mother has interacted with her father. She's also watched how her mother has actually reared another child as well, which is really crucial for Tia Nang. She had that relationship herself with her mum. She also saw her mum with her little brother. So that is a fantastic thing for Tia Nang that she can take into her future. If her and Mikado do actually, you know, succeed and create a baby, then when that baby comes along, Tia Nang should know what to do because she saw her mum do it.
Mikado had a vastly different upbringing. He was born in a zoo in France, but when his mum sadly passed away soon after his birth, he came to Monkey World to be hand-reared as an orphan infant. Later, he moved in with elderly one-armed gibbon Alex, who acted as a surrogate mum, until he moved in with the bachelor boys quite recently. He's never experienced a proper family life with parents and siblings, so for him, this is going to be a completely new and challenging experience. At the moment, the 2 gibbons are still living in their respective groups. Rather than introducing them here at the park, with all the stress and pressure that may entail, the pair will travel in separate boxes and will meet once they arrive in France. For Kat, this will be a very emotional time.
When you work with the guys and you've known them from tiny little babies, obviously you build a relationship with them and you have a lot of interactions with them, and they're part of our life on every single day. And it will be an emotional thing to actually walk away and say goodbye to them, but they've got a fantastic future ahead of them. It's also a very exciting opportunity for them.
But for now, they still have a few weeks to enjoy being with their friends and families. Mikado with the boys, and Tia Nang with her parents, Peanut and Peng Yo. At the park, the primate care team are busy getting bedrooms ready for the new arrivals. Stumpies Toto and Freddy will move in as soon as they arrive and stay until they're ready to merge with the rest of the group.
We need to fill the water bowls up.
When they settle down, the staff will begin introductions to the 8 resident Stumptailed macaques.
I'm just putting up a bit of browse to make it look nice and green. They can eat it, but also just kind of provide some visual barriers from our guys. We have 8 Stumptailed macaques here at the park already. They're going to be very interested in these new guys. So it's just a way of slightly disguising the other monkeys. Obviously, they're still going to see them. They can move this if they want to, but it's just to help them out a little bit, help them settle in a bit.
Apart from Flo, who came from a Munich rescue centre, All the current group of macaques are former British laboratory animals, most of whom came from a site in Scotland in 2010. As lab animals, they were kept in a confined area with minimal space to move around. Their lack of essential exercise, combined with a poor diet, meant that they were all seriously overweight when they arrived at the park. They all had large bellies and sagging skin. But 7 years on, the group are a lot healthier, although still with saggy skin. Meeting 2 new housemates, particularly males, may invigorate the group and will certainly prove interesting.
It will be nice to have a bigger group again. Our guys are particularly grumpy stumpies. We don't know whether that's because of their background. They're all lab animals, apart from Flo. So whether they like people less because of that, we're not really sure. So introductions may be difficult. There may be testing. It's 2 new boys come in. We currently have 2 males in this group. So it's probably going to be a long, slow, drawn-out introduction process. But as we learn about the new ones and their temperament, we'll have an idea of who we think we can best put with them sooner rather than later.
While they're waiting for the newbies to arrive, the Stumpies are getting a change of menu. A healthy snack of celery. As part of their carefully controlled diet, celery's perfect for the slightly larger members of the group because it's very low in calories. The team have been really successful at reducing the majority of the group's weight, but it's a little trickier with some of the higher-ranking members, such as Noreen and Kelly, who often help themselves to more than their fair share. Leader Sam seems to have developed a real taste for this low-calorie meal. And Charlie's really making short work of it too. Noreen, on the left, is happy to sit with Sam as she tries to store as much as she can inside her cheek pouches for later. But low-ranker Flo has to watch and bide her time, while the more dominant members of the group tuck in first.
The Stumpies have a fairly similar kind of hierarchy to as wild Stumpies would have. So we've got dominant male, which is Sam. He kind of inherited his position rather than having to fight for it, whereas we lost some of the older boys over the years. He's kind of become the top dog. So we do see that typical male-dominated hierarchy, and the girls do have the very set hierarchy amongst themselves as well. So it's going to be interesting seeing how that kind of affects the boys' positions in the group and where the new boys will fit in.
It won't be long before the Stumpies discover they'll be sharing their food with 2 more of their own kind, Toto and Freddy. But until the introductions are done, no one's sure who'll be first to the food then. It's mealtime at Hananya's enclosure. The chimpanzee's diet consists mainly of fresh fruit and vegetables, and today, thanks to a large donation, they're getting whole, round courgettes. To provide a bit more of a challenge, primate care worker Rachel's putting them right across the enclosure. Some are hidden, others up high, and a few go in the pond. Chimps can't swim and aren't too keen on water, but they will wade in if they think the reward's worth it. As soon as the group are let out, Leader Hananya begins his morning patrol of the area to make sure everything is safe. With Hananya's mind on his leadership duties, some of his troop, like Kiki, have already spotted the courgettes and started grabbing as many as possible. Then it's just a matter of racing off to make sure they can hold on to them. Youngster Thelma makes sure she's got one and is delighted. But hanging on to the treat is another matter. Female Johnny has spotted her and moves in to try and steal the courgette. Thelma is having none of it. She's very quick and agile, and 17-year-old Johnny's no match for her when it comes to zipping around the platforms. A frustrated Johnny turns her attention to Kiki's veg. Johnny's a high-ranking female and has no qualms about throwing her weight around. When poor Kiki tries to offer her hand in friendship, she gets short shrift. It's an important part of chimpanzee life, establishing the social hierarchy. Finally, Johnny gives up trying to steal breakfast from the others and decides to grab one for herself, although she's left with the slightly trickier option of reaching into the pond. Honey tentatively braves the water too, but takes the easier route rather than risking getting wet. Arthur is quietly enjoying his until Thelma comes a-calling. But even a little cuddle isn't going to persuade him to share. So, Thelma decides to drop in on Cookie, but she's no pushover and gives the youngster a firm brush off. It seems all the chimps have managed to grab at least one courgette, and while some, like Trudy, prefer to eat in peace, others like nothing better than sitting and eating together in a large social group. And when you've had enough, it's time to relax and digest the delicious veggie breakfast. Unless you're Thelma, that is. As far as she's concerned, life is just one long play session. "400 miles away at a wildlife rescue centre in Belgium, Jeremy has been getting acquainted with two male stump-tailed macaques. The centre rescues and rehabilitates wild animals, but can't offer them a full-time place, so Monkey World have agreed to take them in. The Stumpies have been in Belgium for more than a year, while arrangements were made for their move to Monkey World. Toto came from a zoo in Croatia, and Freddy from one in France. Both animals are around 25 years of age, but the two could not be more different.
Toto is really dominant male. He shows that he has a lot of strength and a lot of power in him. And the other one is a really calm individual. But both now have been a couple of months next to each other, and we see that the interaction with each other is really, really nice. And we don't expect any difficulties with the introduction of a bigger group. So it all will turn out smooth, I hope so.
To take the Stumpies to their new home across the channel, Jeremy needs to load them into travelling crates. But it's not an easy task. Toto is feisty and strong, so Jeremy decides the best option is to anaesthetise him. The centre's resident vet uses a blowpipe and dart. And it doesn't take long for the anaesthetic to take effect. In the bedroom next door, Freddy looks on as the vet performs a quick health check before giving Toto the all-clear to travel. It's also a perfect opportunity to get an exact reading of his weight.
10,5 zoiets, ja.
10 kilo, 500. 10 kilo, 500. 500, 10.5 kilos. Mm-hmm. Okay. Can you remember that?
Toto is put in the crate to recover. It'll take about 30 minutes for him to come round. He's also given a light sedative to keep him a little drowsy, so he doesn't get stressed when he wakes up in the crate. Freddy is a little bit more laid back than Toto, so the team decide darting won't be necessary. Instead, they opt to catch him with a net, but they need to be quick off the mark, and they are.
Well done. Good job.
Again, the team take the chance to check out Freddy's weight, and they're quite surprised.
It's 3 kilos heavier. It's all that hair. He looks a lot bigger because of all the hairdo.
It looks bigger, yeah.
Toto's big fur coat is misleading. Underneath, he's not as big as he looks. Jeremy has a real soft spot for stump-tailed macaques, also known as Old World monkeys, which includes many species from Africa and Asia.
They're just sort of tough, and you know they're not precious in any way. You know, I mean I love woolly monkeys and gibbons and all the rest, but the wind changes direction with them, and they'll have a fit. Oh God, I'm going to have anxiety. I'm going to get stressed and all the rest. Whereas these things just take it on the chin. It's a real shame, but because they are so tough, then people treat them badly and they get away with it. And I think that's dreadful. I think that's I really have a problem with that. And I suppose that's why one of the reasons I got such a soft spot for old world monkeys, baboons, macaques. You know, just because they are tougher isn't a reason to treat them like, you know, like it doesn't matter.
Once Toto has come round from the anaesthetic, it's time to load up both macaques, ready to begin their journey to the UK.
Okie doke.
There we
Right,
go.
right, well...
We've loaded it.
Yes, okay, you can go back to bed now.
Yeah.
Okay,
You
right.
can head on.
Okay, thank you, well...
By tea time, Toto and Freddie will have a new home at the park, where 8 other Stumpies will be waiting to meet them. Today on Monkey Life, Jeremy brings back 2 new Stumpies from Belgium, and they're a big hit with the team.
He's beautiful. Fred's really beautiful boy. So naturally, we're all a little bit in love.
There's concern for the health of elderly Saki monkey Jethro, who needs surgery on his injured tail.
He's pretty old and worn out, I would say.
And hot potatoes served up with soup for breakfast, as the chimps get a winter warmer to start the day. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Smells a bit macaque in there, but yeah, we're good.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. Following an early start in Belgium and a trip across the Channel, Jeremy has arrived back at Monkey World with 2 stump-tailed macaques, Toto and Freddie, who needed rehoming.
Hey.
Hi guys.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Very well.
Hi,
Are
guys.
they grumpy or are they...
No, we're not grumpy at all. We're lovely people.
Have they got names?
Yeah, this is Freddie.
Oh, he has got a name.
And that, yeah, he has got a name.
And Toto.
Yeah, but you ask the people who look after them.
That's what I
Freddie.
said that, didn't I?
Yeah.
I reckon the keepers will have given him names.
He's a good boy.
This is their new home, the Stumpy House. If all goes well, they'll soon be joining the other 8 resident macaques and hopefully forming one harmonious group. Toto and Freddie have never lived together, so for now they'll be kept in separate bedrooms. But they'll be able to see each other and all the other members of the group. Alison's keen to meet the new arrivals. Both are thought to be around 25 years of age, quite elderly for a Stumpy. However, first impressions are they could be a little younger. The team will know more once they've had a chance to watch their behaviour and get to know them. Freddie's brought into the house first. Both bedrooms have been prepared with food and water, and there's plenty of tree boughs for them to shelter behind if the sight of 8 others is a bit overwhelming.
Here we go. Oh, good boy. Oh, it's okay, it's just a slide. Don't panic. Good boy. Found the food already.
Like all Stumpies, it seems Freddie loves his food.
Where are we going, on the bench?
We're going that one there.
Yeah.
Toto's going to be released into a tunnel outside, with direct access to his bedroom.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to be asked twice. Toto tries to prove he's not intimidated when Sam, head of the park's established Stumpy group, comes to check him out.
We're all lip smacking.
Lip smacking can be a positive sign, a sort of Stumpy greeting.
Boy.
Toto's already showing agility worthy of a much younger macaque. And Alison isn't convinced his estimated age is right.
They're saying that he's 25 years old, but I don't know if that's necessarily correct. I'm sort of feeling like he's got more energy and oomph than pretty much anybody here.
Yeah.
Chilled out Freddie, on the other hand, seems to be the exact opposite to hyperactive Toto.
He's a very together young man, is Fred. He's much more stable, I think, than Toto. Toto's a bit of a loose cannon, I think, by comparison to Freddie. But time will tell.
Freddie's a friendly soul, and it doesn't take long before he's eating out of Steph's hand. One thing all macaques seem to have in common is their love of food.
He's beautiful. Fred's really, really beautiful boy. Considering he's quite old, he's in really good condition. He's moving about really, really well. So naturally, we're all a little bit in love.
So far, so good. But Alison is well aware there's still a long way to go.
Really fantastic. This is really going to liven up the entire group of stump-tailed macaques, and I just only hope that these two new boys will be able to find their place with our two existing boys, and that eventually we'll find some form of harmony. But, you know, macaques and stumpies in particular are pretty grumpy and fierce, so now that they're here, the reality of like the introductions that we have ahead of us is a bit full on. So these introductions we're going to have to be very cautious about.
Over at the Squirrel Monkey House, staff have become concerned about the health of elderly Saki monkey, Jethro. He shares his home with a female Saki called Chloe and 4 squirrel monkeys, and despite being a bit of a loner, has always seemed quite content. Jethro is one of Monkey World's most popular primates. He's a quirky soul, and at 27 years of age, he's now an old man. Over the last few weeks, his tail's been irritating him, and the constant attention he's given it has led to a nasty wound opening. Despite various attempts from staff to help, his tail just isn't healing.
We're not sure what started it, and we're not sure whether he got a little injury on the tip and then he started grooming it and it's progressed into a behavioural problem of over-grooming and sometimes chewing at it, or whether he actually made that injury himself. So we're not completely sure where it came from, but he just now seems to obsess a little bit over it, and it becomes a focus for him, and he chews it quite badly sometimes. So we've tried many different things, and none of these things seem to have worked.
The team have decided to call in vet Sue Thornton to examine Jethro's tail, give him a general health check, and take some x-rays. It's a bit of a last resort because any anaesthetic procedure is a risk, particularly for a primate of Jethro's age.
Saki's generally lived between 25 and 30 years, so he is an old boy. He's a bit of a skinny boy. We believe he's probably got some arthritis there because of his mobility. So he's not an ideal candidate for anaesthetic, but we have to do the best for him, and we have to do whatever we think is right. And if there's a small risk involved, we still have to take that risk to try and make him better.
Okay. Great.
To keep Jethro's stress and anxiety to a minimum, after being anaesthetised in his bedroom, he's quickly transported to the park's hospital. Sue can now get a good look at his tail, but first impressions aren't good.
Well, the tail is warm. It's interesting. It feels warm to the touch, this. So I think I'd like to take the bone to there.
Sue decides the best course of action for Jethro is to amputate his tail about 5 inches below the wound. Any more, and Jethro might have trouble moving around as he relies on his tail for balance.
We've got the bone cutters. Thank you.
Sue leaves a small flap of skin, which she can then stitch over the remaining part of the tail in the hope that Jethro will leave it alone.
What I've done is take it back to what looks like reasonably thick and healthy tissue. And then I cut back the bone sort of part way through one of the vertebrae of the tail. And if it all heals, he's still got a bit of a tail to help him move around.
Sue's happy with the operation. And while Jethro is still stable under the anaesthetic, she grabs the opportunity to take a series of x-rays.
As soon as we've done this x-ray, we'll weigh him and then just wake him up properly. Okay, just take it in time. Okay.
Jethro's mobility isn't very good, and the x-rays might help explain why.
Yeah, that's all right. 1.74 he is. So he's lost a little bit of weight, but...
Well, 1.8.
Yeah, that's all right.
While the primate care team take the chance to give Jethro a quick brush and a groom, Sue takes a close look at his x-rays.
He's a very old animal, and he's got arthritis of knees and elbows. The base of the tail are very arthritic, and he looks like across his lumbar spine he's very fused, the vertebrae are fused, which means he's very stiff. So what we need to do for him now, if he leaves his tail alone, is to make sure we can just control his discomfort from the arthritis, and hopefully he can go on for a bit longer. He's not got long for this world, but we can maybe make him more comfortable, and we're giving him a chance. But if this tail gets chewed again, he'll have to be euthanized. Yeah, he's pretty old and worn out, I would say.
Karen and the rest of the primate care team are just relieved to see Jethro coming round from his anaesthetic.
You're never supposed to have favourites. Fortunately, this little fellow is quite high up in everyone's hearts here at the park, so he's currently waking up. So fingers crossed he'll continue to recover, and we'll take him back to his house soon.
Good boy. Hey, baby.
And once back in his bedroom and fully recovered and awake, to make up for his ordeal, Jethro gets one of his favourite treats: custard.
Delicious. Best thing in the world.
For now, all the team can do is keep everything crossed and hope Jethro leaves his tail alone so he can make a full recovery. A new day dawns at the park, and with it comes a very special birth at Chippy's woolly monkey enclosure. After what seemed like an eternity, Paquita has finally given birth. Following the recent tragedy of losing son Lucas, this is great news for her and the entire group.
Both Paquita and the new baby are looking really, really well. The baby's actually quite a decent size. And Paquita's looking good, she's alert, she's eating, she just looks quite tired and quite sore.
Paquita's quite a competent mum, having successfully raised 3 babies in the last 6 years. She's very relaxed and trusting of the staff, so Emily's already managed to get a good look at the baby, and she's certain it's a boy. But the question throughout the pregnancy has been, who's the daddy? And it seems it's Chippy. There was some uncertainty originally because Paquita lived with Oscar before he sadly passed away. But the timing of the birth indicates Chippy has become a dad for the 3rd time at the park. Just last month, Pacaya, now in Paolo's group, also gave birth to a healthy boy. Chippy is the little one's most likely dad, as he was the alpha male there before he was moved to Oscar's group. To keep track of who's related to who within the woolly breeding program, staff are naming newborns with the first letter of their father's name. So, as the 2 new arrivals are deemed to be a chip off the old block, Pacaya's baby boy has been named Claude, and Paquita's son will be Cassius.
Chippy certainly noticed the new arrival in the group, but he's been a very respectful, dominant male, so he just lets Paquita get on with the whole thing, and he's not that hands-on at the moment. When the babies start to get a little bit bigger and can climb off mum, he'll kind of let them come over to him and maybe have a play in the future, but for the time being, he realises that Paquita needs a little bit of quiet and a lot of rest at the moment, and just lets her get on with it and keeps his distance and does his own thing.
To minimise the stress a new arrival may have on the group, Emily's keeping their daily routine as normal as possible. For now, Paquita and the baby are being kept indoors, which means the rest of the woolly group can take a close look and the care team can monitor the baby to make sure it's strong and suckling well.
So one of the youngsters, Zavi, in the group, has been quite brave, and he's actually going up almost behind Paquita's back when she's not looking and trying to secretly kind of poke the baby and find out what it's all about. And then Paquita's other offspring in the group, Ayla, is also really interested. So she's very close to Mum anyway, so she's sitting really close by, and I have seen her hand be outstretched a few times, reaching towards the baby again, just to find out what it's all about, really.
Paquita's eldest child, Ayla, has now reached sexual maturity, so there's a strong possibility that in the near future, she could well have a baby of her own. This is a fantastic opportunity for her to watch Mum Paquita and learn how to mother a baby from the beginning, just as she might in the wild. Just being close by and observing the skills needed to raise a newborn will stand her in good stead when it comes to her turn to be a mum.
Paquita's actually just batting her hands away at the moment. I think it's just a little bit soon. It's very early days for Paquita, so maybe in a day or two she'll be a little bit more tolerant of Ayla, but she's certainly trying her luck at the moment.
The future of the captive woolly monkey is extremely vulnerable, so any birth is a big celebration for everyone. It's a huge relief that both Paquita and baby Cassius are happy and healthy, and have the support of their devoted family for as long as they need it. There's a definite chill in the air at the park today, but over at Paddy's group, the chimps are in line for a toasty treat. What could be better than jacket potatoes and cups of steaming hot pumpkin soup to warm them up? During the colder weather, the team are keen to keep the primates occupied. It's the perfect time for a bit of comfort food, but also a good form of enrichment for the group. These treats should keep them cozy.
Absolutely freezing today. It looks nice and sunny, but it's really chilly, so I've got all my layers on today. So hopefully these should keep them nice and warm for the morning.
The chimps have never had pumpkin soup before, so hopefully it'll be something of a nutritious novelty. And to discourage squabbles, Annabelle is making sure there's plenty to go round for everyone, as well as lots of jacket potatoes. The group are straight outside, keen to see what's on offer, with Bart leading the way. An excited Beth manages to grab 2 potatoes. But that's not nearly as impressive as Pepper, who seems to be storing up for a cold winter ahead. Clin reckons potatoes and soup make a good combo. While Gamba opts for 2 soups, and a novel method of carrying them, leaving his hands free if he finds any baked potatoes. But even 1 soup is a bit too complicated for Grisby, who's spilling most of hers. Cindy warms her hands around the hot soup, while Bart carefully tucks into his hot potato. She might be low-ranking, but Pepper has hung on to her hoard and found a nice, comfortable spot to get stuck in. High-ranking Beth joins Bart to enjoy her soup. Being the son of boss Paddy, Bart is fairly high-ranking too, but it's always sensible to keep in with the top ladies. Lola's finding the tasty soup a little too hot, so cleverly places the cup in the cold water to cool it down for later. Kathy's arrived to join Bart as potato snack finished, he moves on to soup for seconds. Pepper's polished off her spuds and now developed a novel approach to hoovering up every last drop of soup by biting a hole in the bottom of the cup and sucking out the contents. Breakfast has been a real success. Warmed up and with full stomachs, the satisfied chimps make the most of some warm winter sun. It's been a few days since Saki monkey Jethro had surgery to remove the tip of his tail. He was given antibiotics to try and keep infection at bay and painkillers in case it troubled him, but he still wouldn't leave it alone.
Great.
During the procedure, Vet Sue gave the aging Saki a general health check and discovered Jethro also has arthritis of the knees and elbows, and a couple of vertebrae in his spine have fused.
He's pretty old and worn out, I would say.
After the operation, Jethro was kept in his bedroom to give him time to recover. But once again, he was unable to leave his tail alone, causing infection to flare up. It's left the team at Monkey World with very little choice.
That, as well as his other problems that we found out on vet day, have actually led us to make the decision, a very difficult decision, to put him to sleep, unfortunately. Maybe we should have done it on the day and maybe not woken him back up, but we just weren't ready to say goodbye to him right then, and we wanted to give him as much of a chance as we possibly could, which now we believe we did, and we tried everything we could for him. But yeah, it's time for us to say goodbye, and none of us want to. He was a massive part of our lives, the whole Monkey World family. So yeah, it's one of the hardest decisions I've had to be part of here at the park. But right now we feel like we're doing the best thing for him. So that's the decision we've had to make.
Hey, little man. Oh, I know.
Jethro arrived at the park in September 2012 at the age of 22. He'd been hand-reared as a pet by 2 zookeepers, and when they couldn't look after him anymore, they asked Monkey World for help. During most of his 5 years at the park, Jethro has lived with squirrel monkeys and cotton-top tamarins. But last year, after much searching, a companion was found for him, elderly female Saki, Chloe. And although she was keen to be his friend, Jethro mostly ignored her. He was more interested in sitting at the window of his outdoor enclosure, interacting with visitors, than taking part in normal Saki behaviour.
She did love him. She followed him around a lot. She doted on him. So she is a bit quiet now, and it's obviously going to take her a bit of time to get used to the fact that he's not here now. But we'll keep an extra check on her. We'll give her lots of love, lots of attention, and we'll make sure she's happy without him.
Despite his often strange mannerisms and quirky behaviour, Jethro was a firm favourite with staff and visitors alike.
We love all the animals that we work with here at the park, every single one of them, but some of them, they just touch your heart a little bit more than the rest. And he was one of them, and I don't know what it was. He was a cantankerous, stinky, weird little old man, but everybody that worked with him adored him. People call him the living wig and the selfie king, and he was just such a massive part of the small monkey section and of Monkey World. So yeah, he will just be missed by everyone that worked with him and even the people that didn't work with him.
Today on Monkey Life, 2 golden-cheeked gibbons head off for a new life in France.
Good boy. A couple of little looks into the box and he's in, so yep, all good.
2 stumpy arrivals from Belgium get to meet some of their new housemates, with varying results. And the Capuchins show off their agility to reach a fruity treat. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I think this one's a little boy, and I think that that one over there might be an older lady.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. It's 6 in the morning, and today is a momentous day for the team at Monkey World. For the first time ever, 2 of the park's golden-cheeked gibbons are moving away to start a new life abroad.
Today is the day that we're taking Mikado and Tia Nang off to France, so we're literally just about to go and start trying to get them into the boxes that they're going to be travelling in. We've just got enough light now to make a start. We obviously can't do that really very well in the dark, so obviously it's a bit of a nerve-wracking sort of moment, but hopefully everything will go smoothly in the next hour or so, and we should be ready to get them into the vehicle and away.
The 2 gibbons, who have never met before, are going to be paired up when they reach their new home. The hope is they will bond and one day start their own family group.
Tia Nang, come here, sweetie.
But first, the team have to crate them up in separate travelling boxes. Young female Tia Nang has never been away from her parents before, but the team are hopeful she'll cooperate.
Come on then. Go, go, go. Excellent, good job. Oh, good girl, Tia Nang. Good girl, sweetie. Oh, you got a big adventure to go today. Yep, Tia Nang's in the box. They weren't very happy about this early start this morning, so the routine that we normally do didn't quite go quite as smoothly as it should have, and we had to bring her out a different way, but she's in the box. She's not too stressed right at the moment, so that's number 1. Go and get the second one in a minute.
With Tia Nang safely boxed and ready to go, she's transported to the top of the park to wait for her future partner, Mikado, to join her.
Mikado! Come here, buddy. Come on, Mikado.
While Cat tries to tempt Mikado into his box, the team makes sure that Tia Nang has plenty of fluid and food on board for the journey. Mikado has been in the boxes before, but is still nervous, although it doesn't take Cat too long to get him ready. It's really important that the pair are as calm as possible for the long journey ahead, and so far, it's looking positive.
Good boy. Mikado was a little bit freaked out when he saw the box when he first came out into the tunnel, so he was a little reluctant. Took him a few minutes to actually come in, and then a couple of little looks into the box and he's in. So, yep, all good. Now we just got to focus on the trip and worry about the emotional side of it later.
So it's bon voyage from Monkey World to Tia Nang and Mikado, as they set off with Cat on their 11-hour journey across the Channel and on to northern France. As 2 primates leave the park, another pair who arrived some while ago, Stumptailed macaques Freddy and Toto, have been getting to know each other. Initially, the 2 males lived next door to give them time to bond. After a successful full introduction, they moved in together and have been getting along fine. The 2 boys live in the same house as the 8 other resident Stumpies, but so far have only had visual and vocal interactions with them. They're yet to meet without the safety of the wire mesh. But today, all that is about to change, and the team are a little nervous.
Stumpy intros are notoriously difficult. They have a very strict hierarchy, and they have to try and fit, new animals have to try and fit into that hierarchy. They're quite grumpy animals, so yeah, we expect quite a tense intro, and we're all going to be on guard to make sure that if we need to split the animals, we can. We'll have fire extinguishers at the ready, which will just be there for a shock value, just CO2 fire extinguishers to use. And then obviously we've got lots of different rooms so we can shut slides very quickly to separate animals if we need to.
To keep the introductions as stress-free and as calm as possible, they've decided to let the 2 big males meet first. They are Sam, who's the current leader, and the impressive-looking new arrival, Toto. The rest of the established group are kept outside in the sunshine, while Freddy remains on his own in the smaller enclosure.
Yeah.
This is a tense time. Stumpies can be quite aggressive. The park's elderly bunch don't have good teeth, but they can still bite and inflict injury if they clash.
Okay, here we go.
The team aren't taking any chances. Straight away, both males head across to check each other out.
Boy, Sammy.
Toto cuts an impressive figure, and it's Sam who submits first. He's not known for being over-aggressive, and without the backup of the rest of his group, allows Toto to come out on top. At least for now. The initial intro has passed without incident, and the two males separate.
Good boys.
They've shown no real aggression, so it's decided to add Freddie to the mix. He seems to have an older and wiser head on his shoulders, greeting Sam with a few lip smacks, keeping everything low-key and showing good stumpy etiquette.
Freddie is perfect. He's just seems to know exactly what to do. He's quite calm. He doesn't seem to get particularly agitated very easily. He's just a really nice macaque who completely understands macaque behaviour.
The team now have to decide whether to call it a day or bring in a few of the resident female macaques to see how the two new boys react to their company.
I don't know whether the longer we leave it, the more agitated he's going to get, which is going to react, is going to cause problems, isn't it?
What do you reckon, Jeremy?
If we're going to do that, we need to do it right now.
Sam is looking nervous, but might relax if joined by some of his girls.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the introduction of dominant female Kelly and Noreen causes the first signs of upheaval. While Freddie once again shows good stumpy etiquette as Kelly submits to him, Toto's at a bit of a loss. And when Sam tries to show him who's boss and bites his foot, he lashes out. It's the first time the team have had to intervene, and despite Sam offering a hand of friendship, Toto is stressed and nervous. His initial behaviour when introduced just to Sam may have been just bluff and bravado.
He's going to be the one we need to keep a watch over now. He obviously comes in, looks very impressive, looks big and looks strong, but the other guys then realise that actually he's a bit like Marshmallow Man. He doesn't really know what he's doing and he doesn't really know how to behave or how to be a dominant male. So in time, that could mean that they could gang up on him a little bit, but we just need to make sure we keep a very close eye on him, making sure he is still getting interactions.
Toto's seen enough for one day. He decides to seek refuge outside in one of the tunnels, while Freddie makes the most of all these new friends. Over the next few days, Alison, Jeremy and the team will decide when the two new Belgian stumpies should meet the rest of the group. At the Capuchin complex, Franco's group are about to get a juicy treat. Primate carekeeper Jill is putting fresh clementines all around the enclosure. Some are still whole and others cut in half. To test the monkey's agility, coordination and intelligence, some are even going into the pond. If they want this fruit, they're going to have to work just that little bit harder for it.
Capuchins are renowned for their problem solving. They're really, really clever. So we're hoping they're going to be using their tails a little bit to obviously hang off of the hosing and reach down to be able to get the oranges out of the water. There's a chance that a couple may use sticks as well. We have one or two that are renowned for their cleverness, Fabian being one, so he may surprise us.
The group is made up of most of the park's Capuchin youngsters, all of whom came from a laboratory in Chile in 2008. There's plenty of fruit to go round, and each Capuchin demonstrates their own way of tackling the citrus snack. Lucy's table manners are impeccable. Using her fingers, she carefully peels and removes the skin before separating the segments and popping them into her mouth. Mary's less so. She's straight in there, ripping at the flesh with her teeth. Digit, one of the low rankers, is more bothered whether someone dominant will steal them away before she has a chance to devour any. One thing's for certain, all the Capuchins are enjoying today's delicacy. Some, like Felipe, even have time for some fruity flirting while eating. But it's the clementines in and around the pond that test the Capuchin's core strength and agility. Donnie goes to full stretch to reach one and retrieves it without falling in the water. Felipe holds on with both feet and his strong prehensile tail. Fabian goes one better. His tail is the only anchor point as he manages to grab a fruit with his fingertips. Fiona is being greedy. She's nabbed 3 from the floating bucket, but in her haste, drops one back in the pond. The clementines are a hit. So much so that many of the group spend ages searching for any last scraps that might have been missed. Before settling down in the sun for a nap on a full stomach. Life at the park for the chimps is often a pretty relaxed affair. Their days normally consist of eating, grooming, and generally having fun. But chimps are volatile by nature, and sometimes things can get a little out of hand, resulting in cuts and scrapes. Last week in Hananya's group, female Cookie cut her finger badly, and it's not healing as well as staff had hoped. They want vet John Lewis to have a look at it.
She's caught it a couple of times, so John's just going to try and tidy up the wound, maybe remove the nail, which is sticking out at an angle, just to prevent that finger becoming an issue in the future. We've isolated her, we've let the rest of the group out. She's pretty good when it comes to operative conditioning, so we're confident that she'll take a hand injection, and then John can see what he can do to tidy up the finger.
If Cookie's cut is as bad as staff fear, John may need to perform surgery, so he isn't taking any chances.
It's not really a sedation, this is an anaesthetic, because I need to be able to get hold of the end of that finger, manipulate it and see what the surgical possibilities are. Probably not very many, but it'll be painful.
Cookie is approximately 20 years old. She came to the park in 2004, after the late Jim Cronin, Monkey World's founder, discovered her in a marina in Bodrum, Turkey. She was living on a boat and seemed pretty much to have the run of the vessel. She then moved to a family home in Istanbul, where Jim later rescued her.
Hi, dog. How are you?
Now in Hananya's group, she's fairly low-ranking, but gets on well with most other chimps. Like all of the large primates, she's been trained to accept a needle. Kara successfully administers the anaesthetic.
Good girl.
Once Cookie is down, John can check her over and, if necessary, perform any surgery needed on site in one of the rooms in the chimp house. As soon as Cookie is intubated and the monitors connected, John can take a look at the wound on her finger.
Now then, what have you done?
It's immediately obvious to John what needs to be done.
I'm going to try and remove that bit. The bit that she's almost severed through, because of, at the moment, she's at risk of catching this all the time. And therefore repeating an injury again and again.
It's the best course of action for Cookie, and once healed, won't affect her normal functions.
She will be sore.
John works quickly, but is careful not to cause too much bleeding. Cookie will be returned to her family group as soon as possible, and they don't want the wound to open up again.
Oh, I'm not going to do much with that except cauterise it with potassium permanganate, and that's job done.
That's good, John.
Yeah, I think we're doing all right. And that's not bone.
That's the nail bed, is it?
Well, I think...
Can we get rid of that? Just trim
Let's
it back.
cut it and see what happens.
To make for a cleaner job, John removes the nail bed as well. The procedure has gone well, and luckily, Cookie doesn't need stitches.
Basically what I've done is I've removed the bit that was dangling, the end of the finger, in other words, and there's a little bit of hemorrhage there, nothing terribly serious, but potassium permanganate, can I have some more, please? Chemically cauterizes the surface, stops the bleeding, kills bacteria. It's amazingly old as a treatment, but it's very effective. And you have to be very practical with chimp wounds. I mean, they are very tough and they heal extremely well. And if you try and put anything fancy on there, or preparations which need reapplying every 12 hours or every day, I need something which works now. That's it.
Lovely job.
While Cookie is still under anaesthetic, John takes the opportunity to perform a general health check. Blood samples are taken to test her liver, kidney and immune system, and John also checks her teeth.
So far, that side's pretty good. She's taken the tip off the upper right canine, but I don't think she's gone into the pole. They look pretty good. She looks in good condition. Care staff are happy with her general behaviour in terms of eating and activity and so on. It's just we have to intervene when bits are hanging off, that's all. Life as a chimp.
Cookie is returned to a back bedroom and given a wake-up drug. She will remain isolated for the next few hours. Once staff are satisfied she's recovered, she can rejoin her Nanya and the group and hopefully carry on with life as normal. Over the years, the RSPCA has contacted the park on a number of occasions to help with primates in need of rescue. Squirrel monkey Charlie was one, and more recently, common marmoset Moon. The team has a great success rate with such new arrivals. Rescued marmosets Milo and Clydie both overcame their bad starts in life and went on to adopt other young new arrivals. Last night, Alison received a phone call from the animal charity asking her to take in a ring-tailed lemur found at a house in Somerset.
Welcome.
Yeah. RSPCA Inspector John has brought the lemur along to the park. He had been without food for days, and his lemur companion had died. The male is traumatized, and the priority is to get him safe and warm in an inside bedroom of his own. He'll need to be kept isolated, away from the park's other lemurs for the time being, so the team can monitor him and check his health.
There you go.
For now, he's being housed in some spare bedrooms at a Capuchin house.
Hey, little man.
It's a lot for this nervous lemur to take in after all he's been through, but he slowly makes his way out of the crate and into the bedroom. It's going to take time for him to settle into his new surroundings, but he's pretty alert and inquisitive, allowing the team to take a proper look at his physical condition.
You want your teddy? Oh, we've got a very broken tail.
Wow, badly broken tail.
Badly, yeah.
It's just tragic that these, animals are being bounced from pillar to post into people who don't know how to care for them properly, and they always end up neglected and or abused. This lemur's quite frankly lucky to be alive because he's sort of been left in a shed at this place for a few days now. It is a male, so that's a good thing. It means that we can introduce him to our group at Malagasy. So I'm pleased that he's made it, and he looks relatively calm, and other than having a very badly damaged broken tail, externally he's looking bright-eyed and pretty good.
For the next few days, the lemur will be kept in this house, whilst he undergoes all the necessary health checks. This will also allow Karen and her team to interact with him and hopefully earn his trust. It won't be easy for him, especially after recently losing his companion, but it's crucial he's given a clean bill of health to allow him to eventually meet and live with others of his own kind.
Primates are social animals. They need to be with others. They don't do well kept on their own. We have had a lot of animals come in, a lot of primates come in but because they've been kept on their own, have psychological issues. So obviously we don't want to make that any worse for him, but we have a duty of care to our animals as well, and we have to make sure we're not passing disease into our groups. So it will be difficult for him for maybe a week, but we have to protect all our animals. He will just have to stay here, and we will spend more time with him, and hopefully by us spending more time with him, he'll become more confident with us, and we'll hopefully be able to be some support to him before he gets into the ringtail troop.
So it's a lot of change for this lemur, but at least he's now safe with people who understand his needs. All the team can hope for is that once he's settled, they'll be able to introduce him to their other ring-tailed lemurs and give him the life he deserves. Today on Monkey Life. Could l'amour blossom in France for golden cheeks Mikado and Tia Nang as they arrive to start a new life together?
This is just beautiful. They're really calm, they're really relaxed. I couldn't have asked for a better start.
There are moves afoot at the Capuchins as Tao and Winslow swap groups.
It's going to take him a little bit of time to get used to the slower pace of life, but hopefully it'll be good for him in the long run.
And Pumpkin the spider monkey finds helping herself to a fruity treat is just plumb easy. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
We've really done everything we can to make her journey as smooth as possible.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. Following a long journey from Dorset to northwest France, Kat from Monkey World has arrived at Hsiao-Quai Animal Park. Her two charges, golden-cheeked gibbons Mikado and Tia Nang, are about to start a new life together here.
Welcome here in France. Nice that you have come.
Animal director Jan Vermeer is on hand to greet her, keen to get a first look at the couple he hopes will become the French park's first ever breeding pair of golden cheeks. Set in nearly 300 acres, the centre has more than 1,500 animals from 100 different species. Mikado and Tia Nang will have a lot of new and interesting sounds and smells to get used to. This will be the first time the French park has ever cared for lesser apes, so a brand new purpose-built house, complete with an island surrounded by a moat, has been built for the pair to enjoy.
2 cages, so we can put one in one tonight, and the other one goes in that one. Food is already for them. Of course, they will not always get that much fruit, I know. No. But for today, I think they are tired. They need some energy.
Yep.
And
it's lovely. It's nice.
Yeah, you like it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Both gibbons seem calm despite such a long journey.
So I'm just speaking with Jan and making a plan for obviously unloading the guys and making sure that everything's safe and that the gibbons obviously are unloaded in a nice, safe manner.
It's a big day for the Hsiao-Quai care staff, and they're excited to see the new arrivals. Mikado will be first into his bedroom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, buddy.
Hey.
He wastes no time. He's straight up and quick to check out his new surroundings. The young male gibbon has had a long journey and tucks into the fresh fruit on offer. It's a good sign.
You happy? We go get your lady friend for you, huh?
Yeah, then we get the female.
With Mikado settling in well, the team turn their attentions to Tia Nang. Despite the pair both living at Monkey World since they were babies, they were in separate families, so never met. It remains to be seen how well they'll get on. For the rest of today and tonight, they'll be able to see each other, but will be in separate bedrooms.
Tomorrow we'll meet them in here. They'll meet in these 2 rooms with the bedrooms, the slides opened up in the tunnels there, and they will go and say hello to each other and hopefully be best of friends. And Mikado seems to like his new stuff.
Mikado is settling in exceptionally well, but he's used to change. Tia Nang has never known anything other than life with her parents.
Oh, good girl.
Yeah.
She's happy to leave her travel box and shows very natural behaviour, staying up high where she can survey her surroundings. But so far, so good. The transfer has gone smoothly.
It's a huge day for them. I mean, Tia Nang, she's never been away from her family. You know, she's sat in that box all day. She's been as good as gold. She's been very quiet. She's came out the box. She's a little bit shy, but she's doing fine. She's really calm, really relaxed. Mikado was okay. He's eating now, and he's saying hello to all his new people and the new people that are around here. He's checking out the views, and he looks quite calm and happy.
Tonight, as Mikado and Tia Nang settle down, they'll have the opportunity to check each other out from the comfort of their individual bedrooms, ready for their big introduction later tomorrow. Back in Dorset, the park has 77 Capuchin monkeys, split into 5 separate groups. Most came from a Chilean laboratory in 2008, but several have been rescued from the UK pet trade. Each of the 5 groups is led by a dominant male, and they all have their own unique style of leadership.
They all look the part, they all look very impressive. We noticed with all of them, as soon as they sort of took charge of their group, they bulked up, they just looked bigger, the faces and the cheeks filled out and the arms filled out. And they're all learning on the job, and although they are all very different in many ways, there's a lot of similarities between them and what they do.
Erico was the most disturbed of the Chilean monkeys when he arrived, but he now runs the Capuchin Lodge. Despite his previous life at the laboratory, he's a very intelligent monkey, one of the brightest at the park, and he's always up to mischief. The smallest group is led by Winslow. He's a happy chap, and the 4 flirty females he looks after totally adore him and pander to his every need. Then, at the bottom of the park is the Capuchin complex, split into 3 further groups. One is run by Franco, half-brother to Winslow, who he ousted to become leader. His job is probably the most challenging of all the 5 alpha males. The majority of his group are young adults. They're mostly boys, jockeying for a place in the hierarchy. On the other side of the fence is Sonny, who's always surrounded by females. What he lacks in intelligence, he makes up for in looks. He's a very impressive Capuchin. And finally, there's Tao. He's a laid-back character who runs his group of 16 ladies with the help of sidekick Bruce. He has spinal deformities due to his past life, and in recent months, staff have noticed he's been struggling to move around the large enclosure and keep up with his girls. A medical checkup didn't reveal anything untoward, but despite medication, his mobility hasn't improved. So a decision's been made to move Tao to a smaller enclosure where he won't have to run around as much.
I might try and separate Winslow into bedroom 1, try and get the girls out.
Yeah. And it's not just Tao on the move.
The main switch is we're moving Tao to a group that's smaller, and then he'll be replaced by Winslow, who'll be coming down to take over his group, who will also be joined from 2 males from Franco's group, just to thin it out a little bit in there and to help him head up that group a little bit.
It's a straight swap between Tao and Winslow, with a couple of additions. Elderly Capuchin male Archie will be joining Tao from Erico's group, and together they'll live with the 4 ladies already established in the smaller troop.
Come on then, Tao. Boy. You coming? Good boy. We've got Tao. He came in very well. He was very keen, really. Yeah, we'll just get him out of there and moved up to his new house.
Good morning.
At the opposite end of the park, Winslow has also been isolated and is ready to be transported. So far, the big Capuchin move is going smoothly, with all 5 now heading simultaneously to their new homes. The team will give them all a chance to settle before beginning introductions to their new housemates. The 4 chimpanzee groups at the park are well established, and although there are sometimes sudden departures, as well as unexpected arrivals, life is pretty good and settled for all of them. And nowhere more so than at Hananya's. There are 19 members of this group, 15 girls and 4 boys, all led by the dominant male. Hananya wasn't a natural leader, but has matured into the role as the years have gone by. And the other 3 males in this group, Simon, Shamak and Arthur, have been with him every step of the way for more than 20 years.
They do have a kind of brotherhood together, and they've grown up together, and they've welcomed new members into the group together. They've seen members leave the group. So there is a big solidarity, I think, between the males in the group, particularly Hananya, Simon and Shamak. Arthur is probably the lowest ranking male, and sometimes he does bear the brunt of Hananya's displays. So he's slightly out on a limb, but all of them do have a good relationship with each other, and you see positive behaviours between all kind of combinations of the males.
Shamak arrived at the park along with Hananya in 1996. Both were rescued from Israel, where they were smuggled for the illegal pet trade. He's one of the most intelligent individuals in the group, and as such can get easily bored if not challenged sufficiently.
If he's busy and he's having fun, he's great. But if there's not a lot going on, sometimes you can see he's looking for mischief then to amuse himself. So if we don't provide activities, he will find his own amusement, and that can often be by winding up some individuals in the group.
Simon is another intelligent chimp and quite political in going about his business. Since the death of Tico, Hananya's second-in-command, last year, there's been a void that needed filling.
I think certainly you would look at Simon as an individual that stepped into that gap. He's a very astute chimp. He's very sensitive and tuned in to the other animals, and he's hugely respectful of Hananya. I mean, that was one of the reasons why we all had him tipped to move into the second-in-command position.
The birth of Thelma 3 years ago had a positive impact on the whole group, and none more so than Arthur, the lowest ranking of the 4 boys.
Arthur's always been very taken with Thelma. In the early days when Thelma was very young, he had a bit of an overzealous approach, and Cherry was cautious. But now that Thelma's 3, he's allowed to play with her, to carry her, and that's given another dimension to life in Hananya's group for Arthur. I think the males in this group have a huge history together, and there's not one individual that you worry about. I think that relationship will continue, and there's no reason why these 4 males won't continue to happily coexist for the rest of their lives.
It's been a busy morning for the Capuchins. 5 of the boys are on the move in what's essentially a house swap. Winslow, along with 2 males from Franco's group, is moving into Tao's house. And Tao is heading in the opposite direction, taking over where Winslow left off, in charge of 4 ladies. He'll have additional help from a new friend, Archie.
Tao seems very calm and laid back. He's just looking around, getting used to his environment. Archie's still a bit worked up, so we're just going to give him a few minutes to calm down. He's had quite a stressful morning, and then we'll introduce a pair of them together.
Both males have mobility issues, and it's hoped that the smaller enclosure, along with fewer Capuchins, will help with the physicality of their daily lives.
Archie and Tao are quite unique Capuchins really here. Archie is one of our oldest males. He doesn't have proper use of his left arm. He always carries that. He has got some use in his fingers, and we do a bit of physio with him, get him using his wrist. But he copes really well with that. Hopefully his condition will improve. He is one of our oldest males. He's estimated to be about 31 years old. He is quite an old man, whereas Tao is a lot younger, although physically he is older than he looks. We think Tao is only sort of 12, 13 years old, so he's not really an old man. But again, we're hoping by not having such a big area and so much pressure on him socially, that physically he will improve as well, and that the pair of them can sort of get on just fine in here.
To help the introductions run smoothly, the 4 females, Ginger, Sophia, Maddie and Maggie, have been kept outside while Archie and Tao get used to their new surroundings. It doesn't take long, and Toby's soon happy the pair are calm enough to meet. So the slide separating the 2 bedrooms is opened. It's a standoff, as both Tao and Archie posture in front of each other. Both seem a bit nervous, but it's Archie who makes the first move. So far, so good. Although there's been a lot of vocalizations, there's been no negative physical contact, which is a good sign. And it's not long before Tao decides it's time to explore, and he's quite happy for Archie to tag along.
Tao is just sort of trying to get used to his new surroundings. He's used to a very busy life as sort of the alpha male of a big group. So it's going to take him a little bit of time to get used to the slower pace of life, but hopefully it'll be good for him in the long run.
The next big step for the boys will be to meet their 4 girls, but that's for another day. For now, the 2 just need to establish their relationship, and for Archie to realise Tao is the one in charge. Over at the spider monkey enclosure, Donna from the primate care team is busy putting out basketballs suspended by rope. She's going to fill each one with fresh plums. A form of enrichment she hopes will make the 3 members of this group work for their food.
We've got our female Pumpkin and our 2 boys, Flint and Hickory. They get on pretty well for the most part. Pumpkin, the female, is the dominant one, so we'll probably find her come out first and monopolise a lot of the food, but hopefully after that the 2 boys will join her too.
Spider monkeys have a prehensile tail, basically a 5th limb they use in the wild to get about the treetops. It helps them reach fruit hanging underneath branches that can be difficult for other animals to get to. By hanging the food up in the enclosure, Donna is trying to encourage these natural behaviours. And it's Pumpkin who's straight in and first to the balls. She's an 18-year-old female who loves her food. Her trills indicate how happy she is. The oldest is Hickory, at 25 years of age. All 3 came to the park from a private collection in Somerset in 2012. Notoriously highly strung primates, they originate from the tropical forest of Central and South America. Their disproportionately large limbs give rise to their common name. Their diet is primarily fruit, but they'll also consume leaves, flowers, and insects. And they seem to be making short work of the plums on offer today. Reaching out with their long limbs makes grabbing the fruit so much easier. Although it does seem to be Pumpkin snaffling the most. Hickory's managed to snatch one of the juicy plums, and when Flint wanders over to have a look, he quickly departs to eat it in peace. With Pumpkin determined to exhaust the supply of plums by herself, Flint needs something to keep him occupied, and that happens to be one of the tiny cameras pointing his way. It's early morning at the Hsiao-Quai Animal Park in France, and animal director Jan and Kat from Monkey World are preparing breakfast for 2 new arrivals. Following an 11-hour journey from Dorset, golden-cheeked gibbons Mikado and Tia Nang have spent their first night in separate bedrooms in their new house. They're about to start a new life together in France, living alongside 1,500 other animals from 100 different species, so it's quite a big change. They never actually met at Monkey World, so today the pair are going to be introduced for the very first time. Jan and Kat prepare a welcome breakfast of fruit and veg before popping in to see how the pair coped on their first night. And by the sound of it, everything seems to be going well.
I like the noises of gibbons, and people can wake up in the morning and hear the gibbons singing. There's nothing better than hearing in the morning gibbons singing. It brings life to a park if you have gibbons in your park.
Kat is keen for the two to meet as soon as possible, and if the signs are good, today will be the day. Mikado and Tia Nang seem relaxed and happy after a good night's sleep and enjoy their breakfast. So the decision is made, and the slide between the bedrooms is opened. Mikado dashes straight in to meet Tia Nang. She's receptive, climbing up to smell and groom her prospective new mate. It's early days, but Kat is delighted.
That is amazing. I'm really, really happy. I feel quite emotional actually because I always think the worst thing, and this is just beautiful. They're really calm, they're really relaxed. I couldn't have asked for a better start. 5 minutes in and she's hugging him. Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
They behave perfectly the way we would like to have them to behave. So especially Tia Nang, the female, is looking for contact with the male, very friendly, sniffing him, touching him a little bit. It's going perfect.
The gibbons' new home includes a house and an island surrounded by a moat. But before they get to explore the outside, Jan wants the pair to get to know each other inside.
It's important that they feel that this house is part of their territory, that this is a safe place where they can come back every evening. Normally they can stay outside if they want, but we prefer that they come inside so that you have a better control of the animals, and if there would be bad weather, that you can be sure that they will come inside.
The following morning, Kat checks in on the pair one final time to say her goodbyes. Golden-cheeked gibbons often pair for life, and it's hoped Mikado and Tia Nang will become a devoted couple and one day have a family of their own. This will take time, so for now, it's just lovely for everyone to see them content in each other's company.
They're really happy, they're comfortable, they're moving around really well together. They've had breakfast, which they're sharing, they're allowing each other to have. Jan's been in and given them everything and taking really good care of them. So at this point, I'm really happy that the guys are in a wonderful place. They are going to be happy together. Now I just have to walk away, which is the hardest bit to do.
So it's au revoir to Mikado and Tia Nang as Kat leaves the pair to begin their exciting new life together. Today on Monkey Life. It's musical chairs at the orangs as Roro heads to the nursery.
Hello.
While Hsiao-Quai and Awan head in the opposite direction.
Hey, good girl.
Plus, lonely lemur Al meets a new playmate.
He's reacted in the right way. He's done this little kind of cackling noise, which is a submissive noise, so he's doing the right things.
And flirty Capuchin Phoenix convinces dominant male Erico she only has eyes for him. But it's his watermelon she's really after. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Nothing's ever straightforward on these.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. It's been a bit of a game of musical chairs for the park's orangutans recently, and today some of the females are on the move again. A few weeks ago, Lucky moved to join the group led by alpha male Duane because she was struggling to get along with the feisty females at Gordon's enclosure. The move has worked well for Lucky, but her arrival has left poor Roro feeling pushed out. Now the team have decided to move her to the nursery. She has a playful personality, and they hope she'll fit in.
Roro's always been quite a special character, really. She's always struggled in certain social situations. She's never been a dominant character, and she's never been in the nursery with the little ones. She has played with babies before over the years, so we're hoping that she'll get on in there and make a nice group for Bulu and Rika to grow up in, with someone to look up to.
To make room for Roro in the nursery, Hsiao-Quai and her adoptive daughter Awan are going to live in Duane's group. Moving large primates requires a lot of planning.
Hey.
For the last few weeks, Jarno has been giving Hsiao-Quai and Awan crate training sessions.
Hey. You are good. Lips. Properly. Good.
The training means when they actually make the move, they won't need an anaesthetic, far less stressful and safer for everyone. On the day of the move, Hsiao-Quai and Awan are separated from the rest of their group, and it's time to see if the training has paid off.
Hey.
Hey, Mama.
Good girl.
James opens the slide connecting the bedrooms to the outside tunnels, and Hsiao-Quai is straight out. Awan soon follows.
Come here, Mama.
Jarno persuades Hsiao-Quai into the crate very quickly, encouraging Awan to go in at the same time. Once the crate's closed, they're ready to go.
Here, Awan. Awan. Good girl.
Let's go on top.
Calm down a bit. Here, Libby. Here. Okay, James is clear. Hsiao-Quai.
Pull in.
Yeah, it's going really, really well. And Awan quite confident because of Hsiao-Quai make her confidence as well. I think we're just ready to go to move the house now. Say goodbye to nursery for now, are we?
Moving such a large and heavy crate from one enclosure to another requires specialist equipment. But the team still needs to move it the final few meters to get it into position.
Just agree, yeah? Yeah, lock it up.
That's good, yeah, that's good, June.
It's heavy going, but the team work as quickly as they can, so Hsiao-Quai and Awan spend as little time as necessary in the crate. As soon as the door opens, confident Hsiao-Quai, with little Awan clinging on, wastes no time. She's straight through the tunnel and into their new home. And Duane and Ame are there to greet them from a separate bedroom.
All good, yeah. Awan separated off with Hsiao-Quai as soon as she got in there, so she's obviously feeling more confident than maybe we thought. So yeah, it all seems quite well. Obviously, they've got to meet them all yet, but we'll see.
For now, the team will let the pair settle and get used to the sights and smells of their new surroundings. One half of today's move is complete. Next, it's Roro's turn, and the team are hoping that goes just as smoothly.
Come on, darling.
A little over a week ago, Alison agreed to take in an abandoned ring-tailed lemur. The traumatised male had been discovered at a house in Somerset by the RSPCA, who brought him to the park. He'd been without food for days, and his lemur companion had died. The team have now decided to name him Al. When he reached the park, Al was frightened and in shock, and the team are doing their best to help him recover. But sadly, Al is still not feeling at home, and the team are concerned.
He seems very wary, quite nervous, a bit stressed. He's pacing a bit, which is a stereotypic behaviour. So yeah, we're not overly happy with the way he's doing. He's not eating very much. He's taking bits, but not a huge amount of food, not what we would expect him to be taking.
Karen thinks Al needs some company. So today, the team are going to bring Kaya, a female from the lemur forest at Malagasy, to meet him.
We just really want him to be comfortable here in his new surroundings, and we feel that having a friend will help him feel a lot more comfortable with life at the moment. And then even when we do bring him up to Malagasy, hopefully with having Kaya as a friend already, it will help him a little bit when he meets the rest of the troop. Hey, Kaya. The plan is to put some food in a crate, open the door and hope she walks in. That's our plan. You never know. She might do it. She's quite often led by her stomach, so that's what we're hoping for. Right, so do you want to just open it up and see what she does?
Apparently she does that.
There you go, see? That is how you catch a lemur. Can you put your tail in?
I think that might be a record.
There we go, clever girl. Perfect lemur.
Females are dominant in lemur society. When introducing Kaya to Al, she's the one who should take charge, but no one knows how Al will react. Kaya also came from the pet trade, but she's a super confident lemur, and the team are hoping some of this will rub off on Al. Al will eventually be introduced to the whole group at Malagasy, but starting slowly may help him settle into his new life. The two lemurs have already made some contact calls to each other. Now, as soon as she's out of the box, Kaya heads over to get a closer look at Al. Both seem fairly calm, so Karen and Steph decide to let them meet face to face. It's a good start. The two lemurs are relaxed, and Al seems quite happy having another lemur for company. He follows Kaya around without demonstrating any aggression. Al begins scent marking his territory, but Kaya lets him know that she's boss by immediately leaving her mark too. She's a female, and therefore she's the one in charge.
He's reacted in the right way. He's done this little kind of cackling noise, which is a submissive noise, so he's doing the right things. So I do think he wants to be her friend, but I think it will just take a little bit of time for him to get a bit braver and her to just go, okay, now he knows that I'm the boss, and just to settle down a bit. She is a feisty character, so she will push him a little bit, but I think as long as he stays submissive, which he should do, then it shouldn't be a problem. Oh, I know what you heard. You want a treat? Yeah, you can have one. Got it? All I want is for him to be calm and, well, happy, if you can say the word happy. I know you can never know, but I just want him to not be nervous and not be scared. And when you get, Malagasy is one of the most beautiful enclosures here at Monkey World, and when the lemurs are accepted and they get Malagasy, it's a joy. It's one of the best places, and they have so much freedom up there, and to be in high trees where they should be is such a nice thing to watch.
It'll take time to get him into the troop, but his future looks amazing if we get him in.
Of all the chimpanzee groups in the park, by far the smallest is Sally's. There are just 5 members, the 2 youngest, 12-year-old Rodders, and his adopted sister Ash, the ever-impressive Brian, now 14, and finally the 2 older females, 25-year-old Lulu, and the matriarch of the group, Sally, who the care team think is probably about 28. Today, Animal Director Jeremy Keeling is going to give them a lunchtime treat, fresh corn on the cob, harvested directly from a local farm. Jeremy has a great affinity with this group. He's seen them all arrive, grow up, and become a contented and happy family.
Sally had the nursery group basically because she couldn't hack it in any other group. I mean, she could not. She was the original women's libber, and in chimpanzee life, you know, if you don't do it my way, I'll thump you. You know, she couldn't get her head around that at all, and I don't think she ever could now. But that's why we use Sally as the role model for the babies.
Ash and Rodders were 2 of Sally's surrogate mum's successes. Both were born at the park as a result of birth control accidents, but rejected by their mums. As tiny infants, they were hand-reared by the care team, but then Sally took over their upbringing.
Rodders and Ash are still terribly close, but they're not joined at the hip anymore. They like to be together, but if the other guy isn't there, we'll get over it. They, not as dependent on the relationship as they were.
All the chimpanzee groups at the park have their fun characters, and the cheeky chappy of this family is Rodders.
He's just a silly boy, and that's fine, we like silly boys. He really, really, really looks up to Brian, and he's happy to do that. He's his big brother sort of thing, and there's no conflict of who's where in that pecking order. And Brian is the most laid-back person in the world, so he doesn't capitalise on it.
Brian has come a long way since being rescued from Mexico, where he was being groomed to be used as a beach photographer's prop. He's developed into a truly impressive chimp, who likes nothing better than displaying it to everyone. Helping Sally keep the youngsters in check is Lulu.
Lulu's actually a lot less bitter than she used to be. She used to have a real chip on her shoulder about her life, generally. She's a lot more laid back and mellow, yeah.
It remains to be seen how this group evolves, but one thing's for certain, they'll always be Sally's family. At the Capuchin Lodge, the little monkeys are in for a treat. A local supermarket has donated a large supply of watermelons, which is already causing huge excitement within the group. The Capuchins do have watermelon occasionally as part of their diet, but never in such large pieces, so it'll be quite a novelty for them. With the gibbons singing in the background, primate carekeeper Jill is placing them around the enclosure, either whole or cut in half.
We're putting out whole ones to get them to work a little bit harder for their food. Normally in the wild, they will use stones to crack open nuts and seeds and things like that. So we're trying to encourage that behaviour of them raising an item that's fairly heavy, lifting it up and smacking it down, hopefully to crack open the melon, and encouraging their core strength as well. So this is for their physical well-being as well as their mental stimulation as well.
Caesar and Phoebe are let out first. In this group of 15, they are the only 2 rescued from the British pet trade. The rest of the group all came from the same Chilean laboratory back in 2008. Caesar is determined to make the most of the head start given to him. He's straight over to one of the whole large watermelons, rolling it onto the ground. But picking it up to smash is the difficult bit. After a couple of aborted attempts, he moves on to easier pickings. Phoebe has also taken the easy option of the half melon. Both can be nervous individuals and wary of others around them, so try and eat as much as they can before the more dominant capuchins are let out. And here come the rest of the group, led by dominant male Erico. He's a big, strong capuchin and highly intelligent. He wastes no time in working out how to open a large watermelon. Marlowe pounces on a half melon precariously positioned on a tree stump. While second in command Sean dives straight in. It seems that most of the boys have snaffled all the tasty melons, while the females like Scarlet and Binti are left to nibble on oat balls. Clever female Phoenix, however, has a sneaky plan. She flirts outrageously with Erico while secretly eyeing up the scraps of his watermelon. And, when he's not looking, she deftly helps herself. Zoe has a different approach. She hangs around high up in a tree where she can easily spot any leftovers. And once the coast is clear, she quickly moves in. Erico is showing the others how it should be done. Mimicking wild capuchin behaviour by smashing the fruit on a hard surface. And breaking it into smaller, more edible pieces. He might be a clever chap, but he still hasn't cottoned on to Phoenix. Those aren't admiring looks, Erico. She's just after your melon. And she gets away with it. With the last of the watermelon almost gone, the next best options are foraging for worms and bugs, or soaking up the sun on one of the platforms. Leader Erico has had a busy morning and is heading inside for a bit of R&R. But perhaps Phoenix has something else in mind. Back at Duane's house, as two orangutans arrive, it's time for one to leave. Hsiao-Quai and 4-year-old Awan have already successfully moved from the nursery, and now it's Roro's turn to head in the opposite direction. It'll be her first experience of living with the youngsters.
I'll let her through now.
And luckily for the team, persuading Roro from the tunnel into the travelling crate goes smoothly. The maintenance staff are on hand to help transport her quickly over to the orangutan nursery. Once there, the crate is safely secured to the outside tunnel so Roro can be let out. And she doesn't even hesitate.
Finger Raviv.
Hello. Hi.
There's no sign of nerves as Roro heads straight into the nursery bedrooms. There are 5 orangutans already in this house, 4 youngsters plus older female O'Sheen. Meeting O'Sheen will be left for another day, as a female-to-female introduction is much more unpredictable. But the team are really keen for her to meet the 2 male juveniles.
We're going to put Jean in with Roro first and judge the reaction. Hopefully they'll get on okay. It might be a bit of rough and tumble for a bit. And if all goes well, then we're going to put Sylvester into the mix. And hopefully it'll go better that way round. We'll see how it goes.
Everybody ready?
Yeah.
But faced with a friendly and persistent adolescent, Roro doesn't want to know. Jin is used to attention and perseveres. He's looking for a new playmate, or perhaps a partner, and he just won't leave her alone. But Roro deals with it impeccably. She keeps her cool and ignores him until he finally gets the message. But the signs are positive. Roro has been really patient when she could have easily become irritated and lashed out. Next, it's time for Sylvester to meet the new girl. And he's not impressed his pal Jin is paying so much attention to someone else. He hits out at Roro, but she takes it all in her stride.
Roro's actually coping with it quite well. She's not making any sort of dismissive noises or anything like that towards them. She's having to put up with quite a lot of energy going on with them. So to be fair, yeah, she's coping excellently with it at the moment.
A bit more getting to know you time, and Roro has had enough of Jin's fun and games and pushes him away. But he just can't get enough of his new housemate. Today on Monkey Life, sadness as one of the park's most iconic characters passes away.
Paddy's gone. His loss is going to be felt right the way around the park.
But happy memories of a much-loved primate.
Paddy was dignified from the moment I saw him until the moment he died. You know, I think people could learn an awful lot from Paddy.
And puzzle solving in the trees for golden-cheeked gibbons Kim and Tien. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
They're all going to have a chance to live proper lives again. Perfect.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. It's been a traumatic start to the day at the park, leaving everyone feeling a sense of shock and loss. And nowhere more so than at the chimp enclosures. There's usually a lot of noisy excitement as they head outside in the morning, but today they're quiet and subdued. Overnight, Paddy, the longtime leader of his group, died in his sleep. For park director Alison, it feels like the end of an era.
Probably one of the most serious things for one of our chimp group has indeed happened, and Paddy's gone. He died of natural causes, and I do know, because I have had the initial reports back, it was heart failure, not a heart attack or anything like that. Then it was Paddy's time. He was an older boy, probably the best leader we've ever had here at the park, and his loss is going to be felt right the way around the park.
Paddy was a very special and unusual chimp. He was one of the original group of 9 rescued primates to arrive at the park in 1987 and was their leader from the start. His reign has lasted ever since, nearly 30 years. Many of those original chimps remained with him in the same group. They were all rescued from abysmal lives as Spanish beach photographers' props, having been stolen from the wild. Chimps like Paddy were the reason Alison's late husband Jim Cronin set up the park in the first place.
Paddy Paddy's one of the founders of Monkey World. I've got lovely photographs of him as a youngster arriving here, and Jim and Jeremy looking after them. And he went on to just be a very kind-hearted, good, caring person, which is, of course, all of the characteristics you need to be a dominant male to make friends, influence the ladies. And, of course, he was big, beautiful, and gorgeous. And that set him up to be the leader of his group. And I hazard to say, and it's not many people or chimps you can say that about, everybody loved Paddy.
Jeremy, who worked alongside Jim when the park first opened, remembers Paddy from day one.
My lasting sort of impression of Paddy was he was the one who really didn't want to know. It was, I believe it was between I probably wrote it in a diary, in fact I must have written it in a diary. It was between 18 months and 2 years before Paddy actually let me touch him, have any contact with him at all. He was very aloof. Nothing horrible, he didn't try to kill me, he didn't want me dead. You know, yeah, you're right, stay there. No, stay there, we're good. There was no animosity, nothing unpleasant, he just didn't need, very, very self-contained individual.
Paddy was the largest of the first arrivals and took charge early on. Jeremy admired him from the very beginning.
He was a fantastic leader, in my opinion, because he didn't get involved in trivia. If anything really needed sorting out, he was in there. And he'd sort it. But general people being horrible to him, he wouldn't get involved unless he really needed to, which is, for a chimp, that's pretty remarkable because they're so volatile. They don't need an excuse to flare up and have a go at people, they do it anyway. Whereas Paddy would never do that. He's always very, very much in charge. Nobody would contest his authority, but he did it by persona, he did it by just being there. He didn't have to do anything else. And that really, was a very, very nice, I think people could learn an awful lot from Paddy.
He recalls the day Paddy and his pals first arrived.
Lorry full of boxes of chimps arrived, and we had the house set up ready, so we let them all out, they were fine, give them something to eat, whatever. And then in the morning, got this pile of boxes there. Oh, they've got the names on the boxes. Now, which one's which? I don't know. We've got sort of enough information to put together. Who are you? Well, there's only 3 females, and one's only got half a foot, so that must be Beth. One's obviously bigger than the rest, so that must be Cindy. And then the little girl has got to be Zoe, because she's a little girl. And Paddy's got to be Paddy, because he's a big, he's obviously the big male. He's obviously, a little bit older than anybody else, and, he radiated being in charge, so yeah. And the rest were just monkeys.
And throughout his time at the park, 37-year-old Paddy never changed, despite the stresses leadership of a big group can bring. The other chimps looked up to him as a leader and a friend, and his position was never challenged.
He was consistent. You never saw Paddy in a bad, or very rarely would you see Paddy in a bad mood. You'd see him in soppy moods occasionally, but you'd never see him really angry because he didn't get involved enough. He'd say, oh, bye-bye, you don't do angry, cheerio.
Paddy's family benefited hugely from his calm leadership, and over the years remained settled and happy. The care team recognised Paddy was responsible for the group's harmony and success.
Paddy was a real special animal, a magnificent male, a fabulous leader. He was extremely fair, extremely kind, and had the ability to settle any disputes. The stability of Paddy's community was testament to him, really, and how secure he was in his role, and what a good job he'd done.
But it wasn't just the staff at the park who came to know what a special chimp Paddy was.
To the visitors, I'm sure, Paddy was an iconic character. You could pick him out of a crowd because he was so physically magnificent. But obviously to the primate care staff, he was also an animal that we were extremely attached to and that we enjoyed watching over the years running his community.
And the much-loved chimp left behind a legacy.
As the years passed, we decided that perhaps we would let 1 or 2 babies come into this group because it's important for their culture and society, and it brings the group together. And even then, that many years later, so Paddy's been an orphan, been smuggled out of Africa into Spain, come to Monkey World as a youngster, grown up, become alpha male, in charge of his group. Then for the first time, he becomes a father, and guess what? He's brilliant at that too. Absolutely fabulous, and looked after his firstborn, Hebe, just brilliantly.
Paddy later also fathered Eddie and Bart.
They've sort of had a good, stable upbringing, and they had their dad who was brilliant and used to carry them on his back. So it's hard to say who's worse affected by Paddy's passing. His band of adult females who are thinking, where's our man and our leader? Or the youngsters who relied upon their dad for safety, protection, comfort, and love.
Although devastated by Paddy's loss, Alison and the team are thankful that after a terrible start in life, he was able to live out his years in a safe and caring environment.
He was the leader of the community and the individual that the animals looked up to. He was an individual that other chimps went to for reassurance. They went to if they were upset. You know, he was obviously a friend, he was a father. You know, so he played so many roles, and he did each one, you know, with such grace. So yeah, a really special character.
I think the one word which totally encompasses Paddy is dignified. Paddy was dignified from the moment I saw him till the moment he died. And that'll cover it, nothing else. Don't get wordy or clever about it. He was just very dignified, and I loved him for it.
Paddy represents an awful lot of what we do here at the park, and he'll be greatly missed.
The team constantly evaluate the quality of life of all the primates in their care. It's not simply about their health and diet, but also their relationships with other animals sharing their lives. Sometimes it becomes clear a move to another group might be for the best. In the past few weeks, there's been lots of comings and goings at the orangutans. Female Roro made a move from the relative calm of Duane's house to the hustle and bustle of the nursery group and its boisterous youngsters. While Hsiao-Quai and adopted daughter Awan moved across to join Duane. Roro's life in the nursery started with an introduction to the 2 eldest boys, Sylvester and Jin. Jin was so excited to meet a new female, he barely let Roro out of his sight. Next, it was time to meet the babies of the group, Bulu Mata and Rika. It went well, although the 2 little ones were initially a little wary of Roro, but were very curious when she started doing a spot of housekeeping. Roro clearly has high standards. She wasted no time giving the place a good old scrub and making sure everything was how she liked it.
Roro spent last night with Bulu and Rika and Sylvester, so that's really kind of solidified things with the babies, and they seem really relaxed this morning in her presence, which is great, so good progress there. So this morning we're going to introduce her to Oisin. We'll keep Sylvester and probably Jin in the mix just to dilute things a little bit, but we've put the babies into the playroom just so that we can gauge initially how things are going to go between Roro and Oisin, with a view to then opening up later on if all goes well.
Meeting fellow female Oisin could be the trickiest part of the whole move for Roro. Oisin is a strong, stubborn female who's not keen on change, and she might take against a new adult female. But Cara is optimistic.
Oisin kind of is happy to do her own thing, so hopefully, you know, she'll stay out of Roro's way, and Roro's having such a better time than she was in the group that she was in prior to moving her over to the nursery. But we'll have to see how things go and whether one of the females emerges as the dominant individual. My money would probably be on Roro for that, and just how that dynamic will work, fingers crossed, because this could be a really nice group for the youngsters with two very different characters that the babies can benefit from as they grow up.
Oisin is on her guard as Roro enters the room. She's understandably wary of the new female, but shows no sign of aggression. The fact that Jin is sticking to Roro like glue might be helping. Roro seems totally relaxed in her new surroundings and gives Oisin plenty of space. All very positive so far. And Oisin seems happy, especially as Sylvester is giving her some welcome attention. With the group introductions going so well, the team's next move is to encourage all the orangs to go outside. The additional space, climbing frames and hoses might encourage more play and integration. Even little Bulu and Rika decide to venture out for a bit of fun, and soon all the group gets stuck in. Sylvester has finally managed to convince his playmate Jin to stop pursuing Roro and join him in a rough and tumble session. Meanwhile, Bulu has summoned up the courage to play with newcomer Roro, and he's not shy about it. It's great news that Roro appears to have been accepted into the group. It's mainly down to her own clever reading of the situation and her perfect handling of her new housemates. Even Oisin seems quite content, although, true to form, she's never happier than when there's food in the mix. It's been a few days since the park's two new arrivals from Belgium, Stumptailed macaques Freddy and Toto, were introduced to some of their new housemates. Initially, the two boys had only visual and vocal interactions with the 8 other resident Stumpies. But then the team put them together with half of the group, including dominant male Sam and dominant female Kelly. There were a few feisty moments at first, but things settled down. Today, the two Belgian Stumpies are about to meet the final 2 members, Jonathan and Maureen.
To be honest, this is the one we were least looking forward to. Of all the grumpy monkeys, Jonathan is, I love him to bits, but he is the most grumpy in the world. And he has got a tendency not to let things go. So if he gets into a squabble, he'll keep digging and pushing, and rather than sort of backing off. So yeah, bit nervous about Jonathan, and then Maureen's quite a low-ranking female, but she's also got a reputation for being a bit stroppy.
Go, go, go. But I would do them one at a time because that is easy enough to control.
The team are going to let Jonathan in first, so if things do get out of hand, they can police the situation more easily.
Yeah, John's in the tunnel. Gonna let him through now.
At first, Jonathan is wary, particularly with Freddy staying below. Instead, he heads over to greet Sam. They've been the only 2 boys in the group for a couple of years now, so after a few days apart, it's good to cement bonds. Toto and Freddy watch on, but continue to stick together, although Toto is nervously lip-smacking. With Sam now around to back him up, Jonathan heads over to confront the 2 newbies. It's typical Stumpy behaviour, with the males making lots of noise and a show of bravado, before females Kelly and then Noreen come over to add their weight.
Boys are having a big moment.
It's gone quiet. It's a shame that they are mixing a bit more, but that was round 1, and we've got a few more rounds to go, I think.
Things are calm enough for the last of the group, low-ranker Maureen, to be introduced. But she doesn't attract that much attention, and most of the group decide to head outside into the enclosure, with the 2 new boys sticking to each other like glue.
It's been really important for them that they've managed to forge kind of a bit of an alliance, a bit of a bond. Had Toto been completely on his own, he would have felt completely outnumbered, and it's a lot harder for our guys to gang up on Toto when he's got Fred there, kind of backing him up. And Toto hasn't got much in the way of good teeth. No, neither has Sam, neither has John. Whereas Freddie has a good set of teeth, so he's a useful ally to have. Freddie's the one with the...
But all that changes when female Flo barrels in from out of nowhere.
Fred could do with coming back.
With Freddie elsewhere in the enclosure, Sam, Jonathan and Flo gang up on Toto.
Fred could do with coming help.
With Toto seriously outnumbered, the team decide enough is enough and take action. The situation calms down and the group begin to disperse. Some, like Jonathan, to lick their wounds. The initial introductions are over, and the result isn't a huge surprise for the care team. A bit of a scrap was to be expected, and fairly typical Stumpy behaviour. But in future, it's hoped that this group of 10 will settle down, and although they might not become best of friends, will get along well enough to live together. Two primates who are definitely the best of friends are golden-cheeked gibbons Kim and Tien. Both were born at the park, raised by their families, and had a fantastic start to life. When they were nearing sexual maturity, the team paired them together. 4 years later, they're inseparable. Today, primate care staff member Kat is trying to keep the happy pair busy, exercising their brains as well as their bodies by giving them a newly designed puzzle feeder to crack.
It's quite a simple design. So literally, we put the pole in the bottom, put a food item into there, and then put another pole above. So basically what they have to do is just pull the pole out, the food will then fall down and catch into the basket, and they'll be able to get it whilst they're high up in the tree. So they're naturally working at their food up high where they want to be, so they've got to really be quite agile, holding on, using lots of their different skills, and using their brains to try and work out how to get this food out.
Kat thinks she has a pretty good idea of who will solve this monkey puzzle.
Kim's a bit of a bull in a china shop, so I think Tien's more likely to have the patience to sit down and work it out, maybe make a few different attempts. He does tend to really sort of puzzle things through a little bit more than Kim does, so hopefully one of them will work it out, and you never know, she might surprise us.
At first, confronted with the new feeder, Tien is left scratching his head. Kim, however, moves straight in. But, ignoring the challenge, she reaches for the easier pickings Kat has left in their usual feeder. Tien has studied the puzzle long and hard. He's going to give it a go. And he wastes no time in removing some of the plastic tubes. Before reaching in and grabbing his prize, a fresh and juicy slice of melon. He soon devours it and then cleverly solves the final piece of the puzzle. Both gibbons are quite content as they polish off the food on offer, before doing what they do best, swinging on the ropes and through the trees of their magnificent enclosure. Today on Monkey Life, New lemur Al gets the once-over from the vet.
Left arm, all fine.
And it seems he's younger than first thought.
Those don't even look like old teeth.
They're not old teeth. No, he doesn't look old.
The bachelor boy golden-cheeked gibbons try out their new home for the first time.
You can gradually see them starting to get a lot more relaxed and comfortable with it, so I think they're going to have a lot of fun over the next few days.
And young orang Awan makes a new friend as Duane shows he's a gentle giant. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Smells a bit macaque in there, but yeah, we're good.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. Today, ring-tailed lemur Al is going to have a thorough health check at the park's animal hospital. He arrived 2 weeks ago after being rescued from a house in Somerset by the RSPCA. He'd been without food for days, and his lemur companion had died. Al was traumatised, and vet Sue Thornton has now been called in to check him over. A vet check, including blood samples and x-rays, will reveal a lot of useful information, including any previous or existing injuries or health conditions which might impact on the park's other resident lemurs. And it can give an indication of an animal's age.
This vet check is probably one of the most important we do when we have new animals in that we don't know anything about their background, because often there are hidden concerns and worries that you can't tell from the animal just externally. So all of these things remain to be seen, and hopefully we'll find out the answers to all of that today.
The team have very little background knowledge about Al, so giving him an anaesthetic is too risky. Instead, he'll have gas and air through a mask, a far safer form of sedation for small primates.
We're using safe anaesthetic procedures, and of course we've got very experienced staff here, so it should be as minimal a risk as possible, but it's the only way to make absolutely certain we sort out anything that's going on with the animal over the next months or so.
Jeremy and Kate bring Al in, but Al isn't keen to leave his crate. The team know he has one obvious old injury, a misshapen tail, which is almost certainly broken. As soon as the gas takes effect, Sue wastes no time checking him over.
Left hand, left arm, all fine. He's got all his digits on his left hind. He's in good body condition, I'd say. He's got nice teeth, apart from he's missing most of his upper incisors. All right, matey.
So those don't even look like old teeth.
They're not old teeth.
Necessarily.
No, he doesn't look old.
Al is younger than first thought. Sue estimates he's less than 10 years old.
OK, well, let's get him microchipped. That's it. OK. We need to weigh him and get an X-ray on that. Just see what's going on with that. 2.78.
Sue is keen to X-ray Al's broken tail. She needs to be sure there are no hidden problems causing him pain or discomfort.
He's obviously got an old break on his tail, and it might cause him problems in the long-term future, but for the moment we wouldn't do anything about it. It's perfectly stable, so he's not in any discomfort, I don't think, from that. Do you want to just take that and stick that in there, and I think we'll just wake him up.
He's waking up.
Yeah,
I don't think we have to do much.
No, OK.
It doesn't take Al long to come round, and the team work quickly to get him safely back in his crate. The health check has gone well, and the future for Al is looking more positive. But now Steph is taking him back to his bedroom so he can recover from the sedation and later rejoin his friend Kaya. Soon, the team will be able to begin introducing him to some of the park's other lemurs, and he can make more new friends. While Al and Kaya spend time together, the rest of the lemur gang at Malagasy are having a special delicacy delivered by Sharon from the primate care team. Tamarind fruits, which grow abundantly in their native home of Madagascar. To make it more interesting, she's inserted the treat into ropes, which she's hanging around their forest enclosure to encourage natural climbing and foraging behaviour.
Tamarind's actually one of their favourite foods in the wild. Some of them may have had it, but quite a long time ago. Two of our sort of newer arrivals, Kurt and Friedrich, they've been with us for a couple of years. We don't think they've ever had them before. They're certainly more enthusiastic when it comes to enrichment, and they do put a lot more effort into it, so hopefully they'll be the first ones to go in and get cracking in the shells.
The lemurs are impatient to see what's on offer.
They're very keen. We're hoping it's a bit of a challenge for them. The lemurs can be a little bit lazy sometimes. If it's not quite obvious to them how to obtain the food, they'll just walk away and give up. So we're always trying to figure out new ways to sort of get them interested.
Can I have that? This tug of war now, is it, guys?
The older members of the group seem to know what the fruits are and set about tucking in. Youngsters Friedrich and Kurt soon get involved as well. Dominant female Fennel absolutely loves this fruit. In their native Madagascar, tamarinds are a keystone food for the ring-tailed lemurs. The country's prone to long periods of drought, and the pod-like fruit are sometimes their only source of food or liquid, making them quite literally a lifesaver. The lemurs have to use a range of techniques to get to the tasty fruits, stretching up, swinging, and balancing on moving ropes. Their beautiful long tails are often used for communication, but today they're showing off just how important they are for balance too. It's a good physical and mental workout for the lemur troop, working muscles they don't use every day, and it's especially beneficial for the oldies. Renton has spotted one last remaining tamarind in a basket, but when he makes a grab for it, it falls to the other side. So he gives up. Sirius, who's a little more agile, reaches down and takes the prize. Hard luck, Renton. Al and Kaya might be missing out on all the fun today, but soon Al will be able to meet all these new companions and explore this beautiful and exciting forest home. The past few months have seen a lot of changes for the park's golden-cheeked gibbon families. The youngsters, now grown up, have been paired together to form new groups. For Mikado and Tia Nang, it's been a life-changing event. The couple now live in a brand new purpose-built home in France. And here, in a first for the park, two young male adults, Zach and Tio, have been introduced and gone on to form a bachelor gibbon group. They too have a new home. In the last few weeks, their outside enclosure has undergone a complete renovation. The old tent-like structure is gone, and the roof is now all one height, giving the gibbons a lot more space high up where they love to be. And there are plenty of hoses and long drop-downs for them to swing around. Today the pair are going to try it out for the very first time.
Both the boys are really young, they're full of energy, they're always on the go, and what we really want to do is try and stimulate a lot of the really strong acrobatics that you would see with gibbons in their natural environment. They will travel huge leaps, they will just get really, really quick. So what we've done is we've tried to make it really spacious, we've got the hosing quite far apart, and we've also put in some of these amazing drop downs. They actually go right from the roof all the way down to the floor, and that's like an 8-metre drop. So we're really hoping that the guys will show off some of their natural acrobatics skills and have a great time.
And the boys don't disappoint, bounding out of the tunnel and heading up high. Zach, a year older than Tio, is a more dominant and confident individual. He immediately starts to explore his new surroundings, testing out the hoses and the new roof. Tio, on the other hand, is a bit more cautious. The new enclosure is a little more daunting for him, but he grew up in a huge tree-filled enclosure with his parents, Peanut and Peng Yo, and his confidence soon returns as he starts to travel around the outside area. It's a promising start by both Gibbons. And they've worked out the hanging feeders, with Tio grabbing a slice of apple.
Gradually they've started to actually explore some of the new furniture. They're a little bit slow and tentative at the moment, as they're obviously finding their hands and where they can actually fly around. But you can gradually see them starting to get a lot more relaxed and comfortable with it. So I think they're going to have a lot of fun over the next few days.
Zach and Tio aren't the only new pairing loving life together. Kat is delighted with reports from France that Mikado and Tia Nang are getting on like a house on fire. It's been 5 months since she escorted them across the channel. In that time, their new home has been finished and the couple love spending time together outside in their island enclosure.
It makes me really happy. Obviously, whenever we have these guys here, we spend our lives with them every single day. So knowing that they're going to go off and somebody else is responsible for their care and you can't really do very much about that, it is a worry and it is upsetting sometimes to think that, you know, you're leaving them behind. But the circumstances out there are really ideal for the two of them. And so it is nice to get the feedback and see that they're doing well. And, you know, they both look incredible, healthy, and I'm really happy. So that obviously brings us joy as well.
There's no sign of the new couple becoming parents just yet, but they are forming a strong relationship. And all the signs are good that it will be successful and long-lasting. In any animal society made up of large social groups, arguments are not uncommon. They can lead to ill-tempered scuffles and the occasional accident. The park's chimps frequently demonstrate this noisy behaviour. Having a good leader like Hananya helps keep things under control. But it's inevitable that in a group with 4 males, a low ranker like Arthur gets caught up in the melee. A recent squabble resulted in him sustaining a small cut to his back. Chimps are not the most hygienic of animals, and unfortunately, the wound quickly became infected and a large abscess developed. The vet was called in to drain the abscess under anaesthetic. But this left a rather large area which needs to be kept clean to help it heal. Not the easiest task when it comes to chimps.
Their natural instinct is to pick a wound. They all will home in on him and they all want to be a part of that and groom that. It's just something that chimpanzees like to do. But obviously chimps aren't the cleanest animals. They are a little bit grubbier than some animals. And obviously they're walking outside on their knuckles, so they're using their hands, walking outside in the dirt. And then obviously that's going straight into the wounds as well. So it can be difficult.
This is where the team's dedication and skill come into play. Lisa has prepared a saline solution to clean Arthur's wound.
Calm yourself down, please. Arthur!
Using clicker training, Arthur has been taught to present his back to the staff for treatment.
All the way. Turn around. Turn around.
The training allows Lisa to apply the saline via a syringe. It should flush out any dirt and bacteria from the wound, keeping it nice and clean. Hopefully, this process will allow it to heal properly.
Good boy. Having a wound like this on Arthur really shows how important it is that we keep up with our training with the chimps, particularly when it comes to things like topical treatments of wounds. If we didn't have a good relationship with Arthur, if he wasn't good with his training, if we didn't keep up with his training and didn't desensitise him to things like topicals, like having saline put onto his skin, we wouldn't be able to treat it, and that basically leaves it open for that to then get infected again. We wouldn't be able to treat it as well. Turn around.
Lisa is flushing Arthur's wound twice a day. Keeping it wet will allow it to heal slowly rather than scabbing over quickly and risking another infection.
The wound looks great now. That may sound a little bit weird because it's not particularly nice to look at, but It's all really nice, clean tissue. You can see lots of granulated tissue there. We can see the new tissue starting to grow. It's a nice, healthy pink colour, and that's what we're looking for. It's reducing in size every day. The more it heals, the better he is with it. So I think at the moment, the only sign really that shows us that he knows he's still got the wound is he pulls any wood wool or anything that gets stuck to his back off. But other than that, he's very happy at the moment again.
The team will probably have to continue caring for Arthur's wound for a little while longer. But the treatment looks like it's working, and he should completely recover. In the meantime, it hasn't put him off his stride, something his little playmate Thelma is grateful for. The team constantly evaluate the quality of life of all the primates in their care. It's not simply about their health and diets, but also involves their relationships with the other animals sharing their lives. Sometimes it becomes clear a move to another group might be for the best. In the past few weeks, there's been lots of comings and goings at the orangutans. Roro has recently joined the gang at the Orang nursery, where she's met the 4 youngsters: Jin, Sylvester, Bulumata and Rika. While Roro made herself at home in the nursery, young Awan and adopted mum Hsiao-Quai headed in the opposite direction. They joined male Duane and his 2 females, Armee and Lucky. Introducing fully grown adult males to youngsters can be tricky, but this time the team didn't need to worry. Duane seems to be quite taken with little Awan, and the feeling is mutual. The pair are spending hours playing together. Duane is a lot larger, with massive hands, but that hasn't fazed Awan. At 5 years of age, she's a happy, confident and independent little orang. But like all youngsters, she does occasionally look to mum for a reassuring hug. The move appears to have given Duane something of a new lease of life. He's thought to be more than 30 years old and isn't the most active animal at the best of times. But Awan is definitely keeping him on his toes. It seems the move has been good for everyone. And it's certainly brought out the orang's playful side. It's been a week since Paddy, one of the park's most iconic figures, passed away. He died in his sleep of natural causes, and since then, the group have been trying to come to terms with the loss of their alpha male.
Everything's quieter, everything's a little more circumspect, and they're not quite as lively as they used to be a week ago. So, yeah, there's definitely an effect from Paddy going, and I would say they're experiencing a form of loss and upset emotionally by losing their leader, but the group is so important. I guess that's what's most important for the chimpanzees and is the basis of everything we do here at the park, is their group, is everything. And now what they have, even with Paddy going, is each other.
One individual who seems to have taken the loss hard is Bixa, the oldest chimp in the park, who's just about to turn 40. She's one of the more dominant females and was a firm favourite with Paddy. But since his death, she's been extremely quiet, spending a lot of time on her own. The group has no natural successor to fill Paddy's shoes. His son Bart, at 10 years of age, is too young and still to develop into a fully grown, imposing male chimpanzee. Having grown up amongst all these females, who are effectively his aunts, they might find it hard to accept him as their alpha male. That leaves just 3 other boys, 2 of which are part of the original group of 9 that arrived at the park with Paddy in 1987. Buster, who is now 37 years old, and Mickey, slightly younger at 35. And finally, 26-year-old Gamba. All 3 were a great support and backup to Paddy, but have never shown any real inclination to become leader of the group. Fortunately, there are 2 sets of very strong females who can step up to the mark and hold things together for the time being. Cindy, Beth and Zoe, who came to the park with Paddy 30 years ago, and Clin, Grisby and Kathy, who arrived just 3 years later. Whatever happens, it's a problem that will need solving.
It's left a huge hole in this group, and with far-reaching implications for the old and young alike. Is there somebody that can fill Paddy's shoes? I don't know. So we're gonna have to sit and think long and hard about whether or not there's a good individual to take over this group. I think actually the ladies, I got Cindy down here looking at me right now. Cindy and all of the other ladies would actually really appreciate, I think, a new, beautiful, dominant male. But that comes with all sorts of risks and considerations, not only for the ladies, for the new dominant male, but also for Bart, and whether Bart will accept a new male in his life and whether a new male would accept Bart even being there. It's a big decision. Paddy's left a big hole.
With no obvious leader to fill that gap, the answer may lie in the bachelors group next door. Whatever their future, only time will tell where Paddy's group goes from here. Today on Monkey Life, a new baby Woolly, but it looks like the care team will have to be mum.
It's almost the exception to the rule that you can never get them to take them back again. It does happen sometimes, but really, no.
And it's moving day for the slow Loris.
That was the perfect catch-up. It was a bit slow, but they're slow lorries, so that's kind of expected.
Plus, ring-tailed lemur Al gets to meet some of the gang. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I think this one's a little boy, and I think that that one over there might be an older lady.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. It's early morning and the woolly monkey care team have arrived to a bit of a shock. Overnight, young female Ayla from Chippy's group has given birth. But the new mum has abandoned her baby. He's discovered lying on the playroom floor.
Got in there, saw that he was still moving, obviously still alive. Ayla was fine, she seemed perfectly happy in herself. Obviously wanted to check her over as well. Then our main focus was to clear everybody out so we could get in there and get the little chap out.
With no idea what time Ayla gave birth or how long the baby had been lying on the floor, the team acted quickly, scooping up the newborn and wrapping him up to keep warm. After a quick check-over, next on the list was to try and get the baby to take fluids. No one knows why Ayla has rejected her baby. She's had a good role model to study in Mum Paquita, who recently gave birth to son Cassius. But this is Ayla's first baby, and every new woolly mum reacts differently to childbirth. The new arrival is huge, 60 grams heavier than any other woolly the team have had to hand rear.
So I'd say congratulations, but I don't know that this is actually a joyous time.
This isn't Alison's first experience of woolly mums rejecting their babies.
So can I have a look-see? Little boy for sure?
Pretty sure. You can see.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys aren't prepared to commit.
Yeah.
She's previously hand-reared 4 others at the park.
Has he made any noises?
Just lots of squawking noises.
Yeah.
Alison checks the infant over.
He's perfect. His hands are wicked strong. Look at, he's already... So he's totally fine. I know, not happy, but fine.
Getting the baby to take on fluids and milk via a small pipette to start with is most important for its survival.
It's just such a struggle. I just want to get that last drop in and then I'll call it a day and we'll warm your pad and you can go to sleep.
If all goes well in the next 24 hours, the team might try to reintroduce the baby to Ayla. She may have calmed down enough following the trauma of giving birth for her maternal instincts to kick in. But Alison isn't optimistic.
Once a female dumps her baby on the floor and walks away, it's almost the exception to the rule that you can never get them to take them back again. It does happen sometimes, but really, no.
The more likely scenario is that the infant will have to be hand-reared by the team at the park for at least 5 months before he can rejoin the group.
It's been a tough day. You're a little bit battered and bruised, little man. Oh.
And just like any newborn, he will need constant care and attention.
It'll be a long night with frequent feeds, I expect, but you don't know. You know, he's quite well developed. He's got teeth already. He's been born teething. So it might be that he's prepared to take slightly more fluid and then have longer periods of sleep. I'll let him dictate what he's going to do for now. It's day 1, and he doesn't have to have any kind of schedule. So we'll wait and see. Is he going to be a nice baby or a fidgety baby? And yes, that's going to be for us to work out overnight.
It's been a couple of months since the primate care team in charge of the Capuchins carried out a big house swap. Leader Tao was moved from his large enclosure at the Capuchin complex to join a smaller group of just 4 girls, previously led by Winslow. Accompanying him was Archie, who, like Tao, has mobility problems. Winslow headed in the opposite direction, taking on Tao's old group and all the flirty females that go with it. Last time he was in charge of a large group, Winslow was ousted by his half-brother, who took over. This is his big chance of being leader of a mixed troop once again.
He's constantly take quite a big knock from sort of when he was forced out of Franco's group, and although he was a bit more confident here, it was a very different setup. He seems to be getting there and re-establishing himself, and he is a lot more like the old Winslow, we know, and he's sort of very busy, and he's always on the move and just sort of keeping an eye out on everything in his group.
Today, Tao's new small gang are getting a tasty treat: frozen banana and custard pine cones with live mealworms. The outside area has been especially adapted to cater for both Tao and Archie's limited mobility, making it easier for them to go where they want. Rachel's making sure that there's plenty to go around for all 6 Capuchins, also taking into account their individual preferences.
They're for Archie. Archie likes to be up high, so you've got to make sure that some of them go up there for him.
Archie is first out and, true to form, heads up high to enjoy his in peace. Tao watches Sophia banging her cone in an attempt to dislodge the treat. while Ginger carefully picks out the frozen custard using her fingers. Maggie shows off her agility. But Tao takes the easy option, foraging for worms on the ground. He's accompanied by Sophia, who has a bit of a crush on him.
He definitely has less pressure on him up here. He doesn't have to move around quite so much. He hasn't got to worry about the boys next door as a threat. It's a lot quieter for him. Tao is still struggling with his mobility. It's something we are monitoring regularly and doing everything we can for him. We obviously kitted the house out, especially for Tao and Archie, with lots of ramps and new low-level slides and just trying to make everything a lot easier for him.
But the 4 girls are loving having Tao as their alpha male. They were with him for a time back at their previous enclosure, but being low rankers, never got a look in. But now they're the only females on the block and are intent on making the most of it.
Sometimes when the females are flirty, they can be a bit full on with him, and he can't quite take the sort of the taps and the pushes and the slaps that Winslow could, and so he's doing all right. But yeah, we're just hoping that being in the sort of smaller area with less pressure and less stress, that he's just not exerting himself quite as much as he was.
And it seems that across the way, Winslow's also having trouble with over-attentive girls. He's lost his tufts thanks to the females tagging him to grab his attention, and then grooming him just a bit too much. It's a bit of a balancing act trying to get the social makeup of these groups just right. But for now, things are looking positive, and everyone seems settled and content. At the park's new Loris complex, it's a big occasion as the 5 new primates from Hong Kong reach the end of their quarantine period. 2 are about to leave for a new home at the Sheldon Wildlife Trust in Devon, while another female, Boo, will be heading back from there to Monkey World to be paired up with one of the Hong Kong males. Sheldon is the smallest zoo in the world and specialises in looking after and breeding a number of endangered species, including red-ruffed lemurs and yellow-breasted capuchins. The zoo has now also set up a breeding programme for slow loris, in collaboration with other centres in Europe.
It's no use anymore just having a breeding population of animals within a zoo or within a number of zoos. We have to work together in many different ways. And so that's where the collaboration with ourselves and Monkey World and a number of other people are so vital in the success of this project. If things are going the way they are now and loris become even more endangered, we're at the risk of losing them forever. So without this population that has a healthy genetic base, we really could see the end of loris from the wild.
The problem is the long-standing black market trade in loris smuggled from the wild to be kept as pets, like all those at Sheldon and Monkey World.
We had our first loris handed in to us many, many years ago, which was Doris. And at the time, we really didn't know very much about their needs. And it was only from having Doris that we began to learn about the needs of loris. And that really has developed over the years, and we've become much more knowledgeable. We've become much more holistic in our approach, working with others. And now it's really taken this long to decide that this is where we need to go with this species and its conservation.
For the last 2 years, Sheldon have been looking after and rehabilitating Boo, a female loris Alison rescued from the Maldives. When Boo was saved, she was in a dreadful state, frightened and malnourished. But since then, she's transformed into a very healthy loris.
She settled in really well when she came. It took her a while to sort of get used to her surroundings. Being in a really small cage for so long in the Maldives didn't really help. I mean, I remember when she first came and she was so dark in her colour, which isn't like a regular slow loris at all. She's got this lovely sort of white kind of creamy texture over her shoulders now, with the sort of distinctive slow loris stripe down her back, so she's come along really well with the right supplements and everything. She's like a proper loris now.
And so it's time for Boo to head back to Monkey World and meet Bruce, her prospective mate. Tina and Marley, another pair from Hong Kong, will travel in the opposite direction. It's always hard to say goodbye to an animal you've grown to love.
Although we'll be sad to see Boo go, it's better for her, and she's a lovely animal, so we're rooting for her to get on with Bruce. So yeah, really exciting time for her.
It's a short journey from Sheldon to Dorset, but for the loris, it could be the start of something big in the future conservation of their species. A few weeks ago, ring-tailed lemur Al was rescued from a home in Somerset and brought to Monkey World in quite a distressed state. He'd been without food for days, and his lemur companion had died. The care team were worried about Al and decided to introduce him to a friend to help him settle. Female lemur Kaya came to join him. He's now been given a clean bill of health and seems more settled. Long term, the aim is for him to live with the whole lemur colony at Malagasy, but that will take time. For now, the team have lined up 3 of the gang from there to meet him. They are dominant female Fennel, dominant male Indiana, and Renton, one of the low rankers. Today, the team are taking Al and Kaya over to Malagasy for Al's first visit to what will, hopefully, become his future home. The introductions will take place in an outdoor but enclosed area, where the staff can easily keep an eye on the lemur's progress.
Lemur intros can be awful if they go wrong. Lemurs have got very, very sharp teeth, and they will bundle, so when one joins in, the others may think they need to back up that one, and you can end up with multiple lemurs attacking one lemur. They can get a serious injury in seconds, so they are difficult and they are tense, but when it works and you get them all together, then they treat life. That's where they want to be.
To combat any serious possible damage, Karen has a cunning plan.
With lemurs and with a lot of animals, their sense of smell is vital. Prosimians more than some of the larger primates. So what we're trying to do is basically blanket them all in talc so they all have the same scent, so they're not going to necessarily realise there's a newbie in the camp when they smell everybody. But also, it's also kind of a distraction technique. They're going to spend a lot of time trying to get rid of this, so it kind of keeps them busy instead of, again, focusing on the new fella.
With Fennel, Indiana and Renton all talked up, it's time to let the introductions begin. Al and Kaya have been let outside first and are already busy exploring. Kaya seems really happy to be back in her old stomping ground, but Al is understandably more cautious. This is a big deal for him. The team have no knowledge of his past. He may never have had such a big space to move around in before. Karen allows him plenty of time to settle and familiarise himself with his surroundings before meeting the others. Al takes his time sniffing around and scent marking before the team decide to let dominant female Fennel into the mix.
Oh, they're grooming. Kaya and Fennel are okay.
The 2 females are pleased to see each other, but Al, sensibly, keeps his distance. When Fennel does approach him, Al submissively moves away. So far, so good. Al seems to be following correct lemur etiquette, and Fennel is calm around him. But how will dominant male Indiana react to Al?
Ready? Yeah.
At first, he doesn't even notice him.
Boy, Indy.
But he's not given much chance. He's kept busy trying to avoid Kaya's attentions. She's trying to assert her dominance and is inadvertently distracting Indiana away from Al.
This is not what I expected to happen. It's Kaya. Poor Indiana.
Whatever her strategy, it seems to be working. The introduction goes without incident, and Al is left well alone. Last but not least, low-ranker Renton is let out.
Kaya and Renton have a history of being sometimes a little bit difficult with each other, so obviously she's come in and been quite focused on Indiana, so we're hoping that because she's quite relentless at the moment, potentially adding in Renton would help disperse her attention between the 2. The good thing is that no one seems to be focused on Al, which is great. So we'll obviously see what happens.
Renton's in.
Renton has a very close relationship with Fennel, who often acts as his personal bodyguard. With Kaya still more interested in chasing Indiana around, Renton is able to take things easy. Meanwhile, Al is still keeping his head down and generally being pretty cautious around the others. A good technique, it seems.
Al is actually being very clever. He's being submissive to everyone he meets, which is the best way to be. He obviously doesn't know their strengths. He doesn't know where they are in the hierarchy. He doesn't know how many more he's got to meet. He doesn't know anything, really, but he's doing everything right at the moment. So fingers crossed massively. Yeah, day by day, it's all we can take it. So far today's gone well, so it's a good sign.
It's moving day for the park's loris. Nick Dunn from Sheldon Wildlife Trust in Devon has arrived with Boo, a female slow loris the team are hoping will settle down with Bruce, who's staying at the park. But heading back to Sheldon will be established pair Tina and Marley. To prepare for Boo, the team have completely rebranched one of the bedrooms with plenty of shelter and browse. She'll be given time to settle in before being introduced to prospective mate Bruce.
We've put in loads of perching for her so she feels comfortable to move around because, of course, she'll be in a new environment, so it's important that she's comfortable. Also, when I've worked with Boo before, I know that she's loved being in really dense areas. I know at Sheldon Wildlife Trust she likes to hide in a big bush, so what we've done is we've put in quite a lot of browse in there for her so she can hide away as much as she wants.
But first, they need to entice Tina and Marley into their travelling crates for the journey south. Loris are nocturnal animals, so the team are working in the dark with low-level red lighting. Loading slow loris isn't an easy job. For the last few days, the crates have been left in the bedrooms with treats inside for them to get used to. Hopefully, this will speed up the process. Marley doesn't need any encouragement.
Just as we've been preparing to start putting food in the boxes to tempt them in, Marley's gone into a box, so that's brilliant. So we've shut him in. We're just going to cut the box down now and take it out, and then we'll try Tina. Okay, one down.
Tina, however, demonstrates why they're called slow loris. She takes her time. It's a waiting game for Karen and Hannah, and they resort to a bit of bribery to entice Tina into the box, using live locusts. The temptation proves too much, and with very little drama, she's in.
Marley went into a crate before we even started trying to get him into a crate, which was fabulous. And Tina was a bit slow, but they're slow loris, so that's kind of expected. But yeah, we put a few locusts in there and she tootled her way in. Yeah, really good.
Now the two departing loris are safely boxed up, it's time to release Boo into her new home.
Hello, are you ready to come out?
Boo is smaller than the other loris at the park, but a lot healthier than when she was first rescued from the Maldives in a very poor state. The male loris she's going to be paired with, Bruce, is larger, but hopefully not so much that Boo will find him intimidating. For now, he's in a bedroom opposite, while Boo finds her feet in her new surroundings.
Hello, Boo-Belicious.
Hey, Boo-Boo. All right. Okay. Yeah, she's good. She's been exploring everywhere.
Wow. And she is bigger than when she left here.
Oh yeah, I think so. She's filled out a lot.
All we can do now is look to the future and hopefully create a lovely pair here. They'll have companionship for the rest of their lives, hopefully, and hopefully they'll get on well. And in the future, if that all goes well, then potentially there'll be some babies. But yeah, it's one step at a time, really. We'll see how well she settles in, and then we'll start the intro slowly. But fingers crossed, everything will go well, and we'll have a nice pair, and they'll have some friends.
And for Tina and Marley, it's a short journey with Nick to their new home in Devon. The culmination of 2 years of joint planning in the fight to protect this unique nocturnal primate from extinction. Today on Monkey Life. Can new woolly monkey mum Ayla be persuaded to accept her newborn baby?
Good girl. Excellent.
Chimp Jester gets a health check.
He's an older chimp, and he might just be changing, as you'd expect an older chimp to change.
And golden-cheeked gibbons Peanut and Pung Yo enjoy a seasonal treat. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
We've really done everything we can to make her journey as smooth as possible.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. It's been 24 hours since woolly monkey Ayla gave birth to her first offspring. Unfortunately, she rejected the new baby boy, leaving him on the floor of the playroom where he was found by the care team. They kept him warm and topped up with fluids.
Are you gonna wake up with your eyes open? Hello, man.
Alison, who has plenty of experience looking after rejected baby woolies, took him home. After a night of feeds and nappy changing, the new infant is doing well enough for the team to try and convince Ayla to accept him. They're going to reintroduce mum and baby in the hope that Ayla's maternal instincts will kick in and she'll scoop him up.
To be quite honest, I don't think she's going to, and I don't... It's tragic. I could magic anything, wiggle my nose and make it happen. It would be for Ayla to take him back. For her sake as well as his. So it's not ideal. It's not ideal for him or for her.
The team have prepared one of the bedrooms in the woolly house, covering the floor with a thick layer of straw.
Okay?
Yes.
The plan is to put the baby into the room and, once he's settled, let Ayla in. The hope is she'll understand what to do.
All yours, my friend.
The rest of the woolly family have been given outside access, while Ayla has been separated in an adjoining bedroom. Emily carefully places the baby woolly on a bed of straw on the floor, so if Ayla picks him up, there's a soft floor beneath.
Okay.
Ready?
I guess.
With the infant calm and settled, Ayla slowly makes her way in.
Good girl.
But instead of going to the tiny bundle on the ground, she stays up on the platform. Alison tries to tempt her down with some grapes.
Good girl.
Excellent.
Eventually, Ayla reaches out. But not for her baby. She's more interested in the treats on offer and ignores the infant crying out for mum. Then, without a backward glance, she heads back to the bedroom next door.
Didn't go that well. I mean, there was nothing negative, no aggression or anything like that. She kind of looked around. We did dot a few bits of food kind of near the baby just to encourage her to go down to that area. But to be honest, I think her interest was solely just about the food and the extra treats that we'd put in there.
But there is one final hope for the new arrival. The group has a fantastic mum, Zingu. She's successfully raised two little ones, the youngest being Olivia, who, at just 1 year old, is still being fed by her mother. The team have decided to introduce the newborn baby to Zingu. They hope she'll show enough interest to scoop him up and become a surrogate mum.
Okay, here we go.
Zingu comes straight in, followed by little Olivia. Both are immediately attracted by the sight and sounds of the tiny woolly on the floor. For a moment, things look hopeful. but Zingu and Olivia are simply checking out the food and start foraging. Olivia's curiosity eventually gets the better of her, and she goes in for a closer look at the baby. But she soon rejoins her mum in the next-door bedroom. The team have exhausted all possibilities of settling the baby in the group. There's only one option left.
Now it comes down to us really for the next few months. Take the little man on, obviously rear him, make sure he's healthy and happy as he grows up, and then slowly and gradually we'll start doing some introductions with the house that we're going to introduce him into. And yeah, just take it day by day really.
So for the next few months, this little Woolly's future is in the hands of the care team. He'll grow and develop with their help before being reintroduced to his woolly family when the time is right. Fortunately for this new arrival, it's something the staff have lots of experience of.
Boy, it's 2 mils. You know,
This is the 5th woolly monkey the team have hand-reared in recent years.
that's 1 mil.
And they've all had a share in the work, including Mike, who was part of the care team for baby number 3, Diego. All the youngsters are bottle-fed milk until old enough to be introduced to solids.
Look at that. How's about that?
Baby number 4, Bueno Jr., is a great example of how the care team can step in to give abandoned youngsters a great start in life. He was delivered by emergency C-section following his mum Sarah's difficult labour. After his ordeal, Alison had to use some vigorous stimulation to get the newborn breathing properly for himself. Bueno Jr. then took up her full attention, with Alison taking him home for weeks of feeds and nappy changing.
Good little man.
The care team took it in turns to help out. 4 years on, Bueno Jr. has grown into a handsome young man and is flourishing.
He's fitted into the group really well. He has really good relationships with the other individuals in there, so his socialisation skills have come on leaps and bounds, and he's just one of the group. He's a loving individual, he's quite comical, he's a bit of a joker and a silly monkey, so he loves nothing more than having a giggle and a play, but he's just slotted into the group really well, and we couldn't be happier with how he's progressed.
And despite being reared by the care team, Bueno Jr. has fitted in well with young males his age, who grew up with their own woolly parents.
The other young lads in the group, Manny and Enzo, they clearly get on as well because they're kind of on the same wavelength. So, you know, they're all here to have a good time and have a good play. Junior's kind of, you know, a great example of getting them back in with the group really early, and he has just become another woolly monkey. So we're really pleased with how he's developed, and we couldn't be happier.
The signs are good that all the team's experience will give their 5th baby woolly monkey the best possible chance at becoming part of a woolly group.
It's that kind of nerve-wracking time where we want to make sure that we take everything nice and slowly with him and we just do everything right, but we have done it before, and just seeing how Bueno Jr. has turned out and how well he is doing now in the group does fill us with more confidence that hopefully this one's going to go as well and we're going to get it right again.
At the Stumpy house, it's been a few weeks since new arrivals Toto and Freddy were introduced to the 8 other grumpy monkeys. And now they're living as one, almost harmonious group.
Things have settled down quite nicely at the Stumpy house. These guys are quite grumpy, they're quite feisty, bringing new boys in, especially when these guys have been together for so long, so their alliances are really solid. We knew we were going to get some fights and some scuffles, but it's been quite sort of nice how quickly the fighting settled down. And although we do still have, you know, bouts of shouting at each other, that's kind of Stumpies anyway, we're not quite at a fully functional, you know, everybody getting along group yet, but we're definitely taking some steps towards that.
With the warmer weather, the Stumpies have got 24-hour access outside. If things do get out of hand, the individuals have an escape route until things calm down. Today, the group are going to be given a healthy treat, fresh herbs, to stimulate their taste buds and their sense of smell.
They have had some herbs in the past, but there's a real sort of selection of smells. They sort of smell quite strong. So I'm hoping that they're going to be really interested in them. Obviously they're all edible as well, so something for them to nibble on. Because it is just herbs, you know, it's not high calorie, so it's a nice sort of low-cal snack for these guys. But we'll see how much interest that they show. Noreen, Sam, Kelly!
Fresh herbs are rarely on the menu, and the stumpies are curious. There's plenty of interest, touching and smelling, but not much in the way of eating. Although top girl Kelly has taken a liking to a clump of basil. Charlie, on the other hand, displays a preference for parsley. While new boy Freddie is tempted by fresh chives. But Toto doesn't seem overly impressed with the coriander. Toto's a magnificent-looking macaque and could possibly be younger than the other boys in the group, which includes leader Sam, long-term housemate Jonathan, and Freddie, who arrived with Toto from Belgium. With age and looks on his side, the team expected him to become top dog.
We thought Toto might just sort of steamroll in and kind of take over the group. It's not really happened that way. Unfortunately for Toto, he has all of the brawn but none of the brains. He's not really got the sort of social know-how to go around making friends with the females and try and get some allies and kind of play it sensibly. So for the moment, it is still Sam that's kind of holding on to the group brains.
The fresh herbs have been both a hit and a miss. But whether they like them or not, the enrichment did at least get the stumpies active and using their minds.
When you try new things with these guys, you never know if they're going to be really excited or if they're not going to be too bothered, but it's always important to give them sort of new stuff to have a look at. And it has brought people out and about to have a look, if nothing else. Not quite the excitement and the big foraging frenzy that I'd perhaps hoped for, but it's kind of what you get with stumpies.
At the bachelor chimp enclosure, staff have become worried about Jester. In the last few weeks, he seems to have lost weight and is drinking excessive amounts of water. They've asked vets John Lewis and Dave Harding to come in and check him over.
He's an older chimp, and he might just be changing as you'd expect an older chimp to change. But there are concerns about some aspects of his health, so we're going to have him down, take blood samples, good clinical examination, do some ultrasound, etc., and try and get a comprehensive idea of his health status.
Jester is 35 years old, getting on for a chimp, and came to the park in 1992 along with 8 others from Windsor Safari Park. Although he's a fit-looking chimp, he suffers badly from a skin complaint and has regular medication to treat the condition. But the team have other concerns too.
He's had a lot of sugar in his urine, but that may or may not be an indication of diabetes. Now, there are other things which put sugar in the urine, including some medications he's been on. So we're hoping to put a lot of concerns to bed, to be honest, but we'll see.
All the apes at the park have been trained to take injections from one of the primate care staff. Cara gives Jester his anaesthetic, and then it's a case of waiting for the drug to take effect. It doesn't take long. Jester is quickly loaded into a secure travel crate for the short journey to the park's hospital. As soon as Jester is delivered safely to the hospital, the team take the opportunity to weigh him.
67.5.
67.5.
Once Jester is on the table, John works quickly.
You have to watch out very carefully for salivation, because they do a lot of that, and let's get the bloods.
He takes blood samples so Jester's kidney and liver functions can be checked, and also to rule out any sign of diabetes.
Keep them all moving, we won't get microclots in there. Right. Sorry.
With the bloods done, John can give Jester a more general health check.
We're looking really for basically wear and tear. Now, whether that's wear and tear on heart or kidneys or liver or whatever, that's really what we are looking for. Yeah, things wear out. He's not an emaciated chimp.
No.
By any means whatsoever.
Once John is happy, Dave moves in to perform an ultrasound.
Yeah, are we okay to dim the lights a little bit now? Yeah. Is that okay? Nothing obviously wrong at this stage. That's the liver there, which looks pretty normal. Limited findings on the ultrasound, everything looks pretty normal in there, mainly looking at the liver and the kidneys, really, given the symptoms. And they look absolutely, as I would expect, normal size, shape. And there's no other abnormalities looking around in there as well, so happy with that.
All the checks have been done, and so far, John is pleased.
He's a good-looking chimp. For his age, he's in good condition. But until we get the results of the blood sample, I wouldn't hazard any further guesses. But that's when we're going to review his medication, is after all those results are in.
Jester is returned to one of the bedrooms at the bachelor's house, and when he's fully recovered from the anaesthetic, he can rejoin his pals. And after a few days, it was confirmed all his blood tests were normal. The park's chimpanzees are generally a pretty lively and sometimes argumentative bunch. A recent dispute at Hananya's group resulted in low-ranking Arthur sustaining a small injury to his back.
Hi, Mum.
The wound became infected and the resulting abscess had to be drained by a vet and then kept clean by the care team. Now, some weeks later, Arthur's wound is all healed up, and today, in the intense heat of summer, the group are calm and relaxed. Most are having a nap when staff arrive to give them a treat, ice-cold lollies. Little Thelma is first to sample the ices. And even group leader Hananya decides they're worth getting up for. The lollies are made from water and fruit juice, and on a hot day like today, prove popular. The treat has certainly perked up young Thelma, who's on the lookout for a playmate. Sean, from the care team, has another idea to keep the chimps cool. He's rigged up a hose to spray water into their enclosure. Thelma's not sure yet, but Macaque comes to see what it's all about. A cool water shower is hard to resist, and he dives straight in. And while the others watch, the water spray seems to have brought out Macaque's silly side. He's a very bright and playful chimp, and today, he's just using it for his own enjoyment. The fine mist drifting across the enclosure will also reduce the air temperature, making everyone feel more comfortable. Hananya is spending the day surrounded by his ladies. They all seem to want a bit of his attention. Being close to the alpha male not only keeps harmony in the group, but also bolsters their positions. Simon and Arthur join in the water antics and take the opportunity for a cool drink. But Thelma is enjoying a game of her own. Until, all played out, it's time for a cuddle with Mum. At the golden-cheeked Gibbon enclosure, Peanut and Pungyo are getting a seasonal treat. Abdi from the primate care team has arrived with armfuls of cherry browse, laden with succulent leaves and juicy ripe berries. The browse is mixed in with apple wedges and spread out in baskets and on perches around the enclosure. Some are placed high up in the treetops to encourage the gibbons to feed at height, as they would in the wild. As always, it's female Peanut who's first off the mark. She loves her food, and cherries are a rare treat. Luckily, there are plenty to go round, and her long-term partner Peng Yo manages to get his share today. But he wisely finds his own space to enjoy the fruit before Peanut comes looking for more. Peanut and Peng Yo have been together for 15 years. In the wild, golden cheeks pair for life. They were rescued separately, Peanut from a British bird smuggler and Peng Yo from the black market trade in Taiwan. Once at Monkey World, they were paired and have since had 3 children. All the couple's offspring have now reached sexual maturity and, one by one, have left the family. Feisty Peanut is the dominant partner in their relationship. When treats are on offer, Peng Yo knows Peanut will want first pickings, so he makes way when he sees her coming. But he doesn't go hungry. He's super quick and magnificent in the trees and can easily find more. Peanut, meanwhile, is determined to empty the treetop feeder, and her long limbs and highly flexible joints make it easy for her. As they feed, both gibbons demonstrate wild behaviour by staying up high to enjoy their treat. And today, with so much fruit, both Peanut and Peng Yo are content. Today on Monkey Life, Alison and wildlife vet John Lewis visit the park's sister sanctuary in Vietnam.
I always love coming back. It's like my Vietnamese family.
Marina and Alison inspect a possible new home for golden-cheeked gibbons Na and Coochie.
I think it would work well between both organizations.
Yeah, thank you.
And John battles the heat to give slow Loris Batman the snip.
Job done, really.
This is Dao Tien Rescue Centre in Vietnam. It's the sister sanctuary of Monkey World in Dorset, and the staff here dedicate their lives to rescuing and rehabilitating endangered Vietnamese primates.
It's a new forest with a new family group of gibbons coming, and hopefully everybody will grow up and mature together.
It's a 6,000-mile journey from the UK to the centre, which lies 160 miles northeast of Ho Chi Minh City. Away from the hustle and bustle of the major towns and cities of Vietnam is a country steeped in tradition. With a population of over 90 million to feed, it's no wonder agriculture plays a huge part in its economy. But in recent times, tourism is starting to play a significant role too. With over 30 national parks and 6 biosphere reserves that are recognised by UNESCO, the conservation of wildlife within these areas is becoming a priority for the Vietnamese government. And Dao Tien plays no small part in protecting some of the country's most endangered species. Set up in 2008 with the full support and cooperation of the authorities, it's a 56-hectare island in the Dong Nai province. Alison makes frequent visits to the centre, and this time she's brought vet John Lewis with her. For Alison, it's always uplifting to return to the island that is so close to her heart.
The team here on Dao Tien are fantastic, and I always love coming back. It's like my Vietnamese family, and it's the beginning of what's going to be a very intense 3 or 4 days trying to achieve as much as possible while we're here to help out Marina, Lee, and their team who live here and work here diligently every day of the year.
Since Dao Tien opened, the team have rescued more than 100 primates, including golden-cheeked gibbons, black-shanked douklangers, and more recently, pygmy loris, a small nocturnal primate. But unlike Monkey World, the role here at Dao Tien is to rescue, rehabilitate, and then release the primates back into the wild. The idea is that any animals not able to be released will be found a suitable home, freeing up space for other individuals who can be released. Marina Kenyon runs the centre with her partner Lee.
This is the core of Dao Tien. We're in the centre of the island, and this is our phase 1 area for gibbons. So we have at the moment over 20 gibbons here. This is where they come in, they do quarantine, we try to get them healthy, and most importantly, we give them gibbon friends.
The phase 1 gibbons are health checked and assessed over a period of time. If they're deemed suitable and have been paired up, they can then progress to the semi-free forested areas on Dao Tien. There are 4 on the island, the largest almost 20 hectares. And it's here that the gibbons can start to build up their tree strength, getting used to swinging through the forest once again.
Gibbons are like magical creatures. They're like the ballerinas of the treetops. They move so quietly. If you're lucky enough to be in the forest at sunrise and they sing, they do this like super hyper metallic call. It's such a privilege for me to work in a forest with gibbons, and without them, it's a huge loss. So we have to work and try our best to keep them here. And it's very simple. We, humans, just need to leave them alone.
Not all of Dao Tien's gibbons make it back to the wild, however. Na is a male gibbon who's been at the centre since the very beginning. He did make it into the semi-wild area, but the transition was problematic.
The biggest problem with Na is that he's fearless. He's not afraid of humans. And as gibbons grow up, they get enormous canines, so he's actually quite dangerous. He would quite happily bite you if he had the opportunity. He'd be very sorry about it afterwards, but damage would already be done.
Along with his partner, Ku Chi, he's not suitable for release. A permanent home will have to be found for the pair.
We're full here to capacity. We've said we can't take any more gibbons here until we relocate some of our unsuitable for release individuals, and we're sort of trying to stick to that as best we can.
But in the meantime, Na is about to undergo a minor operation.
I would get that pre-med into him now.
He's going to be castrated. This is primarily to stop Na and Ku Chi breeding, but the team also hope it might calm the feisty male down. While John preps for the operation, Na has already been given a pre-med to make him drowsy. It's a bit of a waiting game for the team, and so far the drug is showing little sign of affecting Na. John will have to anaesthetize him the old-fashioned way.
No change of plan, and no change in the gibbon that's had the pre-med either. So we're going to go ahead and dart him.
Darting a fast-moving gibbon, even in a small enclosure, is no easy feat. But John knows from experience it's all about picking your moment. And as soon as Na's back is turned, he takes the shot. It takes a few minutes for the drug to take effect. Na is wobbly, but still clinging on up high in his cage. Lee is ready with the net to catch him, while John unhooks Na's fingers from the mesh.
Ready?
Nice one.
Once John has checked him over, Na is quickly transported to the centre's hospital. John needs to work fast. Giving primates anaesthetic is never straightforward, and in hot and humid conditions can be quite challenging for the vet team and the animal.
Well, we get another fan on him anyway, and then have the bucket of cold water ready. And I'll try and be relatively quick.
Keeping a primate's body temperature stable throughout an operation is vital.
The biggest anaesthetic risk we take really is temperature. And if they can't control their temperature, there's the risk that the body temperature will rise and rise and rise above what is acceptable. I need you to watch the breathing at all times.
For John, this is normally a straightforward procedure, but the heat and humidity have made this operation far from comfortable. With Na being closely monitored, John locates his testes. With a snip and a couple of stitches, the operation is complete.
It's not particularly painful. He'll be on painkillers anyway, which is not because I think it's hurting him especially, it's because I don't want him fiddling with the surgical site. There's nothing more we need to do, and hopefully that'll calm him down. And that's the end of the story.
The operation went well, and once Na is fully recovered from the anaesthetic, he can be returned to his enclosure. Na and his mate Ku-Chi may not have to wait long for a new, more permanent home. After months of research, Marina thinks she's found the perfect place for the pair to live, and she's travelled with Alison over to the mainland to check it out.
Hello. Xin chào. You too.
The Mango Garden Wildlife Centre has been running for a couple of years and looks after and cares for a number of exotic animals and birds from around the world. Marina has been consulting with them for the last few months, and the centre now has space to take in up to 3 pairs of gibbons from Dao Tien.
Now, this is just fantastic, because after so many years, if we can find a solution for those guys that can't go back out to the wild, it would be a godsend at this point.
If all goes well, this will free up vital space on Dao Tien for the team to take in more gibbons that need rescuing, who can hopefully be released into the forested areas of Vietnam.
I think it would work well between both organizations.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Marina has already made recommendations on how to fit out the enclosures with hoses and ropes, so the gibbons will be able to swing and travel high up off the ground, just like in the wild.
And what would your time frame be on this?
Well, when you say you are ready, we can come. So we just come 1 week before to prepare the internal, once the mesh is all good, and then the gibbons come.
All good.
Thank you.
I think.
The arrivals from Dao Tien will be phased in a pair at a time, although they won't be the first gibbons living at this centre.
Hey, you guys.
I see you, mister. It's a male and a female. The pileated gibbon, the male, if we get a chance to see him, he's just leapt to the tree behind, is actually from Cambodia. It's a species that comes only from Cambodia. So it's a little bit of an odd pairing, but at least they're together and being social, and they seem to like each other.
So far, everything is looking good. It's just what Alison was hoping for.
This visit today has far-reaching effects, not just for the gibbons we're talking about, but for others that we don't even know about yet. And wow, amazing, big, beautiful cages. Really important that this works out, and I'm so pleased to see how wonderful it is. So, got everything crossed that this is going to go ahead.
The gibbons on Dao Tien need constant care and attention. Every aspect of their life, including their diet, is closely monitored by the team until a decision is made on whether they're suitable for release. And it's not just the Phase 1 primates in the assessment enclosures that need looking after.
Yeah, you go see.
In the 4 semi-free forested areas on the island, the gibbons have their food supplemented. There aren't enough of the correct fruiting trees to support them all year round. This morning, keeper Hsiao-Quai is feeding golden-cheeked gibbons Limwin and Misu in the larger 20-hectare site. They're now successful parents of 2 infants, Savvy and Tai. But just 3 years ago, before they had their babies, they were released into a forested area in Cat Tien National Park, where a large, wild male gibbon heard them and attacked Limwin. He wasn't a match in size or attitude and couldn't protect himself. The team managed to retrieve the pair, and since then, Limwin has developed into a big, solid male, and the pair's bond has grown.
They're a wonderful family and they behave like wild gibbons. They travel well in the forest. So they're pretty much ready now to go full release. We're just working on finding the right area, the right level of protection, and the right tree species there.
Golden-cheeked gibbons aren't the only primates Dao Tien have successfully rehabilitated and released back into the wild. In the last few years, more than 30 lorises have gone back to the forests of Vietnam. In a short space of time, Dao Tien has now been recognised internationally as one of the world's premier rescue and release centres for this small nocturnal species.
We're learning things all of the time. What type of habitat to release in, what time of year to release in, which individuals make good candidates. And it's been a bit of trial and error. We've had losses, there's no doubt about it, but sometimes the individuals that you lose, if you're following them and taking honest, realistic data from them, you learn more from this negative information in order to prepare the next batch. So you have to take the rough with the smooth.
And rescued lorises keep on coming to the island, almost all from the pet trade. They've been stolen from the wild and then confiscated by authorities who are getting tough on illegal traders. Being asked to rehabilitate so many lorises has led to Dao Tien building a brand new complex to house them all.
There's a lot more space for the animals, so we've actually increased their area. And for when we work, because we've designed it this way, we have a bigger working area, so it's a lot more relaxed. And it has worked with the loris are a lot calmer here compared to the old house. So yeah, it's working well.
With so many lorises to feed and look after, the team are constantly thinking and devising new ways of enrichment to keep them more active through the night.
So this is the feeder. As you can see, we've got 3 holes, and off each hole we have 2 channels. The plan is put the insect in, close the lid, that then just stops the cricket jumping out. But hopefully with these tunnels the crickets will come out, and hopefully it's a slow release. You know, they'll come onto the log. It's not directly there into the leaf. It's just a different aspect to try and get the loris to work for their food. Naturally in the wild, they're going to see a cricket. They're not always going to get it. In captivity, it's there, it's on a plate. More than likely, they're always going to eat that. So we actually have to control the amount we feed.
Not all rescue lorises that come to Dao Tien will make it back into the wild. One such pair are Batman and Hope. Hope is the female half of the partnership, and she arrived on the island already pregnant. She's since given birth to twins, and Batman has taken all 3 under his wing.
Batman and Hope are 2 loris that have been long-term in captivity before they even came to us, and then they've been here for a wee while as well. So they're really not suitable for release. They need to be fit and healthy, yes, but they also need to be mentally prepared. And we're not convinced that Batman and Hope have that in them.
They're going to remain here at Dao Tien, but in the new semi-wild loris area, where they can spend their days and nights up in the treetops. But before that, Batman has to undergo a minor surgical procedure. He needs a vasectomy. While the team are happy to keep the pair in the semi-wild, they don't want any more babies to look after. Space is at a premium here on the island, and it's vital there's room for the constant flow of rescued lorises coming in from the mainland. It's a first for John. He's performed vasectomies on tiny primates such as marmosets, but never a loris. The size of the animal and the hot and humid conditions he's going to have to work in could prove quite a challenge.
If I'd done 1,000 loris, I could probably cut the skin and go straight to the vas. I haven't done any loris actually, so you have to dissect your way around the area under which you've cut to locate the vas, and that's a bit more fiddly.
With Batman anaesthetised, John gets to work. But it's not easy, and locating the tiny vessel to make a cut is taking time. There are so many tiny veins and tubes, it's hard to differentiate between them all.
That feels like a vas to me.
At last, John locates the correct one.
Because it has a very muscular wall, it's rather rubbery. Now the decision now is whether we tie off both ends of it or not.
He ties the tube in 2 places and then severs between the ties. Next, he needs to repeat the procedure on the other side. But now he knows what he's looking for, it's a lot quicker.
Job done, really. And I think with jobs like that, what you really want to do is another one, not now, tomorrow morning. Because what you learnt on that, hopefully you can make the next job more efficient and quicker. Because it may be another N years before we get to do another loris.
Batman is given 24 hours to recover from the operation. The following evening, Lee prepares to move the whole family from the new loris complex to the semi-wild area.
Post-op, he's looking very well. Myself, Alison and John had a very good look at him today. So we're all happy. So this is why we're doing the move now.
They'll be put into a holding cage in the middle of the semi-wild forested area for at least 24 hours. There, they'll be able to get accustomed to the sight, sounds, and smells of their new home. It's easier to move the lorises while there's still a bit of daylight and they're still sleepy. Lorises are nocturnal animals and won't come fully active until it's dark. Lee releases Hope and her 2 babies first. Still clinging to Mum, all 3 head up into the branches and leaf shelter of the holding cage.
On the other side.
Batman doesn't put up much of a fight either. Perhaps he's anxious to be reunited with his family.
Yes, looked okay.
Or still feeling sorry for himself following his operation.
There he goes.
But Lee soon has him in the semi-wild area with Hope and the 2 youngsters.
They look okay, but the one thing we need to do now is we need to go away because they are going to be stressed, being handled. Very stressful for any primate, especially loris. So we've had a quick check. They're all good. So what we'll do now, we'll move away. I'll speak to the guy who's working with them tonight, and we'll just do regular checks throughout the evening.
While Batman and Hope will be living permanently in the semi-wild area at Dao Tien, Alison is determined it will be a very different outcome for the pair's offspring.
It's been said by other organizations that it's not possible to release loris that are born in captivity, and that it's a little bit like a red flag to a bull around here, because if those babies survive in our semi-wild and reach maturity, we will try and release them back out into the wild because they will have grown up effectively in a semi-wild habitat, and we're going to see if we can break the cliche that a captive-born loris cannot be rehabilitated back out into the wild.
With the help and cooperation of the authorities and the hard work and dedication of the whole team at Dao Tien, the future of this small species is starting to look a whole lot brighter. Today on Monkey Life. A wild gibbon is on the attack as Alison and the team carry out health checks at a Vietnamese national park.
OK, can we let this other gibbon through into the other enclosure?
Marina tracks a wild loris through the forest.
We're at full signal now, so we're basically there. So it's just a case of looking through all these leaves to find her.
And baby gibbon Locke finds comfort in the arms of adopted brother Duane. This is Dao Tien Rescue Centre in Vietnam, sister sanctuary to Monkey World and overseen by its director, Dr. Alison Cronin. The staff here dedicate their lives to rescuing and rehabilitating endangered Vietnamese primates.
We know that this is a really good quality of forest and there's plenty of food out there for them.
It's a 6,000-mile journey from the UK to the centre, which lies 160 miles northeast of Ho Chi Minh City. It's early morning at Dao Tien and the golden-cheeked gibbons are in full song. The centre's locally based director, Marina Kenyon, has been involved in the project since its inception and has recently overseen the creation of the new semi-wild loris area. This morning, she's going to check up on the first loris family to be released there. Last night, Batman and his partner Hope, along with her two twins, were let out of the holding cage and into the trees in the semi-free area. The four lorises were soon out exploring their new surroundings and seemed quite relaxed as they tucked into the food left out for them. They were left in peace to get on with familiarising themselves with their new home. And now, Marina wants to check all four are still together.
They all came out incredibly confident, went up high, higher than they've ever been before in their lives. So really pleased this morning. They're actually sleeping at around 4.5 meters, which is a perfect height for loris. Mum is there with her two babies. She's managed to control them and bring them to her. And Batman's he's not allowed to touch them, but he's centimeters away. And they're fast asleep, so perfect.
Mornings are always busy on the island. With more than 50 lorises and gibbons to feed and look after day and night, it's been a massive undertaking, right from when the centre first opened its doors to rescued gibbons in 2008. Alison visits regularly to check on progress and help plan the next steps.
It's been 2 years since I've been back to Dao Tien, and it's amazing. You know, our goal was always to make our conservation work here with the primates low impact. So this island and its ecology and habitat doesn't get too disrupted. And since being here, the amount of wildlife that's come to the island I find quite significant and interesting as well. We have a lot more reptiles, for better or worse, some of them friendly, some of them not so friendly. But the island's a very beautiful place, and we're pleased to call it home for our rescue and rehabilitation work.
Alison has brought wildlife vet John Lewis with her on this visit, and today, along with Lee Butler, who runs the centre with Marina, they're heading downriver to the headquarters of Cat Tien National Park.
Okay, rock and roll.
At 278 square miles, Cat Tien is one of Vietnam's most important and largest national parks. There are more than 100 mammal species living within the forest here, and the work at Cat Tien is vital for their conservation. The park regularly receives primates rescued by the Vietnamese authorities, and almost all have been stolen from the wild. Alison, John and Lee have come over to health check 3 of them.
Good to see you. Yeah.
If the 3 gibbons prove to be healthy, they could potentially transfer to Dao Tien for rehabilitation and, hopefully, future release back into the wild. But when Alison and the team arrive, one of the park's officials, Mr. Viet, tells them there's been a worrying development.
see, look, there's the wild gibbon. He's already here.
A family of wild gibbons has been terrorising the rescued gibbons housed in the cage assessment enclosures at Cat Tien.
So the female was a captive one that they released, paired up with a wild male. They now have babies, so she, funny enough, is the dangerous one.
When they go to see the first of the 3 rescued gibbons awaiting a health check, the wild female is already there, clambering over the cages.
You have to get rid of it, guys. It's no good. We have to get her away.
The wild gibbon was previously rescued from captivity and then released. But having lived in captivity for so long, she shows no signs of being afraid of humans. And she's determined to let everyone know this is her territory.
We don't know anything about the new gibbons, but they need to be health checked because it's absolutely critical. If you have wild gibbons coming and interacting with potentially diseased individuals, they can share the disease and take it back out into the national park. So this is actually a really critical part of our work. Even if these individuals aren't going to be coming to us, we need to help check their health status so that the health and welfare of the animals in the national park isn't compromised. It's direct overhead. Making a big leap.
The wild female gibbon is determined to reach the others in the cages. John decides it's better and far safer for all concerned to perform the health check on his first patient, the rescued female, inside the cage rather than risk taking her elsewhere. But first, he must anaesthetize her. As he prepares to do so, Alison receives some shocking news.
The 3rd gibbon got killed by the wild female attacking her and giving her such bad injuries that she couldn't survive. So I think that was just a couple of weeks ago. The gibbon's teeth are very large and very sharp. The canine teeth are just like sabers and they can tear you apart, which is why we're all so cautious. It's tragic and sad, and right now all of these gibbons in these cages are vulnerable to attack from that female, and she's already killed one. Here he comes, behind you. Oh, we've got two behind you.
Come on, we need to stop talking, guys.
Go on.
It's just dangerous, you know. She's not afraid of anyone or anything, and potentially, it's a big problem for John, who needs to do and concentrate on what he has to do. So we're going to try and move her away from the area with food, and then try and work as quickly as possible.
John manages to dart the female gibbon. It's now a waiting game as the drug takes effect. But the wild gibbon will not leave. The team must keep her away from the vulnerable, sedated gibbon.
She is starting to go.
She's about to go.
The anaesthetic kicks in and John can get to work. He checks her heart first. All the time, the rangers from Dao Tien are doing their best to keep the wild gibbon at bay. Next up, a full set of bloods, vital to check she isn't carrying any disease. She needs a clean bill of health if she's going to make it to Dao Tien and ultimately be released back into the forest.
So far, we're okay. The animal is fine. Stable under anaesthesia. We're just taking bloods. We've done the transponder. And then once we've done those 2 things, I'll have a closer look at the rest of her body. Her teeth are good, her mouth's fine, no problems there. She has a slightly strange heart sound, but sometimes that can be a result of anaesthesia. So I'll have a good listen at the beginning, and then I'll have a good listen at the end, and often you find that corrects itself.
Okay, guys.
The health check is complete, but the gibbon is still drowsy from the anaesthetic, and the wild female has spotted she's up and about. She moves in for the attack.
Okay, can we let this other gibbon through into the other enclosure?
you have a bigger side to defend then.
But yes, but this is all open mesh, and that's half closed mesh.
They need to get the still sedated gibbon into the larger part of the enclosure, where she'll have more room to move and evade her attacker.
Get out of it, go on!
Get going! Go on!
Finally, the wild gibbon gets the message, finds the rest of her family, and retreats back into the forest. For now.
No, he's gone. He's gone. I just saw him off in the distance. So she's just left. The male was loitering, but he's, I think, going to follow as well. So hopefully we might have a bit of an easier go of it with the male now.
Without the distractions from above, John quickly manages to dart the male gibbon, who's next for a health check. But with all the excitement going on around him this morning, his adrenaline levels may be affecting the anesthesia. He's drowsy, but not enough for the team to step in. John decides to give him a small top-up.
You can see his eyes are... He's fighting it. Lee's in there only to catch him in case he falls. Gibbons are pretty fragile, even though they're a bit full-on. They've got teeth that can break easily in their arms, so Lee's there to catch him if he starts to fall.
And once the male is fully sedated, John moves in. This time the health check goes smoothly. Without any of the distractions from the wild gibbon family, John is quickly able to check him over, insert a microchip, take bloods, and check his weight. He's pleased with what he's seen so far.
I mean, they're good-looking animals, both of them. The male, the dark one, is what they call subadult. He's not mature yet, but you can see his big canines coming through the gums and causing a bit of inflammation in the gums. He's teething. Teething some serious teeth, but he's a typical rangy subadult male. And the female's in good condition too. We see no problems. I can't feel or detect any problems. We'll see what the blood samples show.
The team must wait for the results of the hair samples and blood tests for both gibbons before deciding on their future. It's been a full and demanding morning, but they've managed to accomplish what they set out to do under difficult circumstances. The team at Dao Tien spend a lot of time surveying the protected areas of Vietnam. They record gibbon and loris populations and note tree species to see if they're the right fruiting varieties necessary to sustain primates that might be released there. The more information they have, the more they can prevent wildlife coming into conflict with local people and farmers. In recent months, they've been checking local coffee and cashew plantations. Marina has been getting reports of farmers finding pygmy lorises in the trees, including a location just 20 minutes from Dao Tien.
We've been able to remap the habitat and the distribution of potential loris areas in Vietnam, and it's triple of what it initially was. So they like the grassland. In orchards, like in plantations like this, you get lots of insects as well. So it's really, really exciting. There's much more habitat available for loris. The key is that the people just need to leave them alone. And if we can work with the local people and they realise that the loris is the farmer's friend and they don't hunt them, they actually leave them because they're helping, then we have a chance.
Today, Marina, along with Mr. Dong, a keeper and tracker from Dao Tien, and Hannah, a postgraduate student, are checking on a wild pygmy loris who's taken up residence in this cashew plantation. Chi is a middle-aged female who the team fitted with a radio collar before releasing her back into her home on the plantation. They track Chi twice a week to find her sleep site and then at night record what the loris is eating.
We hope next year to bring the local farmers onto our tracking team so they too can watch and say, oh, she's not really eating the fruit, she's focusing on the insects and all those nasty pests that hurt my crops. So the key is actually what is she doing at night, and to show the farmers that actually she's actually our friend and she's helping us.
But finding a small primate weighing less than 500 grams is not easy.
Yeah. Because there's lots of valleys and gullies, there's lots of blind spots. It proves really, really tricky to find her.
And the heat of the afternoon only adds to the difficulty.
It's really, really important we find her because we're mapping her home range. We're mapping how much space she needs as a cashew loris. And from this, then we can work out densities and what potential there is in all this plantation land for loris. So it's really important we find, even though when she goes over hills, we need to get there.
After searching for Chi most of the afternoon, Mr. Dong finally gets a signal on the tracking equipment.
She's around 30 metres away, so she's close.
Okay, thank you.
We're at full signal now, so we're basically there. So it's just a case of looking through all these leaves to find her. So yeah, got her.
They may be in the right area, but spotting the loris high up in the cover of the leafy treetops takes another hour. And dusk is fast approaching. But at last, they get a sighting of Chi, still fast asleep.
So now we found her. Every day we mark her sleep site. So we're just plotting her habitat, how big the home range is that she lives in. Then we make a note of the height of the tree, the species of the tree, which is cashew, the angle of the branch she sleeps on, so as much data as we can of her sleep spot. And then we just kind of sit here quietly, wait for night time to come, and then the exciting bit comes, actually trying to follow her at night and find out what she does, and importantly, what is she eating.
They're going to wait until dark, when Chi will be fully awake and alert, so that they can then monitor her movements. While Marina and the team settle down for a long night, back at Dao Tien, the staff are preparing the night feed for the resident lorises. Mr. Hai is distributing the first of 4 feeds, spread out over 7 hours, designed to keep the lorises more active.
The loris now are active throughout the night, which is what they should do. They have their breaks and then they go off again. The nocturnal, they will eat throughout the night, so we have to replicate that.
The first feed is gum logs, followed by fruit and then live insects.
This is their rehabilitation phase 1, semi-freeze phase 2, where we actually get them out into the forest, where they're going to have to naturally hunt for insects. We supply that at the moment, so it's a big learning curve. And hopefully, you know, it all goes smoothly, and then in 2-3 months' time, we can survey an area in Cat Tien National Park, make sure that's safe, there isn't a bigger population of loris there already, and then do a release.
While the lorises at Dao Tien are enjoying their evening meal, back on the mainland, Marina and her team's wait is over. The wild pygmy loris, Chi, is on the move.
We've been following Chi now for just over 2 months, and so far the local people just think we're crazy, but they keep asking questions and we keep giving them loris gifts and talking about what we're doing. And we're just going to start doing awareness events, showing videos of our work on Dao Tien with loris, lots of nice pictures of loris up close, and also work that other people are doing, like in Indonesia, so they become aware that actually lots and lots of people care about loris, and they're actually one of the privileged few who still have a healthy loris population close by. And together, as in different countries, in different regions, we can all work together and save them.
It's the final morning of Alison and John's trip to Dao Tien. Vet John is just finishing a health check on 2 of the centre's smallest and youngest gibbons.
He's got full range of hip movements.
Locke and Duane, like most of the gibbons at Dao Tien, had a terrible start in life, both stolen from the wild and separated from their mums. Female Locke, the youngest at 3 months, was rescued just days after leaving the forest. Duane, a male, is older at just over a year. He was discovered via a social media site after photographs were posted of him as a baby, tightly swaddled, something which stunted his growth.
When he arrived here, he didn't even know how to use his arms and reach out. And for a gibbon, it's just unimaginable that they wouldn't know how to use their arms. And we're trying to turn that around here at Dao Tian.
But now he's just had his health check and his body is moving as it should, although he's still a little on the small side. For the last 3 months, the team have been hand-rearing Locke. But it's important for primates to have others of their own kind as companions. And whilst they don't usually try to introduce gibbons to each other when they're this young, the team decided to give it a go. Now the duo aren't just spending their days together. For the last week, the team have started leaving Locke overnight with Duane as well.
Now they are inseparable. She's just adoring having this contact. He doesn't know it, but he's her mum, he's her dad, he's her everything. So our next step is that Duane actually isn't really the best teacher for Locke on how to be a gibbon. So in the future, we're going to have to look for that surrogate mum for both of them to show them how to be gibbon.
But for now, the pair are just going to have to learn from Marina and the keepers, who are keen to offer them different and new forms of enrichment. Today, they're being given crickets and mealworms as an alternative to fruit. It's all part of their journey back to the wild, something that could take this pair at least 5 years.
What we have to do is to get them in the trees as soon as possible and further away from humans. But at this point, Duane and Locke still have a chance. Everyone always has a chance, and we just have to try to make it come true.
Today on Monkey Life, another small primate rescue for Alison. This time it's Frank, a Jethro's marmoset.
Well, he's clearly a very confident young man.
And an epic fail for Bruce the slow loris as female Boo rejects him.
So Boo's pretty nervous. I guess she's quite a bit smaller than him.
Plus, great news from Germany about Xiao Ning, one of the park's first nursery graduates. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
That's one been grabbed.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. Alison's on a familiar mission. She's en route to rescue another marmoset victim of the British pet trade. This time she's travelling to the Midlands to collect and rehome a Jethro's marmoset called Frank.
I've known about Frank for actually a number of months now because when his current owners first purchased him, they did it because they were concerned about his health and welfare. He was only 12 months old when they first purchased him for £1,000, so not cheap expense. This is one very spoiled little monkey, but the family are doing everything they can. It's going to be an emotional day for everybody, I think.
The family contacted Alison a few months ago, having quickly realised they couldn't give Frank what all marmosets crave: companionship of his own kind and a natural outdoor environment. At the time, the park's marmoset complex was full to capacity, but the family visited Monkey World to see how the team care for the needs of these tiny primates. they agreed that as soon as space became available, they would let Frank join the ever-increasing number of rescued marmosets. Now, that day has arrived.
Good morning.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you doing?
All right, thank you.
Really good to see you. There you are, little man. Hey, you. Hey, gorgeous.
Japanese face.
Yeah. Hi, you. I've got things that you'll like, though, little man.
Frank is nearly 2 years old and is starting to show all the behavioural signs of a fully grown adult.
He's just coming into full maturity, so his little aggressive behaviors and displays will become more and more.
Yeah.
And then he's gonna end up picking, if he were to stay, one of you guys, probably yourself as the primary carer, and then he'll start having little goes at everybody else. Is the usual way. What do you think?
For owner Mandy, the demands of having a primate as a pet were a reality check.
It's 24/7. You can't have a day off. You can't think, oh, he doesn't need feeding today, or if you can't go out and stay over anywhere because you've got to get somebody to look after him. Hard work. Hard work.
Good boy. Yes, I can see all furnitures have a little touch of Frank.
Everything. Basically, he's took over the front room and he chews everything, the settee, the carpet, anything. And I've got wood in my front room, it was my favourite, so he's chewed all the wood as well. And wheeze and poos in here, it's like his home, isn't it?
Look, little man.
Alison gains Frank's trust with a supply of mealworms, so that when the time comes to get him into the travelling box, it won't be too stressful.
Well, he's clearly a very confident young man, and been sort of well looked after and everything, but you know, it's difficult in a sitting room in a domestic house to create the full-blown perfect environment for what's an animal that lives in the rainforest. So, you know, as much as they've provided everything they can for Frank, he needs, don't you go for my dragonflies, he needs companionship of another monkey and to have somebody with him at all times and to groom and communicate in the correct way. So if we can get him hooked up with Douglas, then it's like, you know, two puppies at the feeding bowl. All of the natural behaviors will come flying out of him straight away, so.
To make him comfortable on the journey back to the park, Alison places some of his favourite toys into the box.
You do know what the box is, but it's sort of interesting in there. And if I stud it with insects, I think I might get you.
Now it's just a question of waiting. Frank is curious as to why his toys are in the crate and pops his head in to check things out. When most of him is in the box, Alison gives him a final helping hand.
Oh, Frank, God bless you, you'll be fine.
You will be good.
I've said my prayer.
It's an emotional time for the family. Giving up a pet is always difficult, but they know they've made the right decision.
And see you soon. See you soon, Frank.
It's time for Alison and Frank to head back to Dorset. It's just over a week since woolly monkey Ayla gave birth to her first infant, a little boy. Unfortunately, he was rejected by his mum. The primate care staff tried to reintroduce the baby to Ayla, but she just wasn't interested. The team have been hand-rearing him ever since. To help him learn and develop as a woolly monkey should, he now needs to take his next big step, spending more time in the vicinity of others of his own kind.
Good boy. Hi.
The team have put together a specially prepared playroom where he'll be able to see Dad Chippy, Mum Ayla, and the rest of the group, but without any physical interaction. Today, he's going to experience it for the first time.
He's definitely progressed over the past few days. He's started becoming a lot more alert. You can really see it in his eyes. He's taking note of things, noisy toys and anything like that. He's actually starting to turn to where the noise is coming from. He's slowly getting a little bit more active and he's feeding really, really well, which is good.
The bedroom has a specially raised floor and lots of handholds to prevent accidental falls, along with plenty of brightly coloured toys. Although he isn't moving around much yet, the space and toys are good stimulation for the youngster and will encourage him to reach out and start working his limbs. It also allows other members of the group to come over and take a look.
Individuals like Chippy are really interested in the baby, and particularly if the baby vocalises at all, gives a little squeak or anything like that, he comes running over to the mesh and he actually just snuffles, which is like their affectionate thing, so that's lovely, and he kind of is desperately trying to get as close as he can to the baby. Zingu spends a lot of time chilling out near this bedroom and just watches everything that's going on in here. So yeah, it's nice to know that everybody's aware of him already, and everyone seems to be giving positive vocalisations towards him as well.
Like all newborns, this little one is very demanding and lets Emily know when he's hungry.
He's getting a little bit restless, he's starting to mouth around, which would be him rooting for the nipple. So he's basically telling me, I'm hungry and I'd like some food, please. Come here then. Good boy. Hi. You hungry? It's just warming up. Okay, right, little man. Done this? I know, it's here. Good boy. Good boy. He's feeding really well. I'm really pleased with his progress. Gradually each day he's taking slightly more and more milk from us. So we're obviously getting his fluid levels up, which is really important for him. And he's really keen for his feeds when he's ready for them. Good boy. He is teething a little bit at the moment, and that does cause him quite a lot of bother. He gets quite grizzly, sometimes particularly in the evenings. But for the most part, he feeds really well.
And when feeding time's over, it's time for a nappy change.
Having his nappy change isn't his favourite thing. He certainly gets probably the most active as I'm pulling up on his tail and stuff. It just makes him want to pull forward on his hands. So yeah, he's definitely getting more tricky to change his nappy. And when you're trying to put a new one on, his back feet are starting to cling onto it and stuff. But, he likes having some nappy off time as well, which we'll do every so often for him, just because it's quite nice.
The team's past experience suggests they'll need to hand rear the tiny Woolly for about 5 months. But he's responding well, and by then should be independent enough to be fully integrated back into his Woolly family. At the park's Marmoset complex, the team are awaiting the arrival of Frank, a Jethro's Marmoset Alison collected from a family in the Midlands. At nearly 2 years old, he's almost fully grown, and it's hoped in time he'll bond with a male common marmoset called Douglas.
We've just taken all the branching down from one of the rooms and put fresh up, so it's all nice and new for him and clean. We've filled it full of baskets for foraging, gum logs, to enable natural behaviour of eating the marmoset gum that we provide. Lots of nice bedding, blankets, baskets and things, so hopefully he'll move in. It won't smell of any other marmosets, so it'll be nice for him, nice and fresh and new, and he'll settle in and make it his own little house.
The complex is currently home to 25 marmosets, almost all rescued from the British pet trade.
Hiya. So he's lovely. Yeah, he's very confident. He was definitely in charge of the household and runs around giving people little bites. I had 2 or 3 little, like, not bad, but just like I'm in charge, and then sat on my shoulder and started to curl up and go to sleep.
Frank will spend his first night in his new bedroom at the Marmoset house. He won't be introduced to Douglas until the team are happy he's calm and settled.
Hello, you.
First of all, Alison wants to weigh him. Less the weight of the box, he's just over ½ a kilo, about average for a fully grown male.
Yeah. I'm not convinced he has a whole lot of muscle tone. His body is quite full, but his little arms and legs aren't that beefy. So there might be some more filling out to do. There's definitely fitness to be done.
Yeah.
Hey, Frank. Good boy.
Frank takes his first proper look at his new home and is understandably cautious.
Come on, little man.
Branches and mesh are a lot different to having the run of a family living room.
Come on, buddy.
I mean, he's very nimble, but it was all on chairs and tables.
He will obviously start moving around more. He did have quite a big area where he was, but it was, wasn't really branched, obviously, like this, because it was in someone's house. So he's got to get used to moving on branches and on ropes. That will obviously build his core strength up and his balance as well. So that will help his muscle tone.
While Frank starts to get used to and explore his new surroundings, in the next bedroom, Douglas is very curious about this new housemate.
We're hopeful that Douglas and Frank will bond and be able to stay together, sleep together, groom, and all of those things. So they'll have these 2 bedrooms. But, you know, it's late in the afternoon now, so we'll let Frank settle in for tonight. Karen will try and make friends with him. He's dead curious looking around and hearing the other marmoset calls, so I think he's going to be just fine. But the first 24 hours, you want to make sure that an individual doesn't get so upset that they shut down. Not that we've ever even seen that with any of the marmosets ever, but better safe than sorry.
It's been a good day so far. Frank appears calm and relaxed in his new home. The team will keep their fingers firmly crossed that his introduction to potential pal Douglas goes just as smoothly. The park recently took in 5 nocturnal slow lorises, rescued by the authorities in Hong Kong. They've now made it successfully through their quarantine period, with the 2 females happily paired up with 2 of the males. One of the couples, Tina and Marley, have been transferred to Sheldon Wildlife Trust in Devon, which is in charge of the new slow loris European breeding programme.
Hello. Are you ready to come out?
In return, Boo, a single female, originally rescued from the Maldives by Alison before settling at Sheldon, has returned to Monkey World. It's hoped she will partner with Bruce, the remaining Hong Kong loris. He's been waiting patiently on his own since arriving some months ago. During the quarantine period, he's had to watch while the other 4 lorises paired up and moved in together. Now it's his turn. Boo's been put in a bedroom next to him, and although they can't see one another, they can smell and hear each other. Bruce's activity has dramatically increased, a sure sign he's interested in meeting the new arrival. In the past, Boo has lived with other female lorises, but Bruce is much larger than she is and might be a bit intimidating. She's had a few days to settle down and get used to her surroundings, and the team have decided today's the day she's going to get the chance to meet the hunk next door.
You ready, Bruce?
As the doors between their 2 rooms are opened, Steph is keeping her fingers crossed the pair will get on. Boo is the first to pop her head through. But as Bruce approaches, she disappears back into her room. He follows her in and slowly makes his way over to her. But it's too much too soon for Boo. She starts making a panting and rasping sound to warn him off.
So Boo's pretty nervous. I guess she's quite a bit smaller than him.
But Bruce, with little known experience of wooing ladies, is overcome with excitement and, making a very direct approach, tries to mate Boo. Unimpressed, she gives him a warning growl and threatens a nip. Undeterred, he approaches again, but now in a state of anxiety, Boo is having none of it.
It's difficult to say what kind of prompted that. I think Boo was just being cautious and doing a bit of sort of a chittery pant growl kind of warning. And Bruce sort of just went straight up and I think just tried to greet at first, but then because she was growling, he had a little snap at the back of her neck. But she seems unharmed, so I'm gonna leave them together for now because no one's, injured and they're both fine.
Boo continues making warning sounds that get quicker when Bruce tries to come close.
He's being quite sensible and he is moving away once he's sort of had a little sniff. So hopefully she just needs to get used to the sight of him and the smell of him, and hopefully she'll start to relax as she does that.
A while later, Boo starts a tentative approach towards Bruce. She's still making negative sounds, but a confused Bruce takes it as a form of encouragement and once again tries to mate. Boo, alarmed by the speed of his approach, growls and the pair wrestle, causing Bruce to fall. He's unharmed by the fall, but shortly after, Steph, now joined by others from the primate care team, notices Boo has started licking herself. It's a sign she might have been wounded, and they're worried Bruce may have bitten her. Loris bites can be toxic, so this could be a serious issue. The team examine her, but Boo's thick fur makes it difficult to see by torchlight.
Hey, buddy. Hi there. Little cutie.
It's established the wound isn't serious, but the team decide to call it a day in order to give Boo and Bruce time to calm down. They'll try again in a few days' time. Over the years, there have been a lot of comings and goings at the park, as new primates arrive and others grow up and join new groups. It's been 12 years since Monkey World was asked to set up the European creche for orphaned orangutans. Since then, it's gone from strength to strength, rearing infants in a social, happy group so they grow up knowing how to be orangutans. And today, all that hard work by everyone involved has paid off. Alison has received some wonderful news.
We've just been contacted by Rostock Zoo, where Xiaoning and also her sister Dinda moved to a couple of years ago now. Not only was Xiaoning pregnant, she's now given birth to what is a beautiful baby girl, and most importantly, she's looking after it. And I'm like even getting goosebumps as I'm saying it, because the one thing that we know about orangutans is that if they're orphans themselves, odds are they're not going to look after their own babies. And that's exactly why the orangutan creche here at the park was set up, is to try and break that cycle of abandonment. And I've seen video clips, I've seen photographs. She's just a doting, lovely, beautiful, perfect mother. And it's everything that we wanted here at the park.
Xiaoning was born back in 2003 to mum Roro and dad Duane. Roro didn't feed her, so she was hand-reared by the team at Monkey World before joining the nursery group at the park. In 2012, Xiaoning left for Rostock Zoo to join two other orangutans, a male of similar age called Sabas and another female, Miri. Just 2 years later, Xiaoning's sister Dinda, also rejected by Roro at birth, joined the trio in Germany.
We're really pleased. They're in a beautiful home with excellent people caring for them. And, you know, Duane and Roro are grandparents now for the first time. With Dinda, Xiaoning's sister, maybe there's going to be the pitter-patter of little orange feet again very soon. I hope it all works out well for Dinda and that she too cares for her baby, and that we might start seeing some results of these orphans going on to care for their babies perfectly because they've had the right background here at our orangutan creche.
It's a significant moment for the park and testament to the work they do.
I'm so very proud of all of the efforts that we go to try and give our guys the very best and fullest life possible. We're now all really hopeful that we've got the right mix here at the park with our orangutan nursery, and that all of these orphans will grow up to be good, caring mothers, and we won't have any more orphan babies.
Today on Monkey Life. From Russia with love, Alison and Jarno are in Moscow to collect a baby orangutan.
Clip. Yeah. Good girl. Excellent job.
Marmoset Frank meets Douglas, his new housemate.
Cookie. Come on, Frank, calm down a bit.
And Al the lemur experiences Malagasy for the first time. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
This is going to be the first day that they've ever stepped outside, ever in their lifetime.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. It's a beautiful morning in Moscow. Alison and the leader of the orangutan care team, Jarno, have flown to the Russian capital on a special mission to collect a baby orangutan. They're going to take her back to Dorset to be with the other youngsters in the nursery group at the park. Monkey World is the European creche for orphaned orangutans. It's a joint collaboration between zoos and wildlife parks throughout Europe, including Moscow. Baby orangs born here or elsewhere in Europe who become orphaned or rejected by their mothers are sent to Monkey World so they can be cared for and grow up with others of their own kind.
This is Jarno and Barbara.
Nice to meet you.
Yes. We have been emailing for 10 years or more. So.
Moscow Zoo has been successfully involved previously in the creche arrangement. 12 years ago, young female Jolie was sent from here to the park in Dorset.
Here at Moscow Zoo, they actually have 2 different species of orangutan, both the Sumatran orangutans and the Bornean. And, you know, the Sumatran female that they have here cares for all of her babies, but the Bornean female just doesn't seem to look after her infants. So this is the second baby from Moscow that will be joining the orangutan creche at Monkey World.
Lauren, or Mimi as she's affectionately known by the Russian staff, is 21 months old. Like her sister Jolie, she was rejected by her mum at birth and hand-reared by the keepers.
Hello, Pipsqueak. Hello, Mimi.
It's now time for her to be integrated into a group of her own kind, and the team at Monkey World are experts in achieving this.
Good girl. Hey, Mrs.
Hello.
Mrs.
Oh, Mrs. Mimi. Hi, you. You can take, but you take from our hand. Good girl. Good girl. No. Yeah. And the blanket.
But Mimi is shy with strangers and not easily won over. For the next few days, Alison and Jarno, who will be Mimi's main carer at the park, must work to gain her trust.
I know what you are thinking.
It's a softly approach designed to make Mimi as comfortable as possible in the presence of 2 strangers.
There we go. First one.
They soon start making progress, initially with Mimi becoming brave and trusting enough to be hand-fed raisins.
You want this one? Okay. And should I have one too? Yeah.
And then going one further and taking a sip of water from the bottle on offer.
Good girl. Already. Excellent.
Things are progressing nicely, which is just as well, because in a couple of days, Mimi will be transported back to the park in this travel box. But she won't be going in the cargo hold. Alison has obtained special permission from the British authorities and the airline for the little baby orangutan to travel with her in the cabin. That way, Alison and Jarno can keep an eye on her and minimise any stress while giving her food and water.
Clip. Yeah. Good girl. Excellent job.
these next few days and hours are vital to ensure the move runs smoothly. By the end of the day, Jarno has made a breakthrough, with Mimi trusting enough to enjoy a little play session, although she's somewhat feisty.
Yeah. That is already amazing. Hopefully, by tomorrow and next day, I'll be able to just spend good time with her and feeding her as well. That is will gain her confidence even more, and from there, she will climb up to me and she sort of knowing me, basically.
It's been a good first day, but Alison doesn't want to push it any further. Tomorrow they can continue building up trust with the youngster. But for now, Mimi can head off with her Russian keeper for a well-earned dinner. While Alison and Jarno are getting to know Mimi, back at the park in Dorset, the orangutan team are getting everything ready for her arrival. Alison has let them know Mimi doesn't have access to lots of climbing apparatus in Moscow. As they don't know how well she can climb, they're adapting one of the bedrooms to make it safe and comfortable and give her the chance to grow in strength and agility.
We'll need to gauge sort of how well she's moving around, and you know, we have a lovely playroom here at the nursery, but there's a big height to the enclosure, so we need to be confident that she's climbing well and she has that ability in the bedroom area, which is slightly safer, before we move her through into the playroom area. So I think that's the pattern that we'll take. And obviously they've all got experience, the team, having, you know, reared Bulu and Rika and seen the different stages of their development. So we kind of mirrored what they had at that age, and that's what we've gone with for Lauren.
While the work goes on indoors, outside, the rest of the nursery group are enjoying the sunshine. There are currently 6 members here. The 2 adult females, O'Sheen and Roro. And then there are the 2 boys, 7-year-old Jin and 6-year-old Sylvester. And finally, the 2 youngest members, Bulu Mata and Rika. It'll be important to get Mimi socialised within the group as soon as possible. But the team will assess her for the first couple of days before deciding who she'll meet first.
We have options here. You know, we have different animals that we can introduce to Lauren and gauge what's working for her. So if she's settled and reassured by the presence of an adult female, that's going to be great. But if she feels more comfortable around animals that are a similar size to her, that's also going to be good for those initial periods of contact. So, you know, we would imagine developmentally that her and Bulu and Rika are sort of on a par, so therefore play sessions are going to be at a level that she can cope with. And so it's a way of getting her contact straight away, but an animal hopefully that she's not too worried about because they're a similar size to her.
The most likely first contact will be with Roro. She's settled in really well since moving from Duane's group a few months ago. All the youngsters have taken to her, and even O'Sheen hasn't been put out by having another adult female on the scene. Jin and Sylvester spend most of their time happily playing together. Life for them at the moment is one big rough and tumble session. Bulu and Rika, although still very close, are showing signs they're starting to become more independent. Bulu is now brave enough to play with the older boys, whilst Rika is loving her one-on-one sessions with O'Sheen. And now there'll be an addition to the ranks. An extra playmate for them all to have fun with. It's a big morning for the park's newest arrival, 2-year-old Marmoset Frank. He used to have the run of a family's front room at a house in the Midlands before Alison arrived to rehome him. His owners had bought him via the British pet trade, but had come to realise just how difficult caring for one of these tiny primates is. When space became available at Monkey World, Alison agreed to take him in. Frank spent his first night in one of the Marmoset bedrooms, and this morning is about to meet his new housemate Douglas for the first time. Although they're different marmoset species, it shouldn't matter, as their behaviour is very similar.
Frank is the Jeffroy's marmoset and Dougie is a common marmoset. So there may be some slight differences in their vocalisations, just very, very slight ones. They will still do a lot of the same calls. They may be slightly different in tone, potentially, and volume, but they will still do the same kind of chuntering, aggressive noises, the same contact calls.
Frank is almost 2 years old and fully mature, but apart from the first few weeks of his life, he's lived on his own. He has no social skills and doesn't know how to be a marmoset.
In the wild, marmosets will live with their family groups for up to 5 years, so in that time learning how to be a marmoset. He obviously hasn't had that ability or the chance to learn those things, so it's very difficult to know how a new animal is going to react to a marmoset when we do an intro, because they don't necessarily know what the right thing is to say or the right vocalisations to use at a particular time. That's one of the main problems that we get when we get in rescued marmosets, is that they simply don't know how to be a marmoset.
Ready, you two?
It's Douglas who makes the first move and noisily heads in to see Frank. But Frank, in his excitement, is like a bull in a china shop and dashes across to meet his new housemate. Douglas is immediately on the defensive and his chuntering becomes more forceful.
Dougie.
A bewildered Frank doesn't know what to make of it and starts alarm calling.
Really loud, Frank.
He simply doesn't know when to stop.
Come on, Frank, calm down a bit.
But there's no negative physical contact or aggression, and both marmosets, although vocal, do seem interested in one another. It's 45 minutes before Frank realises Douglas means him no harm.
Hey there, good boy. You calming down a bit?
And with the help of a few live locusts, both marmosets start to relax a little.
Hopefully everything will go a bit slower and they'll just get used to being around each other a bit better, and then hopefully get a bit closer and get to have more contact, positive contact.
Karen and Steph will keep an eye on the pair for the rest of the day. But unless they see more positive interactions, such as playing and grooming together, they'll separate them and try again tomorrow. There hasn't been any serious physical confrontation between the two males, so the team are hopeful tomorrow will be even better, and the two boys will develop a bond that could last for the rest of their lives. It's a big day for Al the lemur over at Malagasy. Since his arrival a little over 4 weeks ago, he's been introduced and integrated into the whole troop. And now he's about to go outside and have full access to the large enclosure for the first time.
Coming out in Malagasy is going to be quite daunting, I think, for Al, because it's obviously a really big enclosure. It's sort of a natural woodland, so we've got plenty of very high trees. We've got all of the sort of fences and the sort of rope bridges and things like that for him to sort of learn where they are and kind of how to navigate them. So it's going to be a lot to think about for him. So it's going to be a real experience, but all of our lemurs love living here and therefore forest woodland. So hopefully Al will fit right in. Go on then, you boys.
There are 11 lemurs in the group, 9 boys and 2 girls, all led by dominant female Fennel.
You ready, guys? Rest of them come in.
Al is the last out of the group, probably because he's still getting used to the doors and slides. But once outside, he doesn't mess around. He busily checks out the large outdoor space, scent marking most things as he goes along. But it's the sight of all the tall trees that really grabs his attention. The team aren't sure of his background, so no one knows if he's ever been up a tree. They'll need to keep a close eye on him. They needn't have worried. Al takes to the trees like it's the most natural thing in the world. And it is, for a lemur.
He seems very, very comfortable actually, going quite high up in the trees. You can kind of see him thinking about it a lot more than our guys when he wants to go down and move to the next place. So he's just got to kind of learn the layout of the enclosure and figure out what routes are the best for him. And also, you know, he's got the sort of broken tail, so I don't know whether that maybe makes him just think that little bit harder about the way he wants to go, kind of up and down the trees. But once he's up there, he seems to just be having a lovely time. And he's actually moving very, very confidently, which is nice to see.
Steph has put out pieces of apple for the lemur's breakfast, and they happily get stuck in. But once they've polished it off, they head out to enjoy the beauty of Malagasy. Some, like Friedrich and Fennel, take to the trees. While others, like Kaya, use the wooden bridges to get around. Sirius has found a bit of spare apple and is eating it out of sight of the others. Indiana and Fennel are making the most of the warm sunshine, in true lemur style. As for Al, he's loving the freedom of this new environment. It helps that he's been accepted by all the other lemurs, not least female Kaya, who's taken a shine to the new boy. And the feeling is mutual.
She's kind of like his hired pit bull at the moment, his little bodyguard. She's quite a ferocious, feisty little thing at times, so she's really given him quite a service and protecting him, taking him under her wing. And they'll kind of like meander off and go apart and do other things for a little bit, but you quite often see Kaya kind of peeking her head round, checking on where he is. And if he sort of walks past her, he has to stop and have a little sniff and a little groom before they kind of move on to the next thing. So their friendship seems to be working out really kind of well for him.
Life for these lemurs can be thirsty work. And it's great to see that everyone seemingly gets on so well. The troop have accepted Al into their ranks with little fuss, and he, in turn, seems quite content and at home in his new surroundings and with his new family. It's the second day of Alison and Jarno's trip to Moscow Zoo. They're here to collect and rehome a 21-month-old baby born in an orangutan called Mimi. She was rejected by her mother at birth and has since been raised and cared for by the staff here. But she's had very little contact with others of her own kind. Things went well yesterday as Mimi started to bond with Alison and Jarno, eating and drinking from their hands.
You want this one? Okay.
They even managed a little rough and tumble session with her. This morning, Jarno is keen to chat with Mimi's Russian keepers and gain any information he can about her character, health, and any dietary issues she may have. He's already discovered she has a milk allergy. A quick scan reveals Mimi is microchipped and the location of the small chip.
Probably it's here.
Okay, on the left side.
Yeah.
On the left side.
On the left side, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ну что, мучаем?
Jarno is going to spend the first part of today alone with Mimi. He'll be one of the key members of the team looking after her at Monkey World.
Good guy. Good guy.
With no one else around this morning, she'll be able to concentrate on getting to know him better, and vice versa.
Good girl.
However, for such a little orangutan, she has an aggressive streak.
No.
Being on her own for most of her short life so far, Mimi has become spoilt and has decided she doesn't want or need the new strangers. She has a full set of teeth and knows how to use them.
Don't bite.
Her bite is quite hard, but it is what it is. And in these last few days, she's slightly calmer, and hopefully by end of the day today, I will get good relationship with her.
As the morning progresses, things improve to such an extent that Mimi allows Jarno to pick her up and take her on a little tour to visit her orangutan relatives. She'll soon be saying goodbye to one family and hello to another in Dorset. But in between is a long journey in a travel box.
Lena.
Alison wants to try out a sedative to relax Mimi and make the trip less stressful, but she needs to get the dosage just right.
Oh, good girl. Let's get all the good stuff off the top, first of all. Such a clever girl.
It's a very mild sedative just to relax her and calm her down, because when we take Lauren to the airport, we're actually going to have to take her to the cargo area of the airport where she will be held for 2 hours while paperwork is processed, and then she will be delivered to us on board the plane before all of the other passengers get on board. So during that time, it's going to be really stressful. She has never known anything in her short life other than the keepers and her area here at Moscow Zoo. So for Lauren's sake, we want to make her relaxed and feeling a little bit tired, but fully awake and conscious so that she's healthy and alert, but just maybe ready to have a little nap when she is going through that whole process in the cargo area.
They also want Mimi to get used to the box so she doesn't become stressed when the time comes to leave for real.
So, good girl. Basically, we are trying to train Lauren really quickly to walk in and out of the box by her own choice. It is far nicer if she chooses to walk into the box and is in control. Then it means that it's something fun and interesting she can do, as opposed to us having to manhandle her and fight her into the box.
Alison and Jarno have done all they can in the time available. Tomorrow, Mimi will be heading to Dorset to join the gang in the nursery group. But there's one final job her Russian keepers want to do before she leaves. As Mimi is going to travel on board the plane, they want to make sure she's clean and doesn't smell too much. It'll be a big day for this little girl tomorrow. Today on Monkey Life. Baby orangutan Mimi from Moscow Zoo arrives in the UK to start a new life with others of her own kind.
Paperwork's all finished. She's now officially property of Monkey World.
And can male Loris Bruce woo female Loris Boo, or will he be unlucky in love?
She was really just a bit shocked by his forwardness and a bit taken aback.
Plus, a treat of crabapple browse makes some of the chimps, well, crabby. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Smells a bit macaque in there, but yeah, we're good.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. It's early evening at London Heathrow's Animal Reception Centre. Every year, thousands of animals, including fish, reptiles, zoo animals and pets, are processed here after their arrival on international flights. The park's newest addition is about to join that number, following a 3.5-hour journey from Moscow. She's 21-month-old Mimi, a Bornean orangutan rejected by her mum at birth and brought up and cared for by the keepers at Moscow Zoo. But now it's time to integrate her with others of her own kind. Monkey World is the European creche for orphaned orangutans, and the team are experts in looking after baby orangs.
Hey, you, madam. I'm back. I'm back.
Alison and Jarno have spent 3 days in Moscow with Mimi, getting to know her and gaining her trust. With the cooperation of the airline and the authorities, Mimi was even allowed to travel back with them in the passenger cabin of the plane. Every effort has been made to look after the welfare of this little orangutan.
She's doing really well. You know, quite happy, bright. You can see she's checking everything out. She's been laying back, having snacks, and even had 1 or 2 naps on the flight. The flight's about 3.5 hours long, and she had 2 naps. And at one point in time, sort of looked up like everybody's making too much noise around here, and pulled her blanket over her head and went back to sleep again. So I think she's done really, really well. It's just amazing the efforts that so many people from Moscow to London have gone through to make sure that this little orphan gets a family again. So we'll get her back to Monkey World tonight. And tomorrow, you're gonna have to play nice. Yes.
Jarno makes sure Mimi is fed and watered before they start the next leg of the journey.
She's so good. Whole journey, literally, she's just so calm. Just giving her some juice, ready to go all the way to Monkey World and join the others.
Mimi is kept in a quarantine room at the animal centre while she's checked over, and all the accompanying paperwork for the importation of live animals is processed and signed by the officials and Alison. Once everything is in order, Mimi is released into Alison's care and loaded into a special transit van.
But just mind your fingers, because she can be nippy.
Thank you so much.
It's now late evening, and Mimi and the team still have a long journey by road ahead of them. But it's all been worthwhile.
Paperwork's all finished. She's now officially property of Monkey World. And now we'll head down to Dorset and get her settled for the night. She's got to be tired, but like all children is like keeping herself up, which is good, because she should just crash when we get home. So really happy that she's finally here.
It's a damp day at Hananya's enclosure. The normally boisterous group of chimps are a little subdued. They're keen to get out of the rain and back into their playrooms. Inside, Rob from the primate care team has just finished cleaning and is now putting down some fresh bedding and fresh vegetables for lunch. Today, there's going to be an extra treat. Staff at the park have harvested a large amount of crabapple browse. This seasonal treat might be just the thing to perk the chimps up. Rob and Wendy set about scattering the browse, laden with apples, over every level of the 2 playrooms, ensuring they'll all have a chance of finding some. When everything's ready, the chimps are allowed back in. Half of them run into the first playroom, while the rest burst into the second room next door. 4-year-old Thelma hitches a ride with Cherry as they all race to find a treat. The crabapples aren't a regular food for Hananya's group of 19, so it's bound to create excitement. But a bit of a squabble's breaking out on the other side of the wall. Cherry, with Thelma still on board, is picking a fight with lower-ranking Patricia, perhaps because she beat her to the apples. Next, she has a go at Kiki before storming out through the door. A little late, group leader Hananya comes through from next door to see what all the noise is about. Back in the first room, things are much calmer now, with everyone happily tucking into the apples. Cherry, with a large handful of browse, has now calmed down and climbs up to join Patricia on the top platform. Perhaps she's trying to make amends for her previous outburst. Everyone is happily enjoying the treats. Honey just can't eat another thing and decides it's time for a good old scratch. Thelma has worn herself out and wants some attention from Mum. She tries to walk across high-ranking female Joni's browse to reach her, but gets warned off. Aunt Evelyn quickly reassures the youngster and guides her around the back instead. After all the excitement and feasting, full and content, the group settle down for an afternoon nap. The small monkey team have been trying a spot of matchmaking with 2 lonely heart lorises. Boo, a female rescued from the Maldives 3 years ago, and Bruce, one of the rescued lorises from Hong Kong. Their first meeting a few days ago didn't go well. Bruce was keen, but Boo less so. His enthusiasm left her feeling threatened.
We don't know whether she's met any males before. She certainly hasn't done while in captivity that we know of. She was really just a bit shocked by his forwardness and a bit taken aback, and obviously she felt a little bit intimidated.
Since then, the pair have spent a few days on opposite sides of the house, where they've been able to weigh each other up from the safety of their own bedrooms. The 2 rooms are connected by a mesh tunnel. The sliding door at Boo's end has been left open with the entrance to Bruce's room closed, meaning she can go across to see him, but can keep her distance if she prefers.
We made sure that the way we had the tunnel, it was her going into the tunnel to see him. She's going to him, sitting next to him by the slide, whistling while looking at him. So all signs are positive.
With the duo now seemingly relaxed in each other's company, the staff are going to give them a second chance at romance. Today, the doors at both ends of the connecting tunnel have been opened, and the hope is Bruce will have learned his lesson and take a more subtle approach.
So what we're looking for is them to kind of move around each other calmly. It'd be nice to have some vocalizations from them, some positive vocalizations from them. And obviously that what we really would like is either play or grooming.
To the surprise of the staff, Bruce seems to be playing it cool and remains stationary in his room. If Boo wants to meet him, she'll need to make the moves. With her interest piqued, she cautiously makes her way across to his room.
Boo's on her way through to Bruce's room.
But Bruce shows a distinct lack of interest, and, spurned, Boo returns to her own room, whistling to him as she goes.
She wanted him to follow her.
The staff know this is one of the female loris's courtship sounds, but nobody seems to have told Bruce. And when he doesn't take up her invitation, she makes her way back over to him. The staff are starting to become concerned about Bruce.
He's still not getting up. It's weird, isn't it? I hope he's not sick.
It's not looking promising. Boo, just to make sure her message is getting across, hangs upside down from the ceiling in the mating position.
Bruce, what do you think?
Just as everyone's losing hope, Bruce perks up.
He's moving now, slowly. Good boy, Bruce.
And decides to join her. But now, possibly with an attack of last-minute nerves, Boo starts playing hard to get and runs back to her room, but again whistles to him as she goes. This time, responding to her call, he joins her, and the 2 gradually get closer.
She's at least holding ground when he's coming towards her, and she's not scared of him. She's not moving away. So far, much better.
Boo makes the first contact and begins grooming Bruce. Minutes later, his patience is rewarded, and Bruce makes his move. The park has now created 3 pairs of loved-up lorises, and the future of the European breeding programme looks hopeful.
And obviously not the end of the story yet, we've still got a long way to go. To see them together and to see them happy and interacting in a friendly way, it's just a really nice end to the story for them too. So we couldn't have asked for anything better, really.
Following a long journey from Moscow to Dorset, Alison has returned to some worrying news.
Hey, little man. How you doing?
The woolly monkey team are concerned about the health of their newest arrival.
To be quite honest, I'm really worried about this little boy. He's now about 2 weeks old, really should be growing, strong, thriving, starting to climb about, take more interest in life, and mainly, you know, gaining weight and things. And none of those things are happening with him. One of the first things I noticed is how scrawny his tail was, and you can see the vertebra on his tail showing quite obviously. He's got no sort of muscling and tissue really around his tail whatsoever. His little legs are now looking really skinny. And 2 weeks ago when he was born, he was 480 grams. I've just weighed him a few minutes ago and he's now 420. So he's lost 60 grams in 2 weeks, where, you know, you might expect an infant to lose a little bit of weight in the first few days of life, but not just to continue over a fortnight to lose weight. So we have to turn the tide now. Otherwise, within, I would say, days, he would probably die.
But Alison already had an idea about what could be wrong, and after changing the little one's nappy, her suspicions were confirmed.
If you work with animals long enough, you sort of get used to smelling feces enough. You know what's sort of a healthy smell and what's not a healthy smell. And this little guy definitely doesn't smell good. He smells really rank. So I had a fecal sample taken and checked over. And sure enough, he's got a parasite called Giardia. And under John Lewis's advice, we're gonna treat him for the parasite. So it's just the tiniest amount of worming medication. And we'll see what we can do and if we can get rid of it. And then he should start digesting his milk properly, not being so grisly, and hopefully taking more.
The tiny Woolly is only 2 weeks old and has been hand-reared by the team since Mum Ayla rejected him at birth. He's already spending time with his Woolly family in a specially prepared playroom where he can see and hear them, but without any physical interaction until he's stronger and more mobile. Alison is hoping that the tiniest dose of the drug, advised by vet John Lewis twice a day for 3 days, will do the trick.
So this is probably going to be hideous, little man. I know. You're not going to want this in your mouth at all. I know. Hang on. Open up. I would hope that by the end of today, certainly by tomorrow, he'll start feeling better in himself. And then another couple of days for actually everything to clear off and out of his system. Because everybody's been working really hard to make sure he gets everything to develop into a strong, healthy, woolly monkey. But at this point in time, we really need to overcome his parasites and his rough start in life. So hopefully he'll turn the tide now and start gaining some weight by next week.
The squirrel monkeys are in for fun and games today. Sharon from the primate care team is hanging coloured plastic tubes around their enclosure.
This is some enrichment for the squirrel monkeys. So we've just packed these plastic tubes with wood wool, and in between we've got lots of waxworms and mealworms, which is their favourite treat.
In their native forests of Central and South America, the squirrel monkeys spend a lot of time searching for the fruits, flowers and insects that make up their diet. They lead busy and active lives, so energy-packed foods like insects are just the thing to keep them going. They're also a firm favourite here at the park.
In the wild, they have quite a high protein diet, so it's about 80% insects. They choose insects over nice juicy fruit. Waxworm for them is just heaven, so we try and get many innovative ways of kind of getting the bugs into them rather than just chucking them all into their enclosure.
Mimicking life in their natural habitat is an important part of looking after the squirrel monkey's physical and mental well-being.
They're really active animals, which means they're very prone to boredom, especially our boy Charlie. He's a really clever lad, and he tends to sort of figure out enrichment really quickly, so we're always trying to sort of be one step ahead of him and think of new ways to kind of keep him active.
Charlie, the only male squirrel monkey in the group, is also the youngest. But despite this, he tends to dominate his female companions.
We've got a couple of old ladies, Topsy and Turvy, that came together, and then we've got Azzy, who's only been here for about a year or so. Charlie's, so he's a little bit different to the others, a little bit bigger, a bit more boisterous, but the other girls tend to take a bit of a step back and let him get on with it.
As well as the squirrel monkeys, there's also Chloe, a white-faced Saki monkey. She recently lost her partner Jethro and is having to get used to life on her own.
She's an older lady, so she doesn't tend to get too involved in the enrichment, but she does love her waxworms as well. So again, like the older ladies in this group, she'll probably hang back and wait to take what she can, whatever falls on the floor.
Today, the whole gang will have to work hard to get their wriggly treats of mealworms and waxworms. Hiding them in tubes forces the small primates to use their agility, strength, and flexibility to get to the feeders, and then reach the rewards inside. Charlie is the most confident in tackling the challenge. His technique isn't the most delicate, but it works. Turvy is also getting stuck in, but being an old lady, she's a little calmer about the whole thing. Topsy soon realises she can collect the dropped or fallen insects from the ground with a lot less effort. Newest squirrel monkey to the group, Azzy, chooses not to get involved. Instead, she opts to relax and enjoy the lovely weather. Saki monkey Chloe doesn't show any interest in the puzzle feeders either. But she does love to sit out in the sunshine, and the staff will make sure she gets her share of the tasty grubs later on, once back inside. While the squirrel monkey group are having fun in the sun, next door, another troop of South American primates are about to get their own seasonal treat: grapes on the vine. Rachel is placing bunches all over the enclosure at the Capuchin Lodge, where Eriko rules supreme. To cater for every group member, she's making them harder to reach for some and easier for others.
We've got a lot of big characters at the lodge. We've got Joey, who is very playful and loves exploring, so I expect he'll be all over the grapes. We've got Eriko and Sean, who are our big boss monkeys. Eriko's in charge and Sean's number 2, and I expect they'll be first on the scene to have a look. And then we've got lots of dominant females who are very good at going around and picking up the grapes after everyone else had a go.
But it's Caesar who gets a head start. As a low ranker, he's quickly taking his opportunity and getting his fill before the more dominant members move in. Marlo has taken the easy option, finding a large bunch on the ground. While Abby's got it completely sussed. Grapes and sunshine. Perfect. Zoe is expertly tackling the fruit on the high hoses, using her prehensile tail as a fifth limb to balance and reach down for the food. Dominant male Eriko has spotted a bunch on the cargo net, but prefers to eat them sitting on a more solid platform. While leader Eriko and his sidekick Sean tend to target the food nearer the ground, there are 2 Capuchins who love nothing better than being high up in the treetops. Elderly male Ringo and his admirer Scarlet were both born in the wild, then caught and used in a Chilean laboratory. They seem more at home above ground than many of the others, who've never experienced the wild.
Most of them have been pretty fascinated by the grapes. Even Phoenix, who usually keeps out of the way, has been busy looking for grapes in all the places that no one else is bothering to look up in the trees.
The grapes have been a big success. Almost all the members of Eriko's group seem to have given them a go. Once they've had enough, it's back to what they do best: foraging for worms and insects. Today on Monkey Life,
We've lost her.
it's goodbye to a much-loved orangutan matriarch.
It just wasn't to be. Just tragic. There's just no other way to say it.
While a new arrival at the nursery gets to meet her first grown-up.
Yeah, let's just see what happens here.
That's good.
And Chimp Buxom demonstrates raspberries can be part of a perfectly balanced diet. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I think this one's a little boy, and I think that one over there might be an older lady.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. It's been a roller coaster year at the park, with many highs and some lows for the team and the primates they care for. But with the onset of autumn, emotions are high once more. For the last week, orangutan mum Hsiao-Quai has been unwell with a urinary tract infection. The team have been treating her with antibiotics. Although she's been going outside, she's been eating and drinking very little. This morning, Hsiao-Quai has taken a turn for the worse. Jeremy, who's known her since she was rescued from Taiwan, went into her bedroom to help her. He tried to persuade her to take some fluids, without success. But as the day progressed, it became obvious Hsiao-Quai was very unwell, and vet John Lewis was called in.
She had a history of, for want of a better phrase, a lazy bowel, where the bowels would come to, the guts basically would stop moving, which is quite life-threatening. And it did occur to us that that might be happening again.
With Hsiao-Quai becoming severely dehydrated, something needed to be done, and quickly. John decided to give her a thorough examination. Anaesthetising any primate is risky, and the decision to do so isn't taken lightly. Unfortunately, just as John was getting started, Hsiao-Quai went into heart failure. Despite the team's best efforts, she couldn't be resuscitated and passed away.
We've lost her.
It just wasn't to be. And it's really sad and it's hard to talk about, but you know, you do everything you can for the guys, and sometimes there's just really no proper answer, and in hindsight, nothing that you really even would have done differently. So, just tragic. There's just no other way to say it. You know, young, relatively young individual, brilliant mom, not that that even matters so much. Her youngsters are all old enough now that that doesn't matter so much, but an important person in herself. Again, my heart goes out, yes, for Hsiao-Quai and what the rest of her life could have been, but also for Jeremy, of course, who is instrumental in the care and rescue of so many of these guys from such a young age. And then he's there in the very end too, and he was for Hsiao-Quai as well.
Hsiao-Quai arrived at the park in 2001 from the Pingtung Rescue Centre in Taiwan. She was stolen from the wild and later rescued from a Taiwanese amusement arcade, where she'd been abandoned along with 2 other orangutans. When Jim, Alison and Jeremy first met her at Pingtung, she was living with Xiaolan and Lucky, and all 3 made the journey to Dorset. Hsiao-Quai thrived at the park, and in 2005 gave birth to her first son, Kai. 4 years later, baby number 2 arrived, Jin. Hsiao-Quai was the perfect mum. She's the only orangutan at the park, so far, to have cared for her babies. These wonderful maternal instincts came to the fore in 2012, when another female orangutan, Xiao Lan, gave birth to baby Awan, but rejected her. Hsiao-Quai, who was still feeding Jin at the time, took up the reins and brought Awan up as her own.
She's just a lovely, well-adapted, confident little girl, and that's all because of Hsiao-Quai. So, you know, her own boys, yeah, I guess it's a mother's duty to step up to the plate and do that, but, you know, job well done, because both of them are just lovely lads. But she went that extra mile, didn't she, Hsiao-Quai? She looked after somebody else's baby and has done a brilliant job of it. It's just too bad there won't be any more.
Being such a perfect mum has given her children the best start in life. The hope is they too will go on to be good parents to their own future youngsters. Several days after Hsiao-Quai's passing, the results of the post-mortem revealed there was little the team could have done to save her.
The conclusion is really she had what's called a septicemia, where the only possible source of that septicemia appeared to be her urinary tract infection, where that had spread into the bloodstream. It would have been very difficult to treat her successfully, even if we'd have diagnosed as septicemia before she died, which we didn't. These things happen.
Hsiao-Quai was such a central part of the park's culture. Her loss will be felt by all the team. This year, the park also said goodbye to a number of other much-loved primates. The loss of alpha male Chimp Paddy, one of the first primates to arrive at the park, was emotional for everyone.
Paddy was dignified from the moment I saw him till the moment he died, and I loved him for it.
Jethro, the Saki monkey's passing, was not unexpected. He was elderly and infirm, and following a vet examination, the team were prepared for the worst.
He's pretty old and worn out, I would say.
Lucas!
The unexpected loss of woolly monkey Lucas, however, came as a shock, given his young age. He was only 2 years old. While it's always hard to lose much-loved members of the park's animal family, life goes on for all the rescued primates at the sanctuary. At the bachelor chimp enclosure, the boys are set for a summer treat. A local supermarket has donated a large supply of raspberries, still in their punnets. Sam from the care team is busy placing them all over the enclosure. Fruit makes up a large percentage of a chimpanzee's diet in the wild. They also eat leaves and insects. With all the raspberries now distributed in every available nook and cranny, there should be plenty to go around for all 15 bachelor boys. The excited chimps are straight out, led by Paco. It's a race to grab the raspberries, with Ben out in front. High-ranking Paco manages to grab a couple of punnets, but is still on the lookout for more. Cleverly using his teeth, Jester carefully peels back the cellophane from his punnet before tucking into the juicy fruit. Not to be outdone, Ben tries the same technique. It seems all the chimps have the same idea. Low-ranker Rocky's priority, however, is to protect his hoard. He glances around anxiously for anyone looking to steal his fruit. Jester is licking every last drop of juice from the punnet, but no one's taught him the countryside code. It seems not everyone's grabbed their share yet. Gypsy's still swinging around on the hoses and desperately searching for a box. While low-ranker Kiko can only watch on as the other, more dominant males make the most of it. and no one more so than Buxom. He seems determined to find and hoard as many punnets as he can possibly carry. The other chimps look on enviously as Buxom uses his teeth, arms and hands, plus perfect balance, to make off with the raspberries. At 35 years of age, he's one of the high-ranking chimps in the group. He arrived at the park in 1993 from Windsor Safari Park and is Jester's half-brother. He's still an agile chimp, easily climbing up high out of sight of the others to eat his hoard in peace. It's been a busy morning for the chimps, and some, like Seamus, are still savouring every berry. While Ben is determined to squeeze out every last drop of juice. And when they've finally had their fill, there's nothing better than stretching out and relaxing in the warm afternoon sunshine. For the last few weeks, Alison and the team have been hand-rearing a newborn woolly monkey whose mum, Ayla, rejected at birth. But last week, there was concern for the welfare of the infant. He was losing weight, and a test revealed he was infected with a parasite. He was immediately put on medication, and his condition dramatically improved.
Just over a period of a week, because things happen really quickly with tiny, vulnerable babies, I think we've turned the tide. Treated him for the parasites. Those are all gone and clear. We've done multiple tests, and yeah, you can see he's just got a sparkle in his eyes now that definitely wasn't there last week.
Staff have finally chosen a name for the young male woolly, following the park's system of naming babies with the first letter of their father's name, in this case, Chippy.
The one that everybody's agreed on for this little man is Cosmo. So this is little Cosmo, Chippy's son. Yes, you are. Oh, I know. And hopefully he'll go back and join Chippy and his group in just a few months' time.
While he's been poorly, Cosmo's regular visits to his family have been put on hold. But now he's put back on all the weight he lost in the previous couple of weeks, and Alison is happy with his progress.
I feel like we've turned back around the other direction. I was really concerned that he was dying in front of our eyes a week ago, and now I feel like we're bulking up and moving ahead and meeting developmental steps that I would want to be seeing. Yeah, it just all happened so quickly and in such a tiny way. Everything's small, huh?
The youngster has also been teething, and most of his teeth have now cut through. Alison's decided to try him on solids, starting with a small amount of baby rice.
Are you going to show them how good you are at eating this down? Very tasty. I know, you're just staring at me too much. I need to wear a woolly monkey mask. It's a really delicate balance to provide him the comfort and support and care that he needs, to talk to him, to chirp to him, to make him feel loved and wanted. Like a human baby, he needs all of those things in order to have a good, strong will to live. But at the same time, we're going to hand him back to a group of woolly monkeys, so you don't want him so humanized that he doesn't know what to do with the woolly monkey. So it is a balance, and it is a hard one.
Alison will give Cosmo another week to make sure he's fully recovered. Then he can restart daily visits to his playroom in Chippy's house and begin to get to know his family once again. It's the start of a brand new day at the park, and for one little ape, it's a new beginning in a new home. And there's a new family to meet and grow up with. Mimi has just arrived at the park from Moscow. The little orangutan was born at the zoo there, but was rejected by her mum at birth. She's now 21 months old, and Monkey World has accepted her into the European creche for orphaned orangutans. She's just spent her first night in one of the bedrooms at the nursery.
She seemed like really happy, and she's still loving cuddling her dolly hedgehog. But she looked really good, and she have lots of fruit already this morning and drink good fluid. And now she's already start checking everybody and seem like, who are you, and are you going to be nice to me? And she seemed like really interesting to people. Her personality slightly calmer now, and also because in Mimi new room now we got lots of climbing thing, and she's been checking and she's been practice her swinging around skill. She's a good climber.
Mimi's calm and relaxed acceptance of her new surroundings has allowed the team to make the decision to introduce her to one of the adult females in the nursery.
Well, I think I'd like to try Roro, yeah?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, I want to get Roro on the
Roro has recently joined the nursery from Duane's group, and she's proven quite a hit with the youngsters. Hopefully she'll take Mimi under her wing and look after her when the more boisterous older boys get to meet her. Roro pokes her head into the bedroom to check out the new arrival. She's not overly forward towards the little orangutan and gives Mimi time and space to get used to the presence of a large adult. Then Roro heads back down the tunnel.
It doesn't make for a very dramatic introduction, but actually it's really good because nobody's pressuring anyone. So for Mimi, she might eventually become curious, why isn't Roro like all over me? So really pleased. Hopefully things will progress. We just have to give it time. But Roro's gonna have another drive-by, so let's see.
Roro's second attempt at making contact is more successful.
Yeah, let's just see what happens here.
Oh, that's good.
The two start to interact, but with Mimi disinclined to share.
She's just so greedy with her things. And Roro's holding her ground, but being nice about it. Oh, then I'll take this one.
That is mine as well.
Yeah.
Roro is playing the introduction perfectly, encouraging Mimi by not being too confrontational and letting the youngster come to her. For a moment, Mimi even forgets about the stuffed toy hedgehog she's been clinging to since leaving Moscow Zoo.
I'm kind of amazed that she left the hedgehog.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's not going to be any different. So I would consider whether or not you sleep them together overnight with the two rooms. And then they can choose. Roro's not going to do anything horrible.
Before long, the pair are playing together.
We couldn't have asked for more. She's already sort of dumped the hedgehog. She's climbing in the hoses. And she appears far more relaxed and orangutan-like. Couldn't have done better today. And we just need to take it nice, calm, and slow. And I'll let everybody in Moscow know how well it's gone. They'll be so pleased. Really, really happy. And I think Mimi's going to have a good future here in the nursery group.
But for now, the excitement of the morning has tired out Mimi, and she settles down to a well-earned nap. Little Mimi isn't the only new arrival at the park this year, although she's certainly one of the cutest. Competing for the title, however, are the beautiful babies who arrive to swell the ranks of the woolly monkeys. They're all the offspring of dominant male Chippy. First to arrive was Pekaya's son Claude, just beating Paquita to the post with her new baby, Cassius.
Good boy.
Next, along came Cosmo, born to Paquita's daughter Ayla, making Paquita a grandmother for the first time. Perhaps scoring lower on the adorable scale were the park's two new stump-tailed macaques, Toto and Freddie from Belgium.
Oh, good boy.
Toto, however, got top marks for his handsome looks, although was lower down the order than Freddie when it came to making friends and fitting in.
Fred could do with coming back, really.
Among the more unusual newcomers this year were 5 slow lorises from Hong Kong.
Go on, you two.
After a few false starts, they've now all been paired up with a mate and have settled in.
Welcome. Yeah.
The team also welcomed a new ring-tailed lemur, rescued by the RSPCA, who they named Al. Lacking in confidence at first, he eventually found a friend in female Kaya. And 2 new marmosets, rescued from the British pet trade, now have a home at the park. Common marmoset Moon.
There you are, little man. Hey, you. Hey, gorgeous.
And Jeffroy's marmoset Frank. It's been a busy year, and there's bound to be no let-up in the months to come as more primates needing a better life arrive at the park. Alison and the team are already making plans for 3 new squirrel monkeys in need of refuge.
Why would people find this remotely acceptable or remotely okay? I don't know.
After 30 years of rescuing and caring for primates in need, the park's work continues, and the results are clear to see.